Chapter 720. The Neon mentioned by the bearded man was the name for Neon before the Tang dynasty. During the Eastern Han dynasty, more than 100 small countries were established on the island of Neon. One of them sent envoys to the Han dynasty. Because the envoys were short, thin and small, Emperor Guangwu of the Eastern Han dynasty, Lu Xiu, granted them the name Neon, which was a vassal state of China. Therefore, the people were also called Neon and the emperor was named the King of Neon. Since then, the Han people called Neon the slave state of Neon, and the Neon people were called Neon until the Three Kingdoms, the two Jin dynasties, and the Northern and Southern dynasties. During the Sui dynasty, Crown Prince Shunde of Neon wrote in his letter to Emperor Yang of Sui, the Crown Prince of the Rising Sun to the Crown Prince of the Setting Sun. This was the prototype of Neon's name. It was not until the first year of Xianxia of the Tang dynasty, 670, that Neon sent the Tang dynasty to change the name to Neon, which meant, the place where the sun rises. In addition, in Chinese, Fusang and Dongying were also alternative names for Neon. On the big ship, after Li Shaogong heard the bearded man's words, his face was gloomy, whether it was the Neon court's intention or not. Since those bandits came from Neon, the Neon King should give me an explanation and give an explanation to the 28 soldiers who sacrificed themselves. A blood debt must be paid with blood. The last 6 words were squeezed out from Li Shaogong's teeth, which was particularly horrifying. He lost nearly 30 soldiers inexplicably, so he couldn't help but be angry, not to mention that the bandits came from a low-level country like Neon. Yes, that's right. Neon was now a low-level country in Li Shaogong's eyes. It was even inferior to small countries like Zhenla and Piao, so it was even more impossible for him to call the ruler of Neon emperor. In fact, the term emperor was first proposed by Crown Prince Shunde. In the letter he sent to Emperor Yang of Sui, he wrote, "The East Emperor respects the West Emperor." At that time, it was because of this sentence that completely angered Emperor Yang of Sui, which led to the break of diplomatic relations between the two countries. The Celestial Empire was not called for nothing in ancient times. At that time, people would not recognize the so-called emperor, and China called the Emperor of Japan Emperor Neon Emperor around the end of the Qing dynasty. "Prince, are you planning to go to Neon?" The bearded man's eyes lit up as he asked meaningfully. Li Shaogong replied in a deep voice, "The king of Wu nation failed to educate his people properly and caused damage to our fleet. Of course, he should be held accountable. However, the most important thing right now is to find those bandits and cut them into pieces to comfort the souls of the soldiers who died in the battle. Zhongjian, do you know where the nest of those bandits is? Can you take me there?" The bearded man shook his head and replied, "If I knew, I would have brought people to destroy them long ago. I can't stand those wretched Japanese people." Li Shaogong sighed helplessly. "Wu Di. Present. I order you to lead 20 warships and 400 soldiers to search for the whereabouts of those bandits. Regardless of whether you find them or not, you have to gather back here before dawn." Li Shaogong ordered solemnly. "Understood." Wu Di replied loudly. The bearded man suddenly said, "Your Highness, forgive this one for speaking out of turn, but it's very easy to get lost at night. The people this little brother is leading might not be able to return tomorrow morning." Li Shaogong waved his hand and had Wu Di make the arrangements. Then, he confidently smiled at the bearded man and said, "Zhongjian, there's no need to worry. Every ship is equipped with a compass and a sea chart. They won't get lost." The bearded man was taken aback. Then, he asked curiously, "If I may ask, Your Highness, what is a compass? Can I take a look at it?" Li Shaogong smiled and whispered to the guard beside him. Then, he said, "Why can't I do that? It's not convenient to talk here. Why don't we go to the camp on the island first?" The bearded man laughed and said in a genteel manner, "Of course, I wouldn't dare ask." Then, he waved his hand at the small ship next to him and said, "Set up camp on the island ahead. Behave yourselves and don't cause any trouble, do you hear me?" He had acted like a modest gentleman earlier, but in the blink of an eye, he had reverted to his pirate nature. Li Shaogong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is a compass? In the cave, the bearded man pointed at the small round box that wasn't even 1/3 the size of his palm. Li Shaogong glanced at the envoys who were staring at the compass in his hand. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, he handed the compass to the bearded man and smiled. That's right. This is a compass. No matter where you are, the red end of this needle will always point to the north, and the white end will always point to the south. With this, you won't have to worry about getting lost. The bearded man held the compass in his hand as if he had found a treasure. He found it hard to believe that such a small thing could have such a magical function. What was funny was that he actually held the compass and even spun it around twice on the spot. A 7-foot-tall man with a curly beard was spinning in circles on the spot like a little child. This scene was simply too beautiful, too miraculous. Unbelievable. Your Highness, where did you buy this compass? It's simply a godly nautical artifact. After a while, the bearded man looked at Li Shaogong and said excitedly. As for the compass in his hand, he was really reluctant to return it. No one knew the importance of a compass better than him, the pirate king who had been drifting on the sea for many years. If the person in front of him wasn't Li Shaogong, he would probably even have the thought of killing him and robbing him. He had never been a righteous gentleman. He was only loyal to his brothers. Li Shaogong found it funny and said, "This is something produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion in Chang'an. Zhongjian, the crew member you saved just now happened to be someone the shopkeeper of the Strange Taste Pavilion asked me to take care of." Strange Taste Pavilion. The bearded man secretly remembered these 3 words in his heart and then asked curiously, "Who is the shopkeeper of the Strange Taste Pavilion? He can actually speak in front of your highness?" He was not surprised. Apart from Li Shimin and Li Yuan, Li Shaogong was definitely the person with the highest prestige in the Tang Empire and was respected by many people. Li Shaogong said, "The shopkeeper of the Strange Taste Pavilion is called Li Zishuan. He has an identity. I think you will be interested, Zhongjian. He is the last disciple of spiritual master Ling Su. This compass was invented by him alone." Spiritual master Ling Su? This time, the bearded man was even more surprised than before. He murmured, "Hey. It seems that I was right to save someone just now. I actually got involved with spiritual master Ling Su's disciple." At this time, Li Shaogong took out a roll of paper from his sleeve and said with a smile, "This time, the imperial army escorted the merchant ships to the south for trade. In addition to providing a compass, Li Zishuan also gave me a detailed sea map. It was because of this that the army could return so quickly." The bearded man's eyes lit up and said, "Can I take a look at it?" "Of course." The bearded man took it and slowly opened the map. What he didn't expect was that when he opened it, it opened up a new world for him. Chapter 721. What kind of map is this? The Strait of Malacca, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Red Sea? Why have I never heard of them before? The bearded man looked at the map Li Shaogong gave him and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Li Shaogong pointed at the map and said, "Those places are quite far from where we are now. Zhongjian, look here. This is where we are now. Neon is northeast of us. If Wu Di and the others can't find those pirates tonight, we will go straight to Neon from here tomorrow morning." Only then did the bearded man find a way to look at the map. He carefully looked at every sea area and every island on the map. He had been to some of these places before. After a long while, his expression became a little greedy. He smacked his lips and said, "That's right. That's right." He smacked his lips and said, "This map is too detailed. And I only found out today that there are so many countries and islands in this world." Li Shaogong smiled and didn't say anything. Then, he took the sea map back from the bearded guest. The bearded guest was very reluctant to part with it. He thought in his heart, if I have this sea map and a compass, where can't I, Zhang Zhongjian, go in this big world? Thinking of this, he asked tentatively, Your Highness, I wonder if you can give me a copy of this map? As for the compass, he thought that since it was sold in the Strange Taste Pavilion in Chang'an, he would take the time to buy a batch. It was better to owe less favors. Li Shaogong looked at the bearded man meaningfully and said, Haha. It's not that I'm stingy, but there's only one copy of this map. The maps in the hands of the other soldiers only cover the Southeast Sea. The complete map is too important, and I can't make the decision alone. Oh. I was too reckless. The bearded man cupped his hands and said. Li Shaogong shook his head and said, If Zhongjian really wants the complete map, why don't you go to Chang'an and find Li Zishuan? This map was drawn by him, so he can give it to you. Clang, 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 clang. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, when all the students were still asleep, Yanhuang College's wake-up call sounded, causing a wave of screams. F***CK. Are you kidding me? The sun hadn't even risen yet, and they were already asking him to wake up? Do you still want me to live? Yeah. You didn't let me sleep last night, and now you want me to wake up early in the morning. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? F***CK. It's rare for this prince to sleep so deeply, but now I have to wake up so early. Little Xian is too deceitful. In dormitory 001, Li Tai turned over, causing the bed to shake. Li Qingqian, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, couldn't help but feel a little scared. Alright, Qingke, stop complaining. Get up quickly. According to Xiao Xian's temperament, if anyone woke up late, they might be punished again. Sigh. Li Tai let out a deep sigh and sat up. Then, it was a complete tragedy. Ouch. My legs are so sore. My waist is also very sore. No, no, no. I can't get up, I really can't get up. After a tiring day yesterday, he basically fell asleep as soon as he laid on the bed. Although there was an emergency gathering in the middle, last night was still the best night of sleep he had in so many years. However, the second day after the intense exercise, it was a complete tragedy. The little fatty felt that every part of his body was sore, and he couldn't move at all, let alone get out of bed and gather. Qingke, what's wrong with you? Sigh. My legs are also sore. Li Qingqian was just about to get out of bed to find out what was going on when he suddenly felt that his legs were also extremely sore, and he couldn't help but wail. Huh. Your bodies can't take it anymore. Look at me, old Cheng, I'm perfectly fine. Cheng Chumo saw the situation and laughed gloatingly. Get lost. Li Tai was furious. He couldn't wait to go over and fight Cheng Chumo to the death. On the other side, in dormitory 007. Wenhao, how are you? Does your heart still hurt? Wang Meng got out of bed and put on his clothes as he looked at Meng Wenhao's bed and asked. Meng Wenhao waved his hand with a pale face and said with a forced smile, Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine now. A hint of gloominess flashed across his eyes. Iron Egg suggested, Wenhao, why don't I help you apply for a day off? You don't look too good, so don't force yourself. Meng Wenhao quickly shook his head and said, No, no, I'm really fine now. Let's quickly wash up and gather. Don't delay you guys because of me. Wang Meng said unhappily, What are you saying, Wenhao? Even if we're late, we can't leave you alone. The rest of the people in the dormitory nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Since we're in the same dormitory, we should take care of each other. Yes, we can't leave anyone behind. Meng Wenhao's heart warmed. He paused for a moment and said solemnly, It's my fault, but I'm really fine now. Let's quickly get ready to gather outside. Iron Egg smiled and said, That's fine. But Wenhao, if you can't take it, you have to say so anytime. Gather, gather. Class as a unit. Run 5 laps around the sports field. You can only have breakfast after you're done. 3:45, 6 in the morning. All the students gathered outside the dormitory building. Qin Xiong was personally commanding. He looked at the 16 classes lined up neatly and shouted loudly. These were the morning running tasks that Li Zishuan had arranged long ago. As time passed, the distance would gradually increase. Not only the morning running, but the other training activities in the military training would also increase in the future. The students were all dumbfounded. 5 laps? That's a total of 3 to 4 miles. How can we finish running? My legs are still hurting. My legs hurt too. They're sore. Yes, yes, yes. Me too. Seeing the students in a mess, Qin Xiong couldn't help but shout loudly, "Quiet, if anyone can't run 5 laps, you won't be able to eat in the morning. If anyone falls behind in any class, everyone in the class will have to accompany them." Once he said that, everyone fell silent. They knew that Qin Xiong was serious this time. Instructors of each class, bring the students to the sports field to run now. After all the students were quiet, Qin Xiong ordered. Yes. Chief Instructor. Students of Class 1, listen to the command, attention. Look forward. Start running. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Bang, 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 bang. The students left the dormitory building one by one in an uneven pace. Qin Xiong stood at the back and thought to himself, "I'll only increase your exercise volume for now. I'll ask you to keep your steps orderly in the future." Chapter 722. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. 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 Beep beep. Bamboo whistles sounded one after another on the academy's sports field. At first, the instructors shouted 1 2 1, 1 2 3 4. Later, when they saw that the students were used to the rhythm, they took out the bamboo whistles that Li Zishuan gave them and blew them. The effect was no different from shouting the slogans. This made Pang Feiji and the other instructors breathe a sigh of relief. Blowing a bamboo whistle was much more relaxing than shouting at the top of their lungs. Huff, huff, huff. After running a lap, Li Tai started to pant heavily. Yesterday, when he was standing in the military posture, he could play some tricks and slack off. But now, when he was running laps, he had no way to slack off. Moreover, because of the cotton padding in his shoes, running became a burden. What was worse was that his whole body was sore today. He was too lazy to even move his fingers. Running was simply killing him. Now, with every step he took, he was enduring immense pain. On the second lap, Li Tai gritted his teeth and barely managed to keep up with the speed of the team. On the third lap, he had already fallen from the middle to the back of the team. Large beads of sweat dripped down his face. Huff, huff, huff. The little fatty felt that his blood was burning, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. "Qin Ke. How are you? There are only 2 laps left. Hang in there." Li Qingqian sensed that something was wrong with Li Tai. He deliberately fell behind the team and encouraged Li Tai as he ran. "I can't. Big brother. You go first. I'll stop and rest for a while." Huff, huff. "I feel like I'm going to die if I continue running." Li Tai gritted his teeth and held on for a while before he finally stopped and said helplessly. Li Qingqian panicked. He came over and pulled Li Tai and said, "No, we're brothers. How can I leave you alone? You pull my clothes, I'll drag you along." Li Tai shook his head and said, "Big brother, your body is not much better than mine. You won't be able to complete it even if you pull me. Don't worry about me, run first. He can't move it by himself. What if I, old Cheng, am included?" After running for a while, Cheng Chumo realized that Li Qingqian and Li Tai had disappeared. He hurriedly ran over. And me? Xianxia, I'm strong. Why don't I carry you and run? Yuchi Baolin came over and scratched his head with a silly smile. Running 5 laps was like playing house to him. It was effortless. The few of them broke out in a sweat, inwardly thinking that the Yuchi family's children were still fierce. In the end, the 3 of them grabbed a strip of cloth and pulled Li Tai along as they ran forward. The 4th round. The 5th round. Phew. I'm finally done. All right. You guys can go and eat. Gather at the sports field at 7:30 a.m. sharp. Pang Feiji did a head count and announced loudly. Of course, there was no need for Qin Xiong to personally lead the morning exercises. Phew. I'm so tired. After hearing that, Li Tai sat on the grass and said to Li Chengqian, Cheng Chumo, and the others, Big Brother, Chumo, Bao Lin, you guys go and eat first. I'll rest for a while before going. Through this run, Li Tai felt that something was different. He felt a tinge of warmth in his heart, and he started to think for others. Then. Xianxia, hurry up. Don't be late. Li Chengqian saw that Li Tai looked like he was about to collapse, so he did not try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he reminded him. Okay. I got it. Wenhao. Come over here. Come to my office. Meng Wenhao left the canteen after breakfast and did not expect to bump into Li Zishuan. He saw Li Zishuan waving at him and instructing him. Yes. Yamacho. Meng Wenhao did not know why Li Zishuan was looking for him, but he saw that there was still about half an hour before the military training began, so he agreed. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at the principal's office, on the 10th floor of Guanghua building. Have a seat. Li Zishuan pointed at the sofa opposite him and smiled. Thank you, Yamacho. Meng Wenhao walked over and carefully sat down as he said. I heard that you had chest pains last night, Wenhao. Are you alright? Although military training is important, don't force yourself when there's something wrong with your body. Li Zishuan smiled slightly. Meng Wenhao was stunned. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, Iron Egg was the one who told Yamacho, right? Iron Egg was just being nice, don't have any other thoughts. Li Zishuan could not help but say. This matter was indeed told to him by Bruiser after he finished his morning exercise. Li Zishuan still valued Meng Wenhao as a student. Moreover, symptoms like angina could be serious or minor. If it wasn't handled properly, it could be fatal. Li Zishuan had no choice but to pay attention to it. Meng Wenhao hurriedly waved his hand and said, Yamacho, you misunderstood. I know that Iron Egg was being nice, and I don't have any other thoughts. Then how are you now? Do you want me to give you 2 days off and let you go back to Chang and to see a doctor? If it were Li Tai, hearing this, he would definitely nod and even shamelessly ask Li Zishuan for a few more days off. But Meng Wenhao was not Li Tai. No, thank you, Yamacho, for your kindness. I just had chest pains last night, but it's nothing serious now. Are you really okay? Li Zishuan asked suspiciously. Meng Wenhao said with a serious face, I'm really okay. Okay then. If there's anything, you can tell me at any time. Don't force yourself. Okay. Meng Wenhao nodded and got up to leave. He hesitated for a moment and said, Yamacho, I have something to ask. I don't know if it's convenient for you to tell me. Li Zishuan said without thinking, ask. I want to know, Yamacho, do you know the latest news of the fleet going south? Li Zishuan suddenly said, Wenhao, are you worried about your father? Meng Wenhao nodded. Li Zishuan stood up and paced 2 steps in front of the window. He said, as far as I know, half a month ago, the imperial court did receive news from the fleet going south. The letter said that the fleet had arrived in Jinla and would return in a few days. Moreover, there were very few casualties in the fleet this time. Wenhao, you don't have to worry. It's estimated that in half a month, the prince and the others will be back. Meng Wenhao bit his lips and suddenly said, but last night, I dreamed that my father was covered in blood. I always have a bad feeling. Yamacho, do you know the latest news of the fleet? I'm very worried. Looking at Meng Wenhao, who was holding back his tears, Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable. At the same time, he felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He secretly hoped that the fleet going south did not have any accidents. As the saying goes, dreams and reality are the opposite. Wenhao, you don't have to worry too much. Recently, I will also find a way to help you inquire about the fleet going south. Although he was worried in his heart, Li Zishuan comforted him. Chapter 723. On an island in the southeastern seas, no one could have imagined that a barren land like this would house 20,000 some soldiers, and all of them were elites. Many of the smaller Nanyang kingdoms probably couldn't even gather so many well-trained soldiers even if they worked together. Moreover, the amount of food and resources these soldiers had brought with them was astronomical. Your Highness, General Wu, and the others will be back soon. Early in the morning, the red sun rose out of the sea, bathing the land in rosy light. Long snakes slithered across the ocean toward the bottom of the sea. A golden wave of snow more than 20 feet high rose up from the shore of the island. A soldier hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the cave on the island and reported in a low voice. This king will go and take a look. Li Xiaogong responded indifferently. After a short while, he walked out with majestic steps, followed by the envoys of various countries. The group went to the shore and stood on a boulder to look out. A fleet of ships had appeared on the horizon and was slowly approaching. As they got closer, they could even see the large Tang character on their sails. They were clearly allies. Li Xiao, how are Meng Youliang's injuries? What did the military doctor say? Li Xiaogong asked the guard at his side when he saw that the fleet had yet to reach the shore. The guard's name was Li Xiao, and he was the vice-captain of Li Xiaogong's personal guard, second only to Wu Di. He hurriedly replied. Replying to General, Meng Youliang has more than 10 large and small knife wounds on his body. Fortunately, none of them hit his vital parts. However, he lost too much blood last night and is still in a coma. The military doctor said that his body's recovery ability is very strong. As long as he recuperates for a few days, he will be fine. Yes, the Tang dynasty had military doctors, and not just military doctors, but also a relatively complete medical system. One of the main reasons the Tang dynasty was able to consolidate its vast territory and long border defenses was that the prefectural armies had created the powerful Tang Empire army. And the strength of an army was naturally inseparable from logistics and medical care. At this time, there would usually be a special inspection officer in the army, who would inspect the condition of the sick and the condition of the sick and the food and shelter every day, so as to arrange medical treatment and evacuation. If a new sick or critically ill soldier was found, it must be reported to the general manager, so that the doctor could patrol the camp and give the appropriate treatment. That's good. Have the military doctor use the best medicine and treat Meng Youliang as quickly as possible. Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment before instructing. He was about to return to Chang'an. He didn't want Meng Youliang to still be sick at that time. That would make him feel that he owed Li Zishuan a favor. Yes. General. Li Xiao cupped his fists and replied. While the two of them were talking, the fleet was getting closer and closer. The bearded man beside them sighed and said, This compass and nautical chart are simply divine tools for ocean voyages. If I wasn't familiar with this area, I might not have been able to find my way back if I went out at night. For some unknown reason, the bearded man didn't leave last night. Instead, he stayed with Li Xiaogong's army. Since ancient times, the government and the bandits couldn't coexist. He didn't expect that the regular army of the imperial court would one day live with a group of pirates. The picture was a bit strange. Li Xiaogong smiled and said, "Zhongjian, why don't you cooperate with the imperial court? When the time comes, not only will you have a compass and a sea map, you can also have the imperial court's newest ship. I reckon that this year, His Majesty will send a few more fleets out to sea. Furthermore, with Li Zishuan around, I believe that my Tang Empire's fleet will definitely not just wander around the South China Sea. There are endless possibilities in the future." The bearded man's personal strength was definitely one of the best among the generals of the Tang Empire. Li Xiaogong had always been unconventional when it came to talents. Previously, he had even recommended many Sui or Wagong generals who had surrendered to the Tang Empire to Li Er. Thus, more than half of the court officials were willing to submit to him. This was also one of the reasons why Li Xiaogong's reputation in the imperial court was so high. Furthermore, Li Xiaogong had a very accurate grasp of the human heart. Clearly, he could see that the bearded man's blood was filled with adventurous genes. Thus, he didn't promise him a high position or endless wealth. Instead, he used the vast ocean as a temptation to make the bearded man accept his olive branch. Oh, the bearded man's eyes lit up. He thought for a long time before finally shaking his head and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness. However, I am used to being free and unfettered. I can't stand those rules and can't stand being controlled by others, so, he. Zhongjian, don't be in such a hurry to come to a conclusion. His Majesty is a wise sovereign and will definitely give you the greatest freedom. His Majesty has always been the most tolerant of talents. Haven't you seen how Wei Xuancheng often bluntly admonishes His Majesty and makes him flee?" Before the bearded man could finish speaking, Li Xiaogong waved his hand and continued his bewitching speech. The bearded man fell into deep thought and remained silent. At this moment, the fleet was approaching. Wu Di boarded a small boat and walked over to Li Xiaogong. "Your Highness, this general was incompetent. After searching the surrounding waters for an entire night, I was still unable to find any trace of those pirates. Your Highness, please punish me." Li Xiaogong looked at the tired Wu Di and waved his hand. "It's not your fault. It's inconvenient to search at night, and there's also too much time between searches. It's understandable that you weren't able to find them. Take them back to the boat to rest." "Thank you, Your Highness, for your leniency." Wu Di hurriedly thanked him and then slowly left. More than 400 of them didn't sleep last night, so it was indeed time for them to rest. "Your Highness, do you want me to send a letter to our king to help you arrest these hateful pirates?" After Wu Di left, the Zhenla envoy next to Li Xiaogong muttered. After listening to the translation, Li Xiaogong was about to refuse when the envoys of other countries rushed to shout, "Funan country is willing to help the Tang Empire eliminate the pirates. Piao country is also willing to help the Tang Empire. Dandan country is also willing. Liao country is also willing." Seeing how excited these people were, Li Xiaogong knew what they wanted to say even if he didn't need someone to translate for him. He said loudly, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but this is a matter of the Tang Empire. Let's just wait for the news." After understanding Li Xiaogong's meaning, the envoys quieted down. Li Xiaogong shouted in a deep voice, "Li Xiao. This general is here. Immediately order the fleet to drop anchor and set sail. Destination, Wanation." Li Xiao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Li Xiaogong to be so bold. Although a general might not obey military orders in a foreign country, Wanation was currently a vassal state of the Tang Empire. How could one use one's own army to attack a vassal state? If news of this got out, wouldn't the other vassal states of the Tang Empire fall into chaos? Chapter 724. Seeing Li Xiao's hesitation, Li Xiaogong immediately shot him a cold look. Li Xiao hurriedly replied, "Understood. Io. Your Highness. You can't. Just as Li Xiao turned around and was about to pass on the order, a sharp voice came from the side. A eunuch in light red clothes ran over. He was the supervisor of the fleet heading south this time, Imperial Eunuch Sun Yud. The fleet is heading south to trade with other countries. Your Highness, please don't use your weapons. Furthermore, the Wu nation has always been paying tribute to the imperial court. They can be considered a vassal state of the Great Tang. Sun Yud raised his finger and said weakly to Li Xiaogong. From a certain perspective, he was the weakest supervisor in history. After all, the commander of this fleet was Li Xiaogong. In the entire Great Tang, only Li Er had the right to criticize Li Xiaogong. In the TV series, The Legend of Wu Meinyang, Emperor Taizong's trusted eunuch Wang De often wore purple clothes. Actually, this was not accurate. China's ancient official uniform system was formed in the Sui dynasty and was custom-made in the Tang dynasty. Generally speaking, rank 3 and above wore purple robes, rank 4 dark red robes, rank 5 light red robes, rank 6 dark green robes, rank 7 light green robes, rank 8 dark green robes, and rank 9 light blue robes. Eunuchs were the same as other officials. They wore uniforms of appropriate colors according to their rank. However, there was a problem. During the Zhongguan era, Li Er issued an edict that there would be no rank 3 officials in the imperial eunuch province. Rank 4 eunuchs were the highest. Thus, the old book of Tang said, at the end of Yongchun, 70 years to the end, the power was still in the hands of the eunuchs. It was only during the Kaiyuan era that Emperor Xuanzong gave eunuchs a rank 3 official position if he liked them slightly. Only then did eunuchs wearing purple clothes appear. Eunuch Sun, did you forget what His Majesty said before we left? Li Xiaogong replied with a faint and then shouted, you may have forgotten, but I haven't forgotten a single word. At that time, His Majesty said, outside the borders of the Great Tang, as soldiers of the Great Tang, we must ensure the safety of the people of the Great Tang traveling with the fleet. The people of the Great Tang must not be bullied anywhere. If we encounter an enemy, we must destroy them with all our strength. Chamberlain Sun, last night, the fleet lost 28 soldiers, 12 sailors, and 2 heavily injured. Tell me, don't you think this prince has a good reason to attack? Sun Yud was speechless. Li Xiaogong turned around, faced the fleet on the sea, and said loudly, as the saying goes, blood for blood. I am going to attack Neon under the imperial order to avenge the soldiers and sailors who died last night. Are you willing to follow my orders? As a Grandmaster expert, Li Xiaogong's roar was not soft at all. Basically, every ship could hear his voice. Yes, Your Highness. By the decree of the Emperor, we will send troops to the Wu nation. Blood for blood. Yes, Your Highness. By the decree of the Emperor, we will send troops to the Wu nation. Blood for blood. As soon as Li Xiaogong's voice fell, he immediately received a tsunami-like response. They had been inexplicably attacked by a group of pirates, and so many of their fellow soldiers had died. The soldiers were suppressing a wave of anger in their hearts. The Tangs were proud, and the Tang army was inviolable. Li Xiaogong smiled slightly, looked back at Sun Yud, and then said lightly, although this group of pirates may not have anything to do with the Neon Imperial Court, we have lost so many soldiers and crew members, and I can't go back empty-handed. Even if I go back, I won't be able to explain it to their families. So, this time, I will definitely go to Neon. After that, he pulled out the long sword at his waist, pointed it to the sky with a clang, and said loudly, let's go to Neon. Sun Yud's face turned red. He wanted to refute, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to refute. The soldiers in front of him were blinded by hatred. They only had revenge and killing in their eyes. At this time, whoever dared to jump out would definitely become the target of public criticism. Sun Yud said that he and the Neon people had not reached the point where they could risk their lives for him. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a bleak and distant horn sounded on the sea. Li Shaogong led the people on the island and began to board the ship. The envoys next to him all had different expressions. Some were afraid, and some were worried. Obviously, they were worried that their countries would be attacked by the Tang Empire one day, just like Neon. Looking at the powerful army of the Tang Empire, they felt that their countries couldn't stop it. Envoys, don't worry. The king of Neon is not good at educating people. He allowed the pirates to run rampant and attack the Tang Empire's fleet. That's why I gave him a warning. As the saying goes, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. The Tang Empire's army will never take the initiative to provoke trouble. Who was Li Shaogong? How could he not know what the envoys were thinking? As he walked, he comforted them warmly. After the envoys understood Li Shaogong's words, they felt more or less at ease. Tang Empire is mighty. Shang Empire is mighty. Your Royal Highness is mighty. Renbiao, I came here this time because I have something to ask of you. Late in the morning, Li Zishuan assigned training tasks to the personal guards who were not instructors today. After inviting Li Gang to supervise them personally, he sneaked out of the academy alone, returned to Chang'an, and went directly to Wang Renbiao's house. Xiao Xian, just say it. As long as I can help, the Wang family will do our best to help you. Wang Renbiao said with a smile. Thank you in advance, Renbiao. Li Zishuan laughed and then got to the point. I want Renbiao to help me investigate the recent movements of the fleet going south. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen there. I think with the Wang family's channels, you can still find out the news, right? Wang Renbiao frowned. Li Zishuan's request was not simple at all. On the vast sea, where could he go to find out the news? I will try my best to find out the news for you. Xiao Xian, wait for me for a few days. Wang Renbiao thought about it and finally agreed. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible for the Wang family. Thank you for your trouble, Renbiao. Li Zishuan smiled, then got up and prepared to leave. Sometimes, it would be much more convenient to have an additional friend. Back then, he and the Wang family of Taiyuan had almost become enemies, but fortunately, they became allies in the end. You're welcome. I owe you a favor. I still have things to do at the academy, so I'll leave first. Renbiao, if you have any news, you can come to Yanhuang College to find me directly. Chapter 725. Father, look, there are so many big ships coming from the sea. Japan, Honshu Island, Kanazawa Harbor. Near noon, the fishermen on the shore began to pack up their boats and prepare to go home. 7 or 8 children with small buns were picking up shells or chasing each other on the beach. One of the children suddenly saw the ships covering the sky and shouted happily as if he had found a treasure. Not far from the child, there was a bare-chested middle-aged fisherman. When he heard his child's shout, he subconsciously smiled and said, "That's just the government's ship." Halfway through his sentence, his voice suddenly stopped. He raised his head and casually swept his gaze around. He caught a glimpse of the endless sea of ships. Clearly, a fleet of this scale was not something that the local government could possess. Is this the imperial court's ship? The other fishermen also noticed the abnormality and began to guess. No. It's not the imperial court's ship, it's not the imperial court's ship. It's the Tang Empire's army is here. Run. After a sharp-eyed fisherman saw the big Tang character on the sail of the ship, his face was suddenly full of horror. He pulled his child and ran back. It should be noted that in ancient times, the Japanese people only had their own national language and did not have their own writing. Later, the Han culture was introduced to Japan, and the cultured Japanese began to write in Han. After the middle of the 5th century AD, the Japanese people created a way to write Japanese using Chinese characters as interlocutory symbols. After the 8th century, this method of using Chinese characters as interlocutory symbols has been widely adopted. In other words, although the Japanese at this time used characters similar to Chinese characters, the pronunciation was their own country's pronunciation, and many people knew some Chinese characters. It's really the Tang Empire's army, my God. What did we do wrong? We actually attracted so many Tang Empire's army. Let's run. If you don't run now, you won't be able to run anymore. In the blink of an eye, the crowd on the coast all scattered and fled. Some people didn't even take the fishing gear on their fishing boats and ran away. Woo! With the sound of a horn, the huge fleet began to dock. Li Shao opened the way in front. After Li Shaogong got off the boat, he quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, we'll reach Fanio City, the capital of Wu Nation, 80 miles east from here. However, there are so many of us. We'll definitely meet the local armies of Wu Nation on the way." Li Shaogong sneered. "Humph. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, what's the point? How's Wu Di doing?" "Your Highness, I'm fine." Wu Di hurriedly ran over and cupped his fists. I will leave you with 8,000 elites to guard the ships at the harbor. If anything happens to the ships, you will be punished according to military law." Li Shaogong ordered solemnly with a straight face. Other than the possibility that he would be impeached, he was also taking other risks. His fleet was carrying a large amount of supplies, including the Great Tang's future food supplies. If they were stolen, the fleet that had mobilized the entire country to send south would truly end up empty-handed. Li Shaogong could not tolerate such a situation. This general obeys. "Your Highness, please be at ease." This general swears to hand over the goods on the ship. However, this general feels that 5,000 soldiers will be enough. "Your Highness is precious, and you must be careful in Wu Nation." Although Wu Di was somewhat regretful that he had been assigned to guard the fleet, he still cupped his fists and accepted the order. Li Shaogong waved his hand and said, 8,000 it is. Even if this king doesn't bring a single soldier, I'd like to see if the Wu Nation dares to attack this king. All you need to do is lead the army here and guard the supplies. After saying this, he turned to Li Shao and sternly ordered, "Organize the army and set out for Fanio City." This general obeys. All soldiers of the three armies, assemble. The construction of Japan's capital had begun during the Fanio era. When Emperor Goku was elected, the capital was set at Fanio City, located in the southern part of the Nara Basin. Emperor Tenzi's capital was moved to Dajin City, located about 40 kilometers north of Fanio City. When the Chu were burned, the pitiful land was scorched. During the rebellion of Ren and Shen, Dajin City was destroyed in the flames of war. When Emperor Takeda was on the throne, the capital was moved to Fujiwara City, located in the Nara Basin, surrounded by the three mountains of Yamato. Fujiwara City adopted the chessboard-like neighborhood structure of China's ancient cities for the first time. It was considered the first capital city in Japan's history. Many scholars later called Fujiwara City the first capital city of Japan, not because the previous city was surrounded by wilderness, but because Fujiwara City adopted the chessboard-like neighborhood structure of China's cities for the first time. It was the result of Tang Feng's influence. At this time, Japan, Wu Nation, was in the Fanio era, and Emperor Goku was in power. She was the first female emperor of Wu Nation. At the same time, she was the 33rd emperor of Wu Nation. From the first emperor Shenwu to the 14th emperor Zhong-ai, these 14 emperors couldn't be confirmed in history. They were probably fictional characters created by Koji and Neon Shoji to complete the transition from the Shenwu era to the human era. Empress Shigong, who filled in the 70-year history between Emperor Zhong-ai and Emperor Shen, also couldn't be said to be a real existence. Therefore, the 15th Emperor Shen, who had a more real existence, should be the real ancestor of the Japanese emperors known as the Wanshur lineage. Besides, strictly speaking, the previous emperors could only be considered kings. The title of emperor was coined by Prince Shungda of the Fanio dynasty. "Your Highness. There are sounds of horse hooves ahead." The army advanced for about 5 kilometers. Li Xiao's expression changed, and he quickly stopped in his tracks and said to Li Xiaogong. "Okay." Li Xiaogong looked ahead and narrowed his eyes slightly. He let out a faint "okay" and then ordered, "Get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy." "Yes, sir." Li Xiao responded, turned around, and shouted, "Get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy." Boom! The army dispersed, and the soldiers pulled out their modeo and stared ahead fiercely. After drifting on the sea for several months, their big swords were already thirsty. Dong, dong, dong. After a while, the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer. Looking into the distance, they could see a cavalry of more than 1,000 people running toward them. A small country actually has cavalry too? Interesting. Generally speaking, infantry had a natural disadvantage against cavalry. However, Li Xiaogong didn't look nervous at all. Instead, he even had the time to gossip, making people feel that he wasn't here to fight but to enjoy the scenery. Huh. They're just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. How can they be a match for the Tang army? The bearded man laughed as he held a 3-feet-long broadsword that was similar in shape to the green dragon crescent blade. Chapter 726. Harumph. I am the county magistrate of Sichuan County, Hino Akai. May I ask what is the purpose of your visit? More than 1,000 cavalrymen galloped over. Then, a mustached Japanese man in an official uniform jumped off the horse. He saw that Li Xiaogong was the leader of the army, so he came over and saluted him. Li Xiaogong narrowed his eyes and listened to his subordinate's translation. He said lightly, "I am the county magistrate of Hejian of the Tang Empire. I have something to discuss with the Queen of Higu. You are just a little county magistrate. Do you think you can stop me?" The county magistrate in Japan was called a county magistrate, which was similar to the county magistrate of the Tang Empire. 10 years ago, Crown Prince Shungda advocated for the Japanese people to call their ruler the emperor. Hino Akai's expression changed when he heard Li Xiaogong call him the Queen of Higu instead of the Emperor of Higu. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Oh, it is the county magistrate of Shanghua. However, if your highness wants to see the emperor, please let these soldiers stay here. I will personally escort you to Fanio City." "Humph. Bastard. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Also, who allowed your king to call himself the emperor?" Li Xiaogong was furious and reprimanded him. This, Hino Akai opened his mouth and his face turned pale. He was both embarrassed and angry. In the end, he clenched his fists and said, "The Wu nation has been paying tribute to the Tang Empire every year. I'm afraid it's not right for your highness to bring tens of thousands of soldiers here." Li Xiaogong clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Hino Akai expressionlessly. A moment later, he said in a deep voice, after a while, he said, "So, you want to stop me?" As soon as he said this, the 10,000 soldiers behind him immediately clenched the mo swords in their hands. The situation in the field became somewhat tense. "Your Highness, this is my duty. I can't let you bring such a large army through Sichuan County." Hino Akai forced himself to bow and said, "Huh. Do you think an old, weak, sick, and disabled person like you can stop me?" Li Xiaogong was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the army behind Hino Akai and mocked him. Just as Hino Akai was about to retort to save his face, Li Xiaogong waved his hand and ordered, "Continue marching. This king is following the emperor's orders. Whoever dares to stop us, kill them. Nothing. Pardon. Kill. Kill. Kill." The army suddenly took 3 steps forward and let out 3 roars. Killing intent filled the air, and their auras were like rainbows. Hino Akai couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Not only him, but the cavalry behind him also retreated. To be precise, the cavalry's horses were frightened by the battle cries. "Ben Wang will ask you one last time. Are you going to move or not? Li Shaogong asked coldly. In fact, he didn't want to waste time in front of this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. That was why he repeatedly gave Hino Akai chances. But Hino Akai thought that Li Shaogong was scared and that Li Shaogong was just trying to scare him. He swallowed his saliva and straightened his neck. This is my duty, I can't, clang. Swoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Shaogong had already lost his patience. He pulled out his sword and chopped off Hino Akai's head. The Japanese army was shocked. A slightly shorter general pointed at Li Shaogong and stammered, You. Li Shaogong was furious. Li Shao, I will give you 800 men. Charge. Yes, sir. Li Shao replied excitedly. He then picked a group of men and charged forward. Similarly, he didn't care about the short Japanese in front of him. Baka. Avenge, the county princess. Kill. The general pulled out his saber and shouted as he urged his horse to charge towards the Tang army. Chop the horse's legs. In truth, the cavalry that Hino Akai had brought with him were all old warhorses. In terms of speed and momentum, there was a world of difference between them and the Turkic Khaganate cavalry. Li Shao bellowed as he swung his Mo saber at lightning speed toward the warhorse that the general was riding. Hiss! The warhorse let out a whine and fell forward. The general was shocked and quickly got off his horse. Before he could stand firm, Li Xiao's Mo saber was already slashing towards his neck. Difference. This was the difference in strength. As soon as the two armies clashed, the winner was obvious. Even though the Neon army had the advantage of horses, they were far from a match for the well-trained Tang army. Not to mention 800 Tang soldiers, even if there were only 500 Tang soldiers, they were enough to beat the thousands of Neon soldiers and make them flee. Mercy! Ugh, Hino Akai's general begged for mercy at the critical moment. Unfortunately, Li Shao didn't understand him at all. His sword chopped off his head mercilessly. At the same time, the 800 Tang soldiers behind Li Shao were also swinging their swords and harvesting lives. Compared to infantrymen, cavalry's greatest advantage was their speed and impact when they clashed with each other. If the Neon cavalry charged directly, they might cause some trouble for the Tang army. However, Hino Akai had stopped in front of Li Shaogong and wanted to negotiate. If the Neon cavalry wanted to charge again, it was no different from a fool's dream. In addition, Li Shao and the others had broken the formation of the Japanese army. Now, the Japanese army was in a mess. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They wanted to fight back, but they were no match for the Tang army in terms of strength and speed. Run! The Tang army kills without batting an eye. In less than 15 minutes, more than half of the Japanese army had been killed. Li Xiao's 800 Tang soldiers only had a few light injuries. Some of the Japanese soldiers were so frightened that they quickly turned their horses around and ran for their lives. These fleeing soldiers seemed to have opened a window for the rest of the Japanese army. The remaining Japanese soldiers immediately scattered. At this moment, the advantage of cavalry was finally on display. They could run faster when they ran for their lives. There's no need to chase them. Li Shaogong quickly stopped Li Shao when he saw that he was about to give chase. He ordered, "Don't chase after them. Count the casualties and rest for a while before we continue to march to Fanio City." "Yes, my lord." Li Shao cupped his fist and accepted the order. "Your Highness, this Japanese official seems to be a little arrogant." The bearded man pursed his lips and said meaningfully. Li Shaogong thought for a moment and then nodded. A few years ago, this king met the Wa emissaries. They were all very respectful and obsequious. The Wa people today are truly different from before. This king would like to see just where these Wa people get their confidence from to be so disrespectful to this king and the great Tang. Li Xiaogong's meaning was simple. He was very unhappy with Hino Akai's attitude. He wanted to see why the Japanese suddenly became arrogant. Chapter 727. The news of the Tang army defeating Hino Akai in Sichuan County spread quickly because of the deserters. Suddenly, the people in the other counties around Sichuan County were in a state of panic. Although Hino Akai only brought a little more than 1,000 people with him, and the Tang army had tens of thousands of soldiers, there were only 800 Tang soldiers who participated in the battle. Moreover, the Neon army was all cavalry. Under such circumstances, they could only hold on for less than half an hour. In addition, in order to wash away the crime of desertion, the fleeing soldiers naturally tried their best to exaggerate the fierceness and bravery of the Tang army. Through word of mouth, Li Shaogong became an 8-foot-tall golden-armored general holding a huge sword weighing hundreds of kilograms, while the Tang army became hellish demons clad in iron armor, with infinite strength and invulnerable to swords and spears. The people in the counties along the way all shut their doors and did not come out, and the local officials also fled the county headquarters, not to mention organizing an army to fight against the Tang army. Therefore, the army led by Li Shaogong went all the way without any hindrance. In the evening, they arrived at the capital of Neon, Feiniao City. Don't doubt the marching speed of the army. Li Shaogong and the others used more than half a day to march more than 80 miles. Even in the marching records before the Tang dynasty, this was not the top speed. In the Wei Shu, the biography of Xiahou Yuan, Yuan was a general. He often went to the enemy when he was in a hurry. Therefore, there was a saying in the army, Xiahou Yuan, a military officer, 500 miles in 3 days and 1,000 in 6 days. Xiahou Yuan should be an infantryman. On average, he could travel 167 miles in a day. Of course, the day here referred to the day, not the night. Therefore, it was not shocking that Li Shaogong and the others used more than half a day to march 80 miles. Order the soldiers to cook and set up camp here. If the Neon Queen does not come out to see me, we will attack the city tomorrow. The army arrived at the Mu Mountain outside Feiniao City. Li Shaogong looked down at the palace below, which was somewhat similar to the Chang, an imperial city, and then ordered Li Shao, who was behind him. Mu, throughout the Mu, will be directly replaced by Mu in the text. After marching 80 miles, the soldiers were more or less tired. In addition, the sky was about to turn dark. Li Shaogong, who had rich battle experience, certainly would not choose to attack the city at this time. Yes, sir. Li Shao responded and hurriedly went to pass down the order. The bearded man stood slightly to Li Shaogong's left. He had been looking down at soaring bird capital with narrowed eyes. Your Highness, Feiniao capital is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Although the city is big, it's like a turtle in a jar. The birds are like caged birds. Even though the Japanese had learned the architectural style of the Great Tang, they had only learned the form and not the spirit. Moreover, the city walls are short, and there is no moat in front of the city gate. If your Highness wants to take over the Japanese capital, I'm afraid it won't take much effort. Around the capital were the famous Yamato 3 mountains of Japan. To the west was Urching Mountain, also known as the God of Heaven Mountain, to the north was Jianghu Mountain, legend has it that gods lived on the mountain, and to the south, where Li Shaogong and the others were now, was Mu Pin Mountain, legend has it that the first emperor of Japan, Emperor Shenwu, ascended the throne on this mountain. The 3 mountains surrounded the capital. Although it made the capital look beautiful, it also limited its development. The bearded man clearly understood the art of war. At a glance, he could see the flaws in the capital's geography and the city structure. Li Shaogong nodded and praised, Zhongjian is right, but we can't let our guard down. We have to be on guard against the Japanese's sneak attacks. The Japanese nowadays don't seem to know their place. They even dare to call themselves the Emperor. The ruler of the Central Plains was called the Emperor, while the ruler of Japan called himself the Emperor. Li Shaogong felt that this was a humiliation to the Great Tang, so he was furious. The bearded man smiled and said, "Indeed, although I have never been to a nation, I have heard many things about it." Previously, Prince Xianxia of Wu Nation was the regent and vigorously implemented many new policies, which improved the overall strength of Wu Nation by a lot. In the imperial palace of Japan, the news that Li Shaogong had led his army into the country had long ago reached this place. The officials gathered in the palace were all panicked and fearful, and the mood in the hall was abnormally oppressive. Reporting. Your Majesty, the Tang army has already reached the outskirts of the city and is setting up camp on Mupin Mountain. At this moment, a soldier entered the hall and bowed to the dignified woman in golden attire sitting at the head of the table. Buzz. The officials in the hall were all shocked. Ever since the coup more than 30 years ago, Fanio City had always been peaceful. Now that the Tang army had suddenly arrived, everyone was caught off guard. The Tang army has arrived at the city. It is said that their leader is a duke of the Great Tang. Does anyone have a plan to deal with this? An old but sonorous voice came from the throne. It was Empress Gu who had spoken. 35 years ago, the head of the most powerful family in Japan, the Soo clan, Soo Matsi, although there was the word Matsi in his name, this person was a man, sent an assassin to assassinate Emperor Chongjun, who was supported by him at that time. Then, he supported the 39-year-old Empress Ida as the Empress, who was now the 74-year-old Empress Tugu. In the early days of the Tugu dynasty, the actual rulers of Japan had always been Empress Tugu's nephew, Crown Prince Xianxia, and Soo Matsi. 5 years ago, Crown Prince Xianxia passed away, and the imperial power gradually began to fall into the hands of Empress Tugu. Last year, Soo Matsi, the head of the Soo clan, also passed away. Now, Empress Tugu completely grasped the imperial power. Your Majesty, I think we should first find out why the Tang Empire has stepped into our country's territory, and then talk about other things. Not long after Empress Tugu finished speaking, a young man in his late 20s came forward and said, "Well, Big Brother Shanbei's words are reasonable. What do the other officials think?" Empress Tugu thought about it and agreed. This young man was Crown Prince Xianxia's son, mountain-back elder brother Wang, and Neon people's names are so strange. He was also the successor chosen by the Emperor of Japan. His ability and knowledge were naturally outstanding, quite similar to his father's style. Your Majesty, I don't agree with Big Brother Shanbei's opinion. While the officials looked at each other, a short young official with a mustache walked out with an arrogant expression. He slightly leaned forward to Empress Tugu and then said, "I think that Japan has been paying tribute to the Tang Empire before, but the Tang Empire did not abide by the agreement and invaded without authorization. This is not putting us in their eyes. This is a good time for us to contact Beach and Goguryeo to resist the Tang Empire together. If we can destroy more than 10,000 troops from the Tang Empire in one fell swoop, Japan will be the well-deserved king of this sea area." Chapter 728. Fanio City, Wu Nation Imperial Palace. The person who spoke against it was called Su Wuxia. He was the current head of the Su family and also the son of Su Wu's wife. He had always been at odds with his brother, the king of Mountain Back. He was also very arrogant. Of course, as the head of the Su family, the richest family in Japan, he had the right to be arrogant. As soon as Su Wuxia's arrogant words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They secretly thought that he was really bold. In the eyes of the Wu Nation, the Tang dynasty at this time was the real heavenly empire. The Tang dynasty was also a good race in their eyes. According to historical records, when the Tang dynasty's merchants went to Japan to do business, the local Japanese often warmly entertained the Tang dynasty. At night, they would offer their wives, daughters, and sisters to the Tang dynasty in the hope of giving birth to a son or a daughter. However, this behavior was only done in a small number in the Tang dynasty. In the Song dynasty, borrowing seeds began to become a custom. But now, Su Wuxia actually wanted to attack the Tang dynasty's army. This made many ministers feel that it was absurd. Absolutely not. The big brother Wang hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Wuxia Xianxia's method is simply disregarding the life and death of the Wu nation. Let's not talk about whether we can defeat the more than 10,000 Tang army outside. Even if we do, we will only incur the infinite anger of the Tang Emperor. Don't doubt, with the character of the current Tang Emperor, once he gets angry, the Wu nation will definitely be in danger of being destroyed. Your Majesty and ministers, please think twice. Humph. You're really greedy for life and afraid of death. The Tang Empire's army is only 10,000, while our Fanio city has 80,000 elites. How can we not defeat the Tang Empire's army?" Wuxia Xianxia stepped out of the crowd and glanced contemptuously at the big brother Wang. Then, he arrogantly said, "You're afraid before the battle. Big brother Wang, you're not worthy of being the descendant of Crown Prince Xianxia. Moreover, according to the intelligence, the Tang Empire not only has an army, but also thousands of warships and countless provisions. If we swallow these warships and provisions, even if the Tang Emperor gets angry in the future and attacks us, will the Wu nation still be afraid of the Tang Empire?" As soon as his words fell, the hall fell into silence, but some people's hearts were not calm. "Your Majesty, Wuxia Xianxia is right. I think this plan is feasible. I also think that this plan is feasible." The Suo family's influence in the imperial court, coupled with the fact that there was indeed a group of radical ministers, caused many voices of agreement to appear in the main hall. The big brother Wang on the mountain back was anxious and quickly retorted, "Have you all forgotten the confrontation between the Tang army and the local army in Sichuan County? 800 Tang soldiers easily defeated more than 1,000 defenders of Sichuan County at the cost of 0 casualties. With such strength, it would be harder for us to win than to reach the heavens. Even if they win, the Wu nation will be greatly damaged because of this. They will no longer be able to deal with the anger of the Emperor of the Tang Empire, so please think twice. Moreover, the current situation has not reached the point where it cannot be eased. As long as we clarify the purpose of the Tang Emperor's visit and make some concessions in some aspects, the Tang Emperor will be willing to withdraw his troops." Eldest brother Wang on mountain back represented the previous Crown Prince Xianxia's faction, so there were many officials in the court who supported him. Moreover, his opinion was very much in line with the thoughts of the old conservative officials, so there were immediately echoes of agreement in the court. "Your Majesty, I think what Brother Shanbei said is reasonable. Your Majesty should prioritize the Wu nation and not act on impulse. I second the motion." Of course, there were still many officials who did not speak. They did not help either side. Obviously, even if Crown Prince Xianxia and Wu's wife had passed away, there were still 3 factions in the court of Wu nation. However, at this time, the power of the Empress Dowager was greater. After all, the influence of the living was still slightly higher. Cough. Seeing the 2 sides arguing endlessly in the court, the Empress Dowager coughed dryly, and the hall immediately quieted down. Then she slowly glanced at the officials in the court and said, "What you 2 said is reasonable, but I think it is not appropriate for us to confront the Tang army head-on at the moment. Since the Tang army has camped outside the city and has not immediately attacked, it means that there is still room for negotiation. Therefore, we can send a messenger to ask the Commandery Prince of the Tang Empire why he is here, and then we can make a decision. If we can invite the Commandery Prince of the Tang Empire to the Imperial Palace, of course, it would be best." Yes, the Empress of Wu nation was the same as the Emperor of China, calling herself I. In fact, it was not only this. The titles of Empress, Empress Dowager, and Crown Prince of the East Palace were the same in Wu nation as in the Tang Empire. It was mainly because the ancient Wu nation admired China's culture very much. Most of their languages were learned from China. From the Empress to the common people, no one did not admire the Tang Empire. Wu's wife sneered and said, "The Commandery Prince of the Tang Empire lives like a prince. How can he have the courage to come to Fanio City? If he dares to come, I will crawl to the morning court in the future." Yes. How can the commandery prince of the Tang Empire risk his life to enter the city? Absolutely impossible. The Empress Dowager frowned, and then she waved her hand and said, I have made up my mind. Brother Mountainback, recommend someone to go outside the city to negotiate with the Tang army. Brother Mountainback thought for a while, then bowed and said, Your Majesty, I recommend the son of Sister Ono, Yoko Ono. He is proficient in Chinese and has a good understanding of the customs of the Tang Empire. He is the most suitable. Sister Ono was the person who helped Crown Prince Shunga to submit the letter of credence to the Sui dynasty. He was a very famous diplomat of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager thought for a while and nodded in agreement, approved. I, Old Sheng, will tell you another one. It is said that there was a monk who went to 100 Flowers building one day to find a girl. No, Chon Nyo, you are talking nonsense again. Monks have to abide by the rules and precepts. How can he go to find a prostitute? Listening to the voice, it should be Li Tai's voice. Yanhuang College, the sky had just turned dark. After the students took a bath, they lay on the bed and began to rest. After 2 days of military training, many students had gradually begun to get used to this kind of life. At least they were no longer as tired as last night. Therefore, several second generations in dormitory 001 chatted in a low voice. What was even more excessive was that Chingchumo, this smelly and shameless thing, actually told dirty jokes. Hey! How is it impossible? Not all monks will abide by the rules. Hey, no, Qin K, don't interrupt me. Wait for me to finish telling you, lest I forget. Cheng Chumo muttered, and then continued, besides, the monk touched the prostitute's front and back with his hand, and then shouted, strange, strange. The front is like a nun, and the back is like a disciple. Don't you think it strange? Chapter 729. F***CK. Cheng Chumo, you're so F*** perverted. In dormitory 001, after Sun Zifen heard the dirty jokes, he shouted loudly and ridiculed. Then he laughed and said, hee. But I like it. Come, Chon Nyo, use your intelligence and tell another one. Although spring had already passed, this group of teenagers who were still in their adolescence would inevitably talk about some explicit topics to stimulate the secretion of hormones. Li Tai said angrily, F***CK. Sun Zifen, you and Chon Nyo are so dirty, what a pair of cultured scums. The chubby boy was usually a little arrogant, but the circle he came into contact with was generally more elegant. At this moment, hearing the vulgar conversation in the dorm, Li Tai, who was in the dark, couldn't help but blush. Cheng Chumo smiled wretchedly and said, hey. How are we cultured scums? Isn't it natural for a man and a woman to love? Baolin, don't you think so? Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Yuchi Baolin, who was about to get up and talk, suddenly touched his nose gloomily and then lay back down. In this dorm, he was the most honest person, so Cheng Chumo could only bully him a little. Alright, let's all go to sleep. There's military training tomorrow. Li Qingxian, who was sleeping on the top bunk, obviously sensed Li Tai's embarrassment and spoke up to help him out. Sleep? Who can fall asleep so early? Besides, Huayu hasn't finished washing his clothes. Sun Zifen had just finished listening to the dirty jokes, and his blood was boiling. How could he fall asleep now? Besides, what he said was right. Qin Huayu was still washing his clothes under the moonlight by the sink inside. Speaking of which, Qin Huayu had miscalculated. Usually, he preferred to be quiet at home and only bathed once every 2 to 3 days. Therefore, when school started, he only brought 3 sets of clothes with him. However, at Yanhuang Academy, every night when he came back, his clothes would be drenched in sweat. How could he not bath? After showering, he couldn't possibly continue wearing those sweaty clothes, right? Qin Huayu, who always paid attention to his appearance, would definitely not do such a thing. In this way, after Qin Huaiyu showered tonight and found that he didn't have any clothes to change tomorrow, how could he? Thus, the eldest son of the Duke of Yi, our young master Qin, washed his clothes for the first time in his life. For this reason, he received a lot of ridicule from Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifen. 2. As for the others, they were much more cunning than Qin Huaiyu. When school started, they brought 7 or 8 sets of clothes. Even if they changed their clothes every day, they would still be able to last until the academy's weekend. Oh! It's so lively. It seems that your training during the day is too little, and you still have the energy to talk nonsense at night. Just as Cheng Chumo was about to agree with Sun Zifen's words, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door of dorm 001. F***CK. It's Yamacho, little Xian. The 6 people in the room all felt their hearts skip a beat, and they secretly cursed. Qin Huaiyu stuffed his clothes into the wooden bucket, and then quietly slipped to his bed in an attempt to muddle through. Open the door. Li Zishuan said faintly from outside. Although his voice was soft, it seemed to have a mysterious penetrating power that directly entered their ears. Qin Huaiyu looked at his unscrupulous roommates who were chatting happily just now but were now curled up in bed like ostriches. He could only bite the bullet and personally open the door. Yamacho. Qin Huaiyu called out awkwardly. Although he was very familiar with Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan was half his brother-in-law, now that they were in the academy, he had to do things according to the rules. In public, he had to call him Yamacho. Huaiyu, what are you doing with your hands full of water? Under the moonlight, Li Zishuan saw the water droplets on Qin Huaiyu's hands, and he squinted his eyes and asked. I just went to wash my clothes. Qin Huaiyu scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said. Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and Sun Zifen on the bed almost burst out laughing. What? Weren't you all chatting happily just now? Why are you still pretending to be asleep? All of you, come down. Li Zishuan's attitude changed, and he said sternly. This was really a case of extreme joy begetting sorrow. Seeing that Li Zishuan was going to be serious, Li Tai, Li Chengqian, and the others on the bed all got out of bed and stood together with Qin Huaiyu. Although Qin Huaiyu is breaking the academy's rules by washing clothes at night, he is still better than you guys who are so bored that you don't sleep at night. Now, all of you go out and stand in military posture. Other than Qin Huaiyu, who will only stand for 15 minutes, everyone else will stand for an hour. After standing, go back to sleep. If anyone dares to slack off, the time will be doubled. Li Zishuan pointed at the door and shouted. No, do you really have to be so ruthless? Cheng Chumo stared and asked weakly. Although he had martial arts and wasn't afraid of standing in military posture, who wouldn't want to lie comfortably in bed and rest at night? Cheng Chumo will stand for 2 hours, the rest of you will continue as before. Li Zishuan looked at this joker indifferently and said casually. You. Cheng Chumo almost vomited blood. He subconsciously wanted to say something, but when he thought about how he was just being naughty and got an extra hour of military posture, if he were to be naughty again, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The 5 unlucky people, under the lead of the current crown prince, Li Chengqian, left the dormitory unhappily. Li Zishuan said, Don't slack off, I'll be watching you guys from the shadows. If I find out that anyone is slacking off, you know the consequences. This guy was obviously playing tricks on them again. Tonight's dormitory inspection was a last-minute idea by Li Zishuan. He just said that Cheng Chumo was bored out of his mind, but now he was the one who was bored out of his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to do a dormitory inspection. After Li Zishuan and the others left, Li Zishuan began to slowly go to the other dormitories to visit. When he was in high school, he was often visited by the teachers. Now that he had become the Yamacho of a big college, he began to check other people's dormitories. The speed at which one's life changes is truly unimaginable. However, with this, there would be a lot of unlucky people in Yanhuang College tonight. In the open space in front of the student dormitory, Li Tai stood in military posture with his head held high and his chest out. His body didn't move, but his mouth was secretly moving. He said, "Hee hee. Ugly ox, I'll teach you to stand for an extra hour, huh? This can be considered as resolving the hatred in my heart. F***ck. We are roommates, Qingke, how can you be so unsympathetic? Who the hell is your roommate? If it weren't for you telling such vulgar stories in the middle of the night, would we be standing here now? Hey, hey, hey. Look. You Dongkai and the others have also been caught, haha. Could it be that they haven't slept yet? Huh. Isn't that Xiaoka? TSK. It's so lively tonight. Chapter 730. Ko. Why are you here? In the open space in front of the dormitory, Li Chengqian asked calmly while keeping an eye out for Li Zishuan's surprise attack. Li Ku, who was standing behind him, said gloomily, I went to bed too early last night and didn't even get to know my roommates. I'm not as sleepy as last night, so I wanted to talk to them a little more and get to know them better. In the end, I was caught by the Yamacho. Hee hee. Ku, how long did you guys stand as punishment? Li Tai interrupted. Li Ku said faintly, 1 hour. Oh. So it's only 1 hour. Li Tai was a little disappointed. Huh. Look. Another group is here. What the heck, isn't that Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg, and the others? Why were they caught too? Cheng Chumo saw another group of people in front of him and shouted excitedly. When he saw who it was, he was shocked. Pfft. Maybe some of them are washing clothes like Huayu? Sun Zifen couldn't help but laugh. Qin Huayu looked embarrassed, but Cheng Chumo said happily, hee hee. Why don't we ask them how long they stand as punishment later? If I had known, I would have gone to wash clothes just now. Damn it, when you guys leave later, I'll have to stand here for another hour. What a scam. Sun Zifen and Li Tai said disdainfully in unison, useless, I won't wash clothes even if you beat me to death. After a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan walked out of the dormitory slowly, followed by Pang Feiji. At this time, there were nearly 70 to 80 students standing upright in the open space in front of the dormitory. Li Zishuan thought angrily in his heart. There are quite a lot of students who have nothing better to do. Looks like they're starting to accept the current training volume. I can get Qin Xiong to give them more training tomorrow. Cough cough. Stop talking. Yamacho is here. Li Qingxian's lips moved slightly as he whispered to the people around him. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. The students standing there were always paying attention to the movements at the door of the dormitory. When Li Zishuan came out, basically all the students immediately stopped their little tricks and stood in a standard military posture. At ease. Li Zishuan walked to the front of the line and shouted. Swoosh. The students thought that Li Zishuan was going to show them mercy. One by one, they excitedly took a step forward, but then they heard Li Zishuan's dull voice. Does anyone still remember what the Yanhuang College Student Handbook said? What time do you have to sleep at night? This voice was obviously laced with anger, causing the students to instantly wake up. One by one, they pretended to be listless in order to avoid being called out. Cheng Chumo, tell me, what time do you have to sleep? Sometimes, the thing you don't want the most often happens. Cheng Chumo kept saying in his heart, don't call me. Don't call me, but in the end, he was called out. It was really fate. I forgot. Cheng Chumo scratched his head awkwardly and said weakly. In fact, he didn't forget at all. When the Yanhuang College Student Handbook was given to him, he took it home and never opened it again. Moreover, this guy seemed to be using it to wipe his ass. You forgot? Then you can stand for another 30 minutes later. Li Zishuan said indifferently. You. Cheng Chumo was just about to say a few words of acceptance speech, when he saw Li Zishuan's slightly dangerous eyes and decisively shut his mouth. Sun Zifen, you answer for Cheng Chumo. Sun Zifen, who was secretly laughing in his heart, immediately felt tragedy. The student handbook had so many pages, how could he spend the time to read it? Yamacho, a student's memory is not very good after leaving the bed. Can you let me go to the dormitory to recall it? After stammering for a long time, this joker finally thought of a perfect answer. Li Zishuan said angrily, you can stand for another hour later. Pfft. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he saw Li Zishuan looking over, he quickly pursed his lips and held back his laughter. In an instant, his tanned face turned red. Yamacho, I know what time it is. Just when everyone bowed their heads in silence, a voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Li Zishuan looked over and found that the person who had just spoken was Jia Jiayin, who ranked 4th in the entrance exam. Well, whether in ancient times or modern times, teachers would have a deeper impression of students with good grades. As for why this little top student was caught, don't ask. If you ask, it would be like doing laundry. Jia Jiayin, then you tell me. Li Zishuan said in a kind tone. He found that he was now more and more immersed in the profession of a teacher. Seeing this, most of the students in the field couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't want to work overtime like Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifen, the two unlucky people. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that lying in bed was more comfortable. Back to Yamacho, the Yanhuang College Student Handbook stipulates that the lights in the dormitory must be turned off at night, and then all students must immediately keep quiet and lie in bed. You are not allowed to walk around at will. That's 9:00 in the evening. For modern people, going to bed at this time may be a little early, but in ancient times, it was abnormal not to go to bed at this time. A prodigy was indeed a prodigy. Jia Jiayin recited the relevant regulations in the student handbook word for word, and the students couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Well. Very good. Jia Jiayin, you can go back and rest now. Remember, if you want to do laundry next time, you must finish it before night to avoid being punished again. Li Zishuan nodded and said warmly. Yes, Yamacho. Jia Jiayin saluted Li Zishuan in front of everyone's envious eyes, and then prepared to walk back to the dormitory. Perhaps he felt that Li Zishuan's attitude at the moment was not bad. He actually stopped and said, Sir, I accidentally rubbed some grass stains on my clothes today, so the clothes are more difficult to wash. I want to ask if there is a shop selling locust or bath beans in the academy. Otherwise, I will probably be punished the next time I encounter such a situation. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yamacho, we need locust. Bath beans are also okay. Jia Jiayin's words could be regarded as the hearts of most people. These students basically rarely washed clothes at home. Now that they just started, not to mention that they didn't have any skills, they didn't even have locust or bath beans. How could it be possible to wash it clean without some time? Chapter 731. After hearing Jia Jiayin's words, Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He was just wondering why these students were still washing clothes at this hour. It turned out that it was because they didn't have the help of locust to wash clothes. The earliest ancient people used plant ash as a detergent because it contained potassium carbonate, which could remove the dirt on clothes. According to Cao Gongji, silk was refined with bars as ash. It was made of pure silk, and it was made of jade. The jade in this sentence was shell ash, which contained calcium hydroxide. When mixed with plant ash, it could produce potassium hydroxide. When it was immersed in water to wash silk fabrics, it had a chemical reaction with the oil attached to the surface of silk fabrics to produce potassium soap, which could wash silk fabrics clean and bright. Later, the ancient people of the Wei and Jin dynasties began to use locust and bath beans to wash clothes. Locust could produce foam in water and had the ability to remove dirt. Later, Sun Simiao invented a new way to wash clothes. It was to wash the dirty blood on the pig's pancreas, tear off the fatty liver on it, grind it into a paste, add soybean powder and spices, mix it evenly, and dry it in a ventilated place to become bath beans that could remove dirt from clothes. Alright, I got it. However, the military training is a special period, and the conditions will naturally be more difficult. You don't have to pay too much attention to it, as long as the clothes don't smell. After the military training, the academy will have everything that should be available. Li Zishuan said lightly. When the academy was first built, there was indeed some space left for shops, but he had been too busy and didn't have time to attract investment, so there was basically no place to spend money in the academy except for the cafeteria. As for whether to make soap or not, it depended on whether he was in the mood. Yes, Yamacho. I understand. Jia Jiayin cupped his hands and walked towards the dormitory. Li Zishuan nodded secretly in his heart. He thought that although this child looked a bit fierce, his temperament and knowledge were not bad. Men, in the end, still relied on talent and knowledge. In ancient times, there were many famous people who were ugly but eventually became successful. Attention! After Jia Jiayin left, Li Zishuan shouted loudly and then said, "Start to stand in military posture. Pang Feiji, you supervise them. If anyone's actions are not standard or secretly lazy, give them extra time. Do you understand?" Pang Feiji wiped the sweat off his forehead. There was a crown prince and 2 princes here. But Li Zishuan asked him to spy on them. Wasn't this asking for his life? Yes. I understand now. Under Li Zishuan's pressure, Pang Feiji quickly agreed. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and said, From tomorrow night onwards, you and the other instructors must check the dormitories one by one. If you find anyone who has violated the rules, you will be punished the same way as today. You are not allowed to sleep until midnight, do you understand? Yes. Yamacho. Pang Feiji felt bitter. They were actually quite tired as instructors during the day, but now that they were writing, they had less time to rest. Thousands of miles away, in Wanation, on the Mupan mountain outside Fanio city. Prince, the king of Wanation has sent an envoy. He is now outside the camp. Do you want to see him? In the main tent, Li Xiaogong was looking at the map on the table when a messenger suddenly came in and bowed. Li Xiaogong raised his head and said lightly, "Let him in." Yes. After a while, a short man in Wanation clothes came in and bowed to Li Xiaogong. "Yoko Ono greets your highness." This sentence was spoken in extremely pure Mandarin with a Guangzhong accent. Li Xiaogong raised his eyebrows and said, "You can speak Mandarin?" Yoko Ono bowed slightly and said, "The culture of the Central Plains is extensive and profound. The entire Neon nation admires it. I have studied in the Central Plains for a period of time under the influence of my late father, so I can speak some Chinese." In 607 AD, the first government mission sent by Japan to China's Sui dynasty finally arrived in Luoyang. The leader of the mission was Yoko Ono's father, Yoko Ono. In 609 AD, Yoko Ono came to China again to send the Sui dynasty's envoy back to China. She also brought a group of overseas students and monks. At that time, Yoko Ono was also among them. Therefore, Yoko Ono knew the culture of the Central Plains very well. Li Xiaogong nodded slightly. He felt more comfortable talking to a Wanation person who could speak Mandarin. After a while, he asked, "Why did the Queen of the Ancient Kingdom send you here? Why didn't she come to see me personally?" Arrogant. It could be said that Li Xiaogong's attitude was extremely arrogant. However, Yoko Ono's expression only changed slightly, and she did not dare to refute. "Your Highness, Her Majesty's body is not in good condition, so it is inconvenient for her to leave the palace. I hope your highness can understand. Yoko Ono said slowly. Humph. Inconvenient for her to leave the palace? Does she want me to enter the city personally to see her? When Li Xiaogong heard this, he glared and said angrily. Yoko Ono immediately put on a fearful expression and bowed down. Your Highness, please forgive me. Her Majesty is already old, and her body is not in good condition recently. She really can't leave the palace. Old? How old is she? Li Xiaogong asked a very rude question, but who asked him to have a strong army? Those with strength are the boss everywhere. A weak country has no diplomacy, while a strong country has hegemony. This was a principle that would work in any era. Yoko Ono's face turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, Your Highness, Her Majesty is already 70 years old this year. 60 years old, 70 years old is rare since ancient times. Li Xiaogong actually did not know the age of the Wanatian queen. When he heard this, he was surprised and said, Oh. So that's how it is. It seems that the queen of the ancient kingdom really wants me to enter the city to see her. When Yoko Ono heard this, she was indescribably excited. However, on the surface, she smiled and said, When I came down, Her Majesty said that if your Highness is willing to enter the palace to see her, you will receive the grandest welcome from the Wanatian. Golden beauties, at that time, your Highness will definitely enjoy endlessly. Bastard! Li Xiaogong slammed the table and said angrily, Lowly woman, how dare you use her to charm me? Yes, yes, yes. I said something wrong, your Highness, please forgive me. Yoko Ono was very angry, but in fact, she was constantly slapping herself in the face to beg for Li Xiaogong's forgiveness. Humph. Since the queen of the ancient kingdom wants to see me, then I will enter the city. It just so happens that I also have something to tell her. Li Xiaogong snorted and said. Yoko Ono was overjoyed, but Li Xiao was shocked and quickly said, Your Highness, please don't. If there is an ambush in the Wanatian imperial city and you meet with any accident, I will die 1,000 times. Chapter 732. This little general is wrong. His Majesty sincerely invited your Highness into the city as a guest. Why would he launch a sneak attack? Li Xiao's words immediately attracted Yoko Ono's rebuttal. Li Xiao coldly replied, Who doesn't know that the Japanese are treacherous and cunning? You keep saying that Tang Empire is the best country in the world, but you still dare to attack us. Who knows if you have set up an ambush in the imperial city? You. Faced with such humiliating words, Yoko Ono was so angry that his ears turned red. However, he knew where he was and what kind of situation his country was in. He suppressed his anger and said to Li Xiaogong, Your Highness, Your Highness. Your Highness, please understand. The Wu imperial court is absolutely loyal to the great Tang. The previous lord of Sichuan County had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. His Majesty has already ordered his family to be imprisoned. My lord only wishes to discuss this with your Highness in person so that your Highness' misunderstanding of the Wu nation can be resolved as soon as possible. Humph. What a hypocrite. That's enough. That's enough. This prince has made up his mind. Li Xiao, listen to my orders. Li Xiao wanted to say more, but Li Xiaogong waved his hand and interrupted him. But your Highness, Li Xiaogong faintly grunted, but it was as if he had the strength of 1,000 pounds, causing Li Xiao to swallow the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. This general is here. I order you to stay in the camp. The soldiers of the 3 armies are under your command. If this prince does not return before dawn, speaking till here, Li Xiaogong indifferently glanced at Yoko Ono. His gaze seemed to have an intense penetrating power, piercing straight into Yoko Ono's heart. His tone was calm, but within the calmness was a dense killing intent. If this prince does not return before dawn, tomorrow, you will have the army at sea bring the fleet back to Chang'an. Then, you will lead 12,000 soldiers to attack the city. Everyone in Feiniao City, regardless of whether they are old or weak, women or children, will be killed. Yoko Ono felt a chill run down his spine. His back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. This general obeys. Li Shao clasped his fist and shouted. Then, he glared at Yoko Ono with his red eyes. Your Highness. It's not safe for you to be alone. If you don't mind, why don't you let me accompany you? At this moment, an iron tower-like man with a curly beard walked in from outside the tent. Standing together, Yoko Ono only reached the man's waist, just like a child. The curly-bearded man was the curly-bearded guest. It couldn't be said that he was lying outside the tent to eavesdrop. For a martial arts expert of his level, his 5 senses were 10 times sharper than an ordinary person. In addition, the soundproofing of the tent wasn't good. Therefore, the conversation between Li Shaogong and Yoko Ono was clearly heard by the bearded guest. Ha! Since Zhong Jian is willing to go with us, that's for the best. Li Shaogong chuckled. He wasn't a hothead who blindly liked to fight. He was very clear about the mission he had on his shoulders. Naturally, he was willing to bring along this expert with him. As for Yoko Ono, she was already scared out of her wits. She didn't dare to refute, nor did she have the ability to refute. Li Shaogong said a few more words and then brought the curly-bearded guest out of the tent. He mounted the horse and headed for the Wei nation's imperial city, Feiniao capital. As for where the horse came from, it was obviously a spoil of war that he seized along the way. Although ordinary people didn't know that the Tang dynasty's prince was going to enter the imperial city to have a face-to-face talk with Emperor Tuigu, the Wei nation's upper echelons of officials knew about it the moment Li Shaogong and the curly-bearded guest entered the city. In a manor in the west of Feiniao capital, there were pavilions, terraces, and ponds. The design of the manor was very similar to the Tang dynasty's gardens. In an elegant attic, Su Wei was kneeling in front of the window. He was seriously wiping a Japanese sword. It could be seen that the shape of the Japanese sword was 60 to 70% similar to the Mo sword of the Central Plains. The body of the sword reflected the candlelight on his face, making his face look extremely cold. Is the news true? Su Wei asked indifferently. It's absolutely true. Behind Su Wei, a man in a black robe was kneeling. The man's head was covered with a wide hat, preventing others from seeing his face. Humph. This Tang dynasty's prince has really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. He dares to enter the imperial city with just 2 people. A trace of anger flashed across Su Wei's face. He was mainly angry that Li Shaogong, as a prince of a country, didn't play by the rules and dared to take the risk alone. A few hours ago, he had boasted in the imperial court that if Li Shaogong dared to come to Feiniao capital, he would crawl to the imperial court in the future. But now, it was simply a slap in the face. The man in the black robe knelt on the ground and didn't answer. The attic fell into silence. After a long while, Su Wei snorted angrily. No! We can't let the prince of the Tang dynasty leave the city alive. Naoju, go find a chance to kill him. After killing him, the Tang dynasty's army will be leaderless and will definitely panic. At that time, the provisions and supplies on the thousands of ships will all belong to the Su Wei family. The man in the black robe didn't immediately agree. He actually replied indifferently, the prince of the Tang dynasty is an expert. I'm not sure. Su Wei was furious. He stood up and pointed at the man in the black robe. Bastard! If you don't want to go, just say that you don't want to go. Why are you looking for excuses? Don't forget who was the one who saved your dog life back then. If it weren't for me, you would have died in my father's hands. From the moment I saved you, you were just a dog in my hands. You had to bite whoever I told you to bite. Do you understand? The black-robed man's body clearly paused. From the blue veins on his hands, one could still see the anger in his heart. After a long while, he said in a calm voice, "I'll help you kill this person, and you give me back my freedom. Otherwise, except for me, no one in the Wu nation can kill the prince of the Tang dynasty. Are you negotiating with me?" Su Wei pointed at his nose with a stunned expression. The man in the black robe was silent. It was a tacit agreement. "You son of a bitch. Who gave you the guts to talk about conditions with me, Su Mo?" Su Wei scolded angrily and kicked the man in the black robe. As a result, it was as if he kicked a big mountain. His toes immediately felt a sharp pain, but the man in the black robe knelt in the same place and didn't move. "I have already repaid you a lot for saving my life. Master, don't push your luck," the man in the black robe still said without raising his head. "Good. Very good." Su Wei took 2 deep breaths and then said, "I'll do as you say. If you kill the prince of the Tang dynasty tonight, I will immediately give you back your freedom. From now on, my family will have nothing to do with you. Get out of here." Chapter 733. With a creak, the black-robed man walked out of the attic. Judging from his light footsteps, he was still very happy. "Mother of the river, I will soon be able to fly away with you and leave Japan. You must wait for me," the black-robed man thought silently in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. In the attic, the angry Su Wei was crazily smashing things. As he smashed, he scolded, "You are just *** king dog. How dare you negotiate with me? Good. Very good. After this, I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Master, this man is too arrogant. Do you want me to bring people to kill him?" A man wearing a warrior's uniform carefully bowed behind Su Wuxia and said, "You? If you could beat him, I would have asked you to kill him long ago. Why wait until now?" Su Wei was even angrier when he heard this. He casually took a teacup and smashed it on the man's head. With a bang, the man's head was instantly broken and bleeding. "Trash. The family has trained you for so many years, but all of you combined can't even beat one Eastern Han Jiju. What a bunch of trash." Su Wuxia was still not satisfied. He stepped forward and started punching and kicking while cursing with vulgarities. "Back then, Eastern Han Jiju forcefully took my sister. My father gathered the top 10 experts of Japan to kill him. If I didn't see that he was strong in martial arts and secretly saved him, he would have long become a lonely ghost. Now that my father is dead, this dog thinks that no one can control him. How dare he negotiate with me? Humph. Go and bring my sister to my room." At this point, the expression on Su Wei's face suddenly became a little perverted. And with his description, the identity of the black-robed man was obvious. He was the assassin that Su Wei sent to assassinate Emperor Chongjun, the top expert of Japan, Eastern Han Jiju. In August 587 AD, China was in the 7th year of Sui Kaihuang at that time. Su Wei supported the prince of the Bo's tribe to ascend the throne, and he became Emperor Chongjun. At that time, Kitahime, the current Empress Dowager, became the Empress Dowager. 591, 4th year of Emperor Chongjun discussed with his officials. In order to recover the lost land of Renna, he sent 20,000 troops to Zuzi and an envoy to Xinlua. At this moment, all the political power was in the hands of Su Wei, which made Emperor Chongjun unhappy. In 592, 5th year of Emperor Chongjun, in October, someone presented a pig to Emperor Chongjun. Emperor Chongjun pointed at the pig and said, "One day, I will chop off the head of the pig and kill the people I hate." He then gathered a large army. From Heavenly Emperor Chongjun's words, Su Wuma knew that Heavenly Emperor Chongjun was determined to kill him. In the 11th month of the same year, Suo Ma Zi sent an assassin to assassinate Emperor Chongjun. After that, Naoju of the Eastern Han raped Suo Ma's daughter, who was as beautiful as a flower and was known as the #1 beauty in Neon. Furious, Su Wuma gathered the top 10 experts to kill East Han Jiju. Everyone thought that East Han Jiju was dead. No one would have thought that Suo Ma's son, Suo Ma's brother, would actually save the enemy of the Suo family. No one would have thought that East Han Jiju would develop true feelings for Suo Ma. However, East Han Jiju would never have expected that his sweetheart had already been killed by someone. At that time, the Neon people were so perverted. In fact, in ancient Neon, marriage between close relatives was very common. From the emperor to the commoners, marriage between brothers and sisters of different mothers was very common. This could be seen in the historical records. There were even cases of brothers and sisters of the same mother marrying each other. At that time, brothers and sisters of different mothers were able to naturally get married or have relations with each other because they did not live in the same family. The sense of closeness between them was very weak or even non-existent. There was also no concept of kinship. It was often difficult to determine the father, and the family system was not perfect. According to the historical records, after the death of the 19th emperor of Neon, according to the rules, the crown prince, Prince Muley no Kei, inherited the throne. However, before he ascended the throne, he fell in love with his sister from the same mother. He had an affair with her. In the dead of the night, he visited his sister and left many romantic and unrestrained love songs. One day, he had the opportunity to sneak into his sister's boudoir. He was so happy that he could not help but sing in a low voice, "If the mountain is too high, the underground pipes will be buried to water it. The sister that I secretly fell in love with, the wife that I secretly cried for behind my back, tonight, let me love to my heart's content." The love songs that the crown prince wrote were spread out and had a very bad influence among the nobles. This young lady was a famous beauty in Neon history. Many Neon history books also called her Queen of Clothing. It was probably because she liked to wear transparent and sexy clothes. In the face of such a sexy beauty, it was no wonder that her brother loved the beauty and not the country. Not to mention others, just look at the current empress of Nigu. She was the imperial concubine of Emperor Minda, and Emperor Minda was her half-brother. There was also the deceased Crown Prince Shunga. According to the records, Crown Prince Shunga's parents were half-siblings with Emperor Qin Ming as their father. The perverts of the Neon people could be seen from this. As a standard, fourth-generation emperor, the eldest brother of the mountain-back naturally had a lot of power in his hands. At this moment, in a house in the east of Fanio City, the eldest brother of the mountain-back was discussing matters with his subordinates. As one of the actual rulers of the Nigu dynasty, Crown Prince Shunga could barely be considered an emperor. Master. The commandery prince of the Tang kingdom is about to enter the palace. I think the Su family has received the news earlier than us. An old man with a goatee cupped his hands and said to the eldest brother of the mountain-back. The eldest brother of the mountain-back smiled and said, "The commandery prince of the Tang kingdom is really a hero. This time, Su Wani will probably lose face." Obviously, he thought of Su Wani's bold words in the imperial court earlier. The old man shook his head and said with a worried expression, "Master, you can't be too optimistic. We have to be careful of Su Wani's desperate actions and killing people." The eldest brother of the mountain-back was shocked and said in horror, How dare he? That's the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom." "Sir, are you worrying too much?" The old man said earnestly, "The Su family has always liked to take risks. This time, the Tang kingdom has brought a huge amount of supplies. It's hard to guarantee that Su Wani won't be tempted and take risks out of desperation. Moreover, the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom has agreed to the emperor's appointment, which can be considered a loss of face for Su Wani. This person is extremely narrow-minded and is likely to retaliate. Master, you have to be careful." Chapter 734. You're right. I'll go to the palace to meet the emperor. Koizumi Inada. Leave the mansion immediately and guard the palace gate. Once the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom leaves the palace, follow him and protect him secretly. After listening to the old man's analysis, the mountain-back elder brother nodded in agreement and then ordered his men. Yes. I'll take my men there now. Koizumi Inada responded and then turned to leave. The mountain-back elder brother stood up and saluted the old man, saying, "The emperor's health is deteriorating day by day, and the barbarians of the Su kingdom are ready to make trouble. Even if I can't be the next emperor, I can't let the barbarians of the Su kingdom disturb the court. I'll leave everything in the mansion to you, sir. I have to go to the palace now." The mountain-back elder brother was the most potential candidate for the next emperor in Neon, so he said that. The old man bowed slightly and replied, "Don't worry, master. I'll make sure the mansion is safe." The mountain-back big brother nodded his head in satisfaction and then left with his 2 personal bodyguards. It was late at night, but Faenio capital was obviously different from before. The whole city seemed to be brewing a storm. The palace was in the center of the storm and seemed particularly depressing. The palace maids and bodyguards also seemed to feel this pressure. They all walked with their heads down. Some people didn't dare to look up and talk even if they were familiar with each other. They had been in the palace for many years and were the most sensitive to changes in the atmosphere. Half an hour later, in the Neon Palace. Why did the Commandery Prince of Xianxia send troops here? In the palace, the Queen of Neon and Li Shaogong sat opposite each other. Although she was a superior existence in Neon, in front of Li Shaogong, the Commandery Prince of the Tang Kingdom who held real power, she was not stupid enough to treat Li Shaogong the same way she treated the Neon subjects. The bearded man stood behind Li Shaogong. Although his face was expressionless, his 5 senses and his legs were already in the best state of alert. As long as there was any movement in the room, he was confident that he could protect Li Shaogong and capture the Queen of Tuigu at the first moment. This was the confidence of a master who was half a step away from the great Grandmaster realm. "Queen of Neon, you can speak Chinese?" That's right, the sentence just now was indeed in Chinese. Although it wasn't accurate, it was enough to make Li Shaogong feel very surprised. Everyone in Wanation admires the culture of the Central Plains. Although I am the Queen of Wanation, I have also yearned for the Tang Empire for a long time. Therefore, if Wanation offends you in any way, I hope your Highness can forgive us on account of our admiration for the Tang Empire. Wanation will be eternally grateful. The Empress Dowager of Gu was very humble. Not only did she not refer to herself as the Empress, she even used her own name to refer to herself. It was clear that she was well aware that with the current strength of the Wa, opposing the Great Tang was no different from striking a rock with an egg. On the side, Yoko Ono's heart was in turmoil. If it weren't for the Empress Dowager asking him to listen, he would have even forgotten the Empress's real name. Li Shaogong was very satisfied with the Empress Dowager's attitude, but he didn't show it on his face. After a while, he said, "I will remember the Empress's kindness. But this time, I led the Tang Empire's fleet south for trade. On the way back, I was attacked by a group of pirates. I lost dozens of soldiers because of this. These pirates are from Wanation. What does the Empress have to say?" Although his voice was soft, there was a hint of killing intent in it. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly dropped to the freezing point. The bearded man also clenched his hands, ready to deal with the Wanations falling out at any time. The Empress Dowager's expression changed slightly. She had never heard that the Tang Empire's fleet had been attacked. Li Xiaogong's words caught her off guard. But after all, she had been on the throne for nearly 40 years and had the ability to adapt on the spot. After a long pause, she got up and bowed to Li Shaogong, then said, "After such a thing happened, as the Empress of the Wanation, Empress Dowager Ida cannot absolve herself from the blame for not governing the Wa people well. Your Highness, please tell us the specific identity of the pirates. The Wanation will do its best to help your Highness find the leader of the pirates. I only hope that your Highness will not implicate the innocent." Li Shaogong was secretly surprised. The old woman in front of him seemed to be full of wisdom. She could always make the right choice in a critical moment, and for the sake of the Wu nation, she was flexible. To tell the truth, Li Shaogong was not afraid of unreasonable people, because he believed in the strength of the Tang army. He had brought 12,000 Tang soldiers with him, and if they were ruthless, they would be invincible in the Wu nation. But in the face of the Empress Dowager, who had always been very humble, Li Shaogong was still very afraid. Of course, he knew the story of Go Jian, the king of Yu. He was very worried that the Wu nation would become the next Yu. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was old and did not have much time left. Otherwise, he would have to remind Li Er to be wary of the Wu nation. The leader of the pirates is called Nakamura Kawayu. It is said that he has been wandering in the southeast sea of the Tang Empire. In the battle that night, he was seriously injured. But he is definitely not dead. Li Shaogong stared at the Empress Dowager and replied word by word. Nakamura Kawayu? Before the Empress Dowager spoke, the big brother king next to her couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the Empress Dowager's inquiring eyes, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this person has been wanted by all the counties in the Wu nation." Later, he had nowhere to escape, so he roamed the sea and robbed merchant ships everywhere. The officers of the coastal counties received reports from merchants, but this person's whereabouts are uncertain, and the authorities have no way to catch him. The Empress Dowager heard this and said with a gloomy face, "Bastard. Such a heinous person does not deserve to be a citizen of the Wu nation. Immediately issue a decree that all the county princesses of the coastal counties should organize an arrest team in the shortest time. We must catch Nakamura Kawayu within 10 days. Yes." A guard next to her stepped forward and bowed. Yes, it was indeed a guard, not a eunuch. In ancient times, there were no eunuchs in the Wu nation. Since ancient times, Japan had also been a country with a strong warrior spirit. Many Japanese men regarded their own lifeblood as their life. That was to say, no Japanese was willing to enter the palace to be a eunuch. Even if they starved to death, they would not be a eunuch. This cut off the root of the Japanese idea of eunuchs. In addition, Japan was an island country surrounded by the sea. And the island was rich in resources, wild animals and fruits. In ancient times, the Japanese could fish for a living, hunt, and even pick wild fruits in the forest for a living. Even if they did not surrender to the imperial court, they would not starve to death. Therefore, due to the geographical environment and rich economic crops in ancient Japan, the Japanese would not be forced to enter the palace to be eunuchs. Chapter 735. Your Highness, this is indeed Wu nation's fault, but please give us 10 days. If we can't hand Nakamura Yu over to you after 10 days, the Ida division and the entire Wu nation are willing to accept any punishment. After the guards left, the Empress of the Wu nation bowed slightly to Li Shaogong and said. Li Shaogong shook his head without thinking and said, "I have the Emperor's order, so I can't stay in Wu nation for 10 days. I will return to Chang'an tomorrow." The Empress of the Wu nation was stunned. She seemed to be caught off guard by this result. After a moment of thought, she said, "No matter what, Wu nation has caused the Tang Empire to suffer losses. The Ida division is willing to take out 1,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver as compensation. After we catch Nakamura Yu and the rest, the Ida division will send an envoy to Chang'an for your Highness to deal with. What do you think, Your Highness?" Li Shaogong couldn't help but hold his breath. Wu nation was really rich. What did the Tang Empire lack now? What it lacked the most was, of course, silver and brass. The Tang Empire's territory was vast, but the exploration and mining technology of gold, silver, and copper were not good. Therefore, the country's annual silver production was only about 15,000 taels of silver. Yes, you heard right, 15,000 taels of silver. This 15,000 taels of newly refined silver, together with the silver that local officials plundered from the people and offered to the emperor, and sometimes the provinces and prefectures would turn the taxes into silver and send it to the capital. The silver was usually cast into rectangular silver collars, 1 foot long and 2 inches wide. Most of the silver collars were 50 taels of silver. The collars had to be engraved or written with the weight, color, origin of the silver, the name, official position, year of the tribute, and so on. Therefore, silver was not a currency in the Tang Empire. Thinking about the later dynasties, those corrupt officials would embezzle tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. For example, Yan Song of the Ming dynasty embezzled 30,000 taels of gold and 2 million taels of silver. He Shun of the Qing dynasty embezzled 800 million taels of silver. It was more than 10 years of the imperial court's income. Compared to these corrupt officials, the Tang dynasty's silver reserves were really weak. There was also brass. In the past few years, Great Tang had been recuperating, and the country was flourishing. The lives of the commoners had improved, and the demand for copper coins had increased. However, there were only so many copper mines that the imperial court had discovered, and there was no such thing as jiaozi or baozi banknotes. Thus, in the past 2 years, Great Tang had already experienced a shortage of money. At the very least, the Great Tang didn't dare to play around like this when the Nation casually took out 1,000 jin of brass, 10,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver. After capturing Nakamura Kawa Yudo, he must be personally escorted to Chang and by someone of sufficient status. In this way, I can pretend that nothing happened. Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment before looking at the Empress and saying flatly, "Don't worry." How greedy! The bearded man couldn't help but look at Li Xiaogong in surprise. This was what it meant to be greedy. 10,000 kilograms of brass, if brought back to Chang'an, would definitely be enough to solve the current shortage of money in the imperial court. The big brother on the mountain's back pursed his lips and clenched his fists. Even though he belonged to the conservative faction of the Nation, he couldn't help but feel a little angry at Li Xiaogong's greedy demand. The Empress's eyes narrowed, and then she clenched her teeth and said, "Your Highness, this 10,000 kilograms of brass is really, say no more." Li Xiaogong waved his hand and interrupted her. "There's no room for discussion. Queen, do you know that the 20 soldiers who died in battle were the bravest soldiers of Great Tang, and those innocent sailors? Now, they are all buried in the sea, and not even their bones are left. Before I set out to sea, His Majesty once told me, if there are any invaders, I will use all my strength to wipe them out. The Wu people have killed the soldiers and people of the Great Tang. Logically speaking, this king should have sent soldiers to attack them, but out of consideration for Her Majesty's devotion to the Great Tang, this king decided to give them a chance. Don't try to bargain." Li Xiaogong's arrogance was vividly displayed at this moment. A weak country has no diplomacy, and a strong country has hegemony. This sentence was also vividly displayed at this moment. The Empress closed her eyes. After a long while, she sighed and said, "Okay. I'll do as you say. But the amount of brass and silver is huge. Please give me 2 more days." She weighed and struggled in her heart for a long time before she agreed to this humiliating condition. Li Xiaogong said lightly, 2 days is too long. You must prepare 10,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver by noon tomorrow. The Empress clenched her teeth and said after a while, "Okay. I'll try my best." Li Xiaogong didn't think that she was disobedient. He looked around and said, "Then I wonder who the Empress is going to send to escort Nakamura Kawa?" The Empress thought for a moment and said, "This matter is of great importance. Emida wants to stay until tomorrow's court, Your Majesty. I'm willing to escort Nakamura Kawa to Great Tang." The Empress originally wanted to let the officials discuss this matter in the morning court tomorrow, but before she finished speaking, the eldest brother of the mountainback stepped forward and bowed, "I've admired Great Tang for a long time. This time I go to Great Tang to broaden my knowledge. When I come back, I can serve the Nation and share the worries of Your Majesty." The Empress raised her eyebrows, and her face suddenly became ugly. Obviously, she didn't want the eldest brother of the mountain back to Great Tang. Li Shaogong narrowed his eyes and looked at the eldest brother of the mountain back. Then he said, "Who are you that I mentioned before?" The eldest brother of the mountain back didn't show anger because of Li Shaogong's contempt. He cupped his hands and replied, "I'm the eldest brother of the mountain back. The current imperial court's purple crown prince is Crown Prince Xianxia. I wonder if the prince can give me this opportunity?" Previously, Crown Prince Xianxia divided the officials into 12 ranks and differentiated them by the color of the crown. That is, Great Virtue, Shao Virtue, De Run, Shao Run, De Li, Shao Li, De Xian, Shao Xian, De Yi, Shao Yi, De Ji, Shao Ji, De Ji, Shao Ji, De Ji, Shao Ji, etc. Each rank uses the same color to make the crown. The purple crown is the first rank. Crown Prince Xianxia. Li Shaogong whispered in his heart. He had heard a lot about Crown Prince Xianxia's deeds from the bearded man on the ship. He knew that this person's reputation in Wan Nation was great. It was basically equivalent to Li Er's reputation in Great Tang. So, he nodded and said, "Haha. Good. It's you. Since the matter has been discussed, then the prince will leave." After that, he stood up and prepared to leave with the bearded man without hesitation. The empress and the eldest brother of the mountain back cupped their hands and said goodbye. Out of the palace gate, Yoko Ono stepped forward and smiled flatteringly, "Prince, this way please. His Majesty has prepared a carriage for you. It's late now. You too must be tired. You can rest in the carriage for a while." Li Shaogong thought for a moment and nodded, "Lead the way." "Yes, yes, yes." Chapter 736. In front of the Wan Nation Imperial Palace. Li Shaogong and the bearded man boarded the carriage. Yoko Ono signaled the coachman to speed up the carriage while she rode a horse and followed behind Li Shaogong and the others. At the same time, dozens of black shadows rushed out from the bushes outside the palace gate and carefully followed behind the carriage. The undercurrent was turbulent. The power hidden in the deepest part of Fainio capital finally began to surge. All the forces began to appear. In the carriage, Li Shaogong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes without warning. He felt that something was wrong, mainly because it was too quiet outside. It was so quiet that only the sound of the carriage wheels rubbing against the ground could be heard. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. There must be something wrong. Li Shaogong, who had experienced many battles, first felt that he was ambushed. However, when he opened the curtains and looked outside, he was surrounded by wide and open streets. There was no way for an ambush in this kind of terrain. Moreover, this place was close to the Wan Nation Imperial Palace. Unless it was the Wan Nation Queen's order, who would dare to touch him here? All the facts proved that he was overthinking things. There was no ambush within a radius of 100 meters, and no one would dare to ambush him in this place. However, Li Shaogong did not let down his guard. This was because in his many years of battle experience, this faintly discernible sense of danger had pulled him back from the brink of death countless times. Although this feeling had been wrong many times, when it came to matters of life and death, he could not afford to be careless. Therefore, at this moment, Li Shaogong had already picked up the sword that was leaning against the carriage wall. Then, he closed his eyes and began to use his keen perception to sense the hidden danger around him. "Hey! Gentlemen, please make way. Make way, ah! This is the night incense I just collected." At this moment, a handcart came in front of the carriage. There were wooden buckets on the cart, and the stench could be smelled from afar. The man pulling the cart shouted loudly as he pulled the cart over. "Baka! Night incense! Get out of here! Wretch!" The guards around the horse carriage couldn't help but scold him. In China, the ancient latrines did not have a sewer system or an automatic flushing system. They used a wooden bucket to hold feces, also known as a toilet bowl, which needed to be emptied after it was filled. Therefore, there would be people who would go to each house in the middle of the night to collect the feces in the toilets of each house. Pouring night fragrance referred to the dumping of feces. At this time, the Wu nation was very similar to the Great Tang in that they also had the job of selling night incense. Moreover, other than the patrolling soldiers and the night watchmen, the only people who dared to wander around outside at this hour were the night incense sellers. Hey, hey, hey! Please forgive me. Please forgive me. The man hurriedly bowed to the officer. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the moment he bowed, the handcart carrying the night fragrance tilted towards the carriage. The wooden barrel on the handcart crashed and fell in front of Li Xiaogong's carriage. Blurg. Baka. What are you doing? Do you know who is sitting in the carriage? Baka. Blurg. Yoko Ono pinched her nose and rode to the side of the carriage. She roared at the night incense seller. Looking at the puddles of yellow and white substance on the ground, Yoko Ono could not help but feel nauseous. She hurriedly ran to the side, squatted down, and vomited to her heart's content. Just as Yoko Ono squatted down and the other Japanese soldiers covered their nostrils and bent down, a cold light tore through the night and suddenly appeared in the world. Almost in an instant, it reaped dozens of lives. Following that, a Japanese sword seemed to have fallen from the sky and directly stabbed into the carriage from outside the carriage window. Baka. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Someone attacked the county king of Tang Empire. Yoko Ono was lucky enough to escape a calamity. But even so, a large piece of his scalp was scraped off by the assassin's sword. At this moment, his entire head was covered in blood. It was extremely terrifying, as if he was a demon that just escaped from hell. After realizing the assassin's target, Yoko Ono was scared out of his wits. If something happened to Li Xiaogong in front of him, not only would he lose his life, his entire family would be implicated. Furthermore, it was very likely that he would be sent to the Tang Empire as a sacrifice for the Tang Emperor to vent his anger. After understanding the serious consequences, Yoko Ono shouted for help as he picked up the other fallen swords on the ground and slashed at the assassin. Of course, he was very scared. After all, he was good at literature and not fighting martial arts. But even if he was scared, Yoko Ono still raised his sword. This was because he wanted to defend the honor of the Ono family. At this moment, he felt that even if he died in a battle, it would be worth it. Inside the carriage. When Li Xiaogong heard the sound of the sword piercing into flesh, he was already on full alert. At this moment, 2/3 of the sword had already entered the carriage, and Li Xiaogong's neck was less than 2 inches away from the sword. The crisis at that time could be seen from this. How dare you? This king has been waiting for you for a long time. Li Xiaogong was not afraid at all. After all, he was a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. He laughed loudly and then pulled out the long sword beside him. The sword chi caused the carriage to become unstable. Then, Li Xiaogong shouted loudly and the sealed carriage suddenly broke apart. Li Xiaogong was like a god. He stood at the bottom of the carriage. The aura and strength of a Grandmaster Peak expert was completely revealed at this moment. Grandmaster Peak? How is this possible? The black-robed assassin was stunned when he felt the violent true energy on Li Xiaogong. He mumbled softly. In his opinion, as a duke, Li Xiaogong must have lived like a prince. Even if he knew martial arts, he would not be that good. At most, he would be around the Qi transformation realm. Even if he had entered the Grandmaster realm, he would have a way to deal with him. But at this moment, the black-robed assassin realized that he was wrong. In fact, he was very wrong because he realized that Li Xiaogong was actually a martial Dao expert who was above him. Clang! After Li Xiaogong saw the black-robed assassin's figure clearly, he raised his sword and slashed at the black-robed assassin without hesitation. I didn't expect there to be someone so ignorant. Today is a good day for me to exercise my muscles. At the same time, in another carriage, the bearded man hugged his long sword and laughed loudly. Then, he also pulled out his long sword and joined the battle. Another Grandmaster peak? No, this person is half a step to Grandmaster. After some speculation, the black-robed assassin suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He had to think of a way to escape. Otherwise, he would definitely die here if the battle continued. Chapter 737. Bam! 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 The three martial arts masters, who represented the pinnacle of martial arts in the world, had already fought for dozens of rounds on this street. The onlookers with average eyesight could not see the situation of Li Xiaogong, the bearded man, and the black-robed assassin clearly. Of course, the palace guards brought by Yoko Ono could not intervene in a battle of this level. They could only watch from the side. At the same time, the black figures who had been following Li Xiaogong's carriage were hiding outside and secretly observing the situation on the battlefield. Not only is the commandery prince of Tang an expert himself, but the man he brought along is even more terrifying. Currently, we don't need to intervene. We only need to observe the situation and wait for a good opportunity. Among the group of black figures, a voice full of energy spoke in a low voice. Yes, boss is right. I wonder who sent this black-robed assassin. His martial arts skills are so high. His strength can be ranked in the top 10 in Japan, right? Huh. I don't even need to think to know that he must have been sent by Suo-yi. But why did he only send one person over? The previous leader paused for a while and replied, under normal circumstances, with this assassin's martial arts skills, he could have done it perfectly. However, no one would have thought that the commandery prince of Tang dynasty and his man's martial arts skills would be so terrifying. However, based on my understanding of Suo-yi, he will definitely have a backup plan later. Pfft. On the battlefield, the black-robed assassin was sent flying for more than 10 steps by the bearded man's powerful stab. After stabilizing himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood and felt slightly better. Li Xiaogong and the bearded man, two experts, chased after him with their swords. The black-robed assassin sighed in his heart. Then, without thinking, he immediately flew into the distance. Ha! Want to leave? You'll have to ask the sword in my hand if it agrees. The bearded man sneered and used the long sword in his hand as a hidden weapon, stabbing toward the black-robed assassin's back. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The distance of several hundred feet was covered in an instant. The black-robed assassin felt a strong wind behind him and hurriedly turned his body to dodge. However, he couldn't dodge in time because this attack was thrown by the half-step Grandmaster-level bearded man with all his strength. With a pu sound, the bearded man's sword shot at the black-robed assassin's back finally pierced through the assassin's right shoulder blade. Ugh! The black-robed assassin let out a muffled groan, sounding extremely pained. How could Li Xiaogong and the bearded man let go of such an opportunity to capture the enemy alive? The two of them used their qinggong and approached the heavily injured black-robed assassin. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from the east side of the street. Then, a group of black-clothed masked warriors rushed towards Li Xiaogong. There were about 50 of them. When they got close to Li Xiaogong, they all drew their swords. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. Yoko Ono, what do you mean? Could it be that your queen wants me to stay in Neon? Li Xiaogong looked at Yoko Ono, whose head was covered in blood, and asked calmly. Yoko Ono's face was sullen as she hurriedly said, Your Highness, this is definitely not Her Majesty's intention. Her Majesty is absolutely clear to you and the Tang Empire. Please understand. Li Xiaogong's face darkened as he pointed at the group of black-clothed warriors who were only 10 steps away from them. He said angrily, Then who are they? Neon two-faced people, I will remember this. One day, I will make you suffer the consequences of your own actions. Yoko Ono hurriedly said, Your Highness, if Her Majesty really had ill intentions towards you, she would have taken action when you were in the palace. Why wait until now? Your Highness, you might not know this, but the Neon Imperial Court is currently not united, so these people might be. In order to clear his name, this fellow didn't hesitate to expose his family's dirty linen. He even dared to say things like, the Neon Imperial Court is currently not united. Kill. Just as the two of them were talking, the black-clothed warriors from the east had already surrounded them. Without saying anything, they directly drew their swords and slashed. At this time, Li Shaogong didn't have the time to care about the black-clothed assassin's life or death. In the face of more than 50 well-trained and uniformed warriors, even if he tried his best, he wasn't confident of winning. Fortunately, there was still the bearded man beside him. The two of them picked up their weapons and took the initiative to fight. The black-clothed assassin, who was severely injured earlier, couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw this situation. Then, he prepared to take the opportunity to slip away. Li Shaogong saw this and was anxious, but he didn't have a way to satisfy both sides. In a corner not far away, Su Yi said with a gloomy face, What a piece of trash. I thought he would be very powerful, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. In the end, you still have to rely on me to clean up the mess for you. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, I would definitely kill you today. And this county king of Tang, you must also die tonight. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Li Shaogong was in a dilemma and didn't know who to deal with first, a series of footsteps came from the west behind them. Then, he saw a group of guards in black walking towards them. Your Highness, I have been ordered to help you. I hope you won't refuse. The leading guard bowed slightly to Li Shaogong. After listening to the translation, Li Shaogong nodded and thought to himself, At least I came in time. Then, he flew towards the black-clothed assassin from before. You want to leave so soon? Didn't you want to kill me? I'm right in front of you now. Come on. Kill me. Li Shaogong said calmly as he looked at the bloodied assassin in front of him with his hands behind his back. The sword on the black-clothed assassin's shoulder blade had already been pulled out. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain he had to endure when he pulled out the sword. Of course, the black-clothed assassin didn't understand a single punctuation of what Li Shaogong had just said. The furthest distance in the world, not life and death, but I'm standing right in front of you. You don't know what I'm talking about. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Kill me if you want, cut me if you want. The black-clothed assassin gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he spoke. Humph. I won't kill you. But I want you to live. Li Shaogong narrowed his eyes. He definitely didn't have a good impression of people who wanted to kill him. However, the black-clothed assassin was different. Li Shaogong still wanted to get some information about the mastermind behind this assassination from him. Wuxia Xianxia, who was in the corner, saw that the advantage in the field had disappeared in an instant. He couldn't help but curse, Bastard, these people must have been sent by Big Brother Shan Bei. This damn person is going against me again. I must get rid of him. Chapter 738. Bring these people back to the barracks for me. The battle didn't last for long. Although the overall strength of the 50-plus people that Su Yi sent was slightly higher than the people sent by Big Brother King on the mountain back, the other side had the dragon-bearded guest, a great expert with abnormal strength. Not to mention the 50 experts that Su Yi sent, even if he sent 100 experts, it would still be useless. As for Li Shaogong's side, he had already cut the tendons of the black-robed assassin and ordered Yoko Ono. He didn't even bring his guards to the palace, so he could only order Yoko Ono. He couldn't order the bearded guest, right? Your Highness, please hand these assassins over to His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Yoko Ono bowed and said pitifully. Li Shaogong wiped the blood-stained sword, then lightly glanced at Yoko Ono and said, "This matter might even be related to your queen. How can this king hand them over to the palace? If you don't want to die, then do as this king says." "Your Highness." At this moment, a shout came from the corner of the street. Immediately after, the mountebank's eldest brother rode a horse and rushed over with a group of guards. "Your Highness, His Majesty knew that you were attacked in the city and was deeply shocked. His Majesty sent me to express his apologies and condolences. He also asked me to investigate the culprit at all costs. Your Highness, please hand these assassins over to me. I guarantee with my head that I will definitely find the culprit." The mountebank big brother king jumped off his warhorse and then cupped his fists towards Li Shaogong with a sincere expression. Li Shaogong said expressionlessly, "Impossible. These people's identities are unknown. Furthermore, you and the Wu nation's queen might be related to them. Before I figure it out, I will definitely not hand these people over. The more than 10,000 soldiers outside the city will also not agree to hand these people over to you." The mountebank's eldest brother's expression froze. He understood the meaning behind Li Xiaogong's words. It was impossible for him to take these people away today. Otherwise, what awaited the Wu nation would be an all-out war with the Tang Empire. He couldn't bear the responsibility. "Your Highness, these assassins definitely have nothing to do with me or His Majesty. You shouldn't suspect us." However, seeing that Li Shaogong was not moved at all, he said, "How about this, Your Highness, you leave a few alive, and I will interrogate them overnight. As for the rest of the assassins, you can take them away and deal with them as you wish. If we investigate together, it will be faster than if you investigate alone, don't you think so?" Li Shaogong thought about it. It was indeed inappropriate for the imperial court's fleet to stay in Japan for long, so he nodded and said, "Okay. Then Ben Wang will believe you once more." A total of 51 assassins came tonight. 28 of them were hacked to death and 15 committed suicide by poison. There are only 8 left. Other than the one under my feet, you can choose any 2 of them. Hurry up. The big brother king glanced at the black-robed assassin at Li Xiaogong's feet. He helplessly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." A moment later, Li Shaogong and the bearded man led 6 assassins out of the city, while the mountebank elder brother led the remaining 2 assassins back to the palace. It looked like the lights of the palace tonight would be lit until tomorrow. The next day, at Yanhuang College. It was just dawn, and the wake-up bell had already rung. The students who were immersed in their dreams had no choice but to get up even if they didn't want to. "Oh. Do I have to get up so early? I'm so sleepy." Li Tai rolled over and stuck out his fat butt as he grumbled unwillingly. Although the bed in the student dormitory was a hard bed, Li Tai now felt that this hard bed was much more comfortable than the high bed and soft pillows in his prince's residence. If possible, he wanted to lie on it and sleep like this forever. I also feel so King sleepy today." Cheng Chumo sat up, rubbed his face twice, and then muttered. "Ck. It's all your fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been punished to stand so late last night." Li Tai lifted the quilt angrily and sat up to complain. Goo goo. Who knew that as soon as he sat down, his stomach would immediately protest. Ck. I'm so hungry. I still have to run later. Oh my God, what should I do? Why can't I have breakfast before running? The academy's system is too unreasonable. For the past 2 days, the little fatty hadn't eaten any meat. Those vegetables and whatnot weren't enough to satisfy his hunger at all. In addition, he had been punished to stand for so long last night and used up so much of his physical strength. It would be strange if he wasn't hungry in the morning. Qingke, it's not good to exercise after eating. Let's get up quickly and wash up. Otherwise, we'll be punished again if we're late. Li Qingxian, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, leaned on the bed railing and said, I'll get up now. 121, 121, 1234, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yanhuang College was located at the peak of the Cloud Mountain. There were no peddlers or pawns who woke up early, nor were there noisy pedestrians or merchants. In the early morning, there were only the neat and loud slogans of the students running here. Compared to the messy team at the beginning, they're starting to look more like it now. Li Zishuan had been waking up early recently. Firstly, he often came to the academy to check on the situation. Secondly, he had been waking up early to practice martial arts recently. He had been practicing the lonely wind swordsmanship that Wuxia Xianxia had taught him last time. Because he didn't deliberately pursue progress, he had only practiced to the 3rd level until now. There were a total of 9 levels, and Wuxia Xianxia had already reached the 7th level. Moreover, he found that this swordsmanship was similar to many other swordsmanship. The further one progressed, the harder it was to practice. Not only did it require a deep understanding of martial arts, but it also required some personal understanding. The two complemented each other, and only then could success come naturally. This was also the reason why Li Zishuan wasn't in a hurry to improve. More haste, less speed. As a Taoist disciple, of course he understood the principle of letting nature take its course. I heard that Jijie will be here in the afternoon, and tomorrow is the day off. It seems that these students have been having a hard time recently. Qin Xiong stood beside Li Zishuan and said with a smile. Li Zishuan was stunned. Cheng Yaojin had said that she would come to the academy to be a temporary instructor when she had time. It had been so long, and if Qin Xiong hadn't suddenly mentioned it today, he would have forgotten. Thinking about Cheng Yaojin's usual attitude, Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Last night, these little rascals were full of energy and didn't sleep in the middle of the night. This means that the amount of training is still too little. Uncle Cheng is here to give them a little challenge. Qin Xiong twirled his beard and smiled. Xiao Xian, you have to watch from the side. Don't let Jijie cause any trouble. Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, Uncle Qin, it's better for you to watch over them. I still have some other things to do these 2 days, so I'll leave them to you guys. Qin Xiong was speechless in the face of this lazy guy. Chapter 739. Huff, huff, huff. Ouch. Every time I run, I feel like I've lost half my life. When will this kind of hard life end? In the cafeteria, Li Tai was still panting heavily. He couldn't help but say this when he thought of the hardships he suffered while running, as well as the feeling of suffocation. Qin Ke, you're much stronger today than you were yesterday. Today, you ran the entire race on your own. Maybe in a few days, running 5 laps around the field will be as easy as blowing off dust for you. Li Chengqian smiled. Cheng Chumo curled his lips and mocked, Chengqian, don't be delusional. I'm afraid we'll never be able to wait for this day. Huff, huff. After saying that, Cheng Chumo took a bite of the pancake and slurped 2 mouthfuls of porridge. He was simply elated. F***ck. Cheng Chumo, you bastard. Your mouth is really F***king mean. Li Tai originally didn't want to become the kind of athlete that Cheng Chumo spoke of. However, when he heard what Cheng Chumo said, he suddenly became unhappy. Cheng Chumo said indifferently, what mean by mean? I'm just telling the truth. Qin Ke, look, you've already cultivated to the nascent soul stage now. How can it be easy to run 5 laps? Nascent soul stage? What nascent soul stage? Li Tai was a little confused. He had read A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Of course, he knew what the nascent soul stage was. However, what did this thing have to do with him? There, look. Haven't you cultivated to the nascent soul stage? It's like you have a child in your stomach. Cheng Chumo swallowed the food in his mouth, pointed at Li Tai's bulging belly with his chopsticks, and said seriously. Pft. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. When Sun Zifan heard Cheng Chumo's explanation of the nascent soul stage, he immediately spat out the rice in his mouth. After coughing for a while, Sun Zifan didn't notice Li Tai's murderous gaze. Ha ha ha. So this is only the nascent soul stage. What a joke. It's so funny. Green Sparrow, you're actually so powerful? You've already cultivated to the nascent soul stage, and I've only just reached the foundation establishment stage. Cough, cough. I was joking. It has nothing to do with me. It was Cheng Chumo who said it. As Sun Zifan spoke, he felt the surrounding air become colder. He looked up and immediately saw Li Tai's red eyes, so he quickly woke up from his excitement and lowered his head to continue eating. Cheng Chumo, just you wait. Don't let me have anything on you, or I'll kill you. Li Tai glared at Cheng Chumo bitterly, and then turned his grief into appetite and ate heartily. Late in the morning, on the playground of Yanhuang College, the students were still sweating profusely. They were practicing the straight steps and walking in formation. The chanting of slogans came one after another, and correspondingly, the heat on the playground also came in waves. The scorching sun baked not only the ground, but also the students on the ground. The students felt as if they were in a furnace. What's worse was that under such difficult conditions, they still had to do all kinds of tricky movements. It was simply terrible. The heat of the summer is really strong. It's estimated that it will be hot for a few more days. I have to prepare some ice cubes for the college. Otherwise, many students will get heatstroke. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes as he watched the students train at the side of the playground. However, this was what he thought in his heart. Everyone knew that mung bean soup was a good summer drink. It was already available in the Tang dynasty, but no one would be so extravagant as to add crushed ice to it. Hey! Why aren't you doing your military training? What are you muttering about here? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Li Zishuan turned around and saw that it was none other than Cheng Yaojin. So it's Uncle Cheng. Why are you here so early? Shouldn't you still be in the morning court? Li Zishuan was surprised. He. I, old Cheng, am here. There isn't anything important in the court today. It's just a bunch of civil officials bickering. This old man asked for leave from His Majesty, saying that I'm not feeling well. His Majesty allowed this old man to come over. Cheng Yaojin explained proudly. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself that the old man was really mischievous. He actually lied to Li Er about such a small matter. Fortunately, Li Er was an enlightened ruler who treated meritorious officials well. If it was the later dynasty, if old Cheng still dared to play like this, he would definitely be killed by the emperor for the crime of deceiving the emperor. Hey! Why don't you go and train? In the past, when you were doing business, you liked to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Now that you've opened the college, do you still want to be a hands-off Yamacho? Cheng Yaojin repeated his previous question. Li Zishuan pouted and said, Who said that I'm not training? Look at those 30-odd people over there. I'm the one training them. Excluding those who were instructors, there were still 34 people in his personal guards who were idle. These people were completely trained by Li Zishuan. Under normal circumstances, their training volume would be 5 times that of the students. If the students ran 5 laps, they would have to run 25 laps. If the students stood in military posture for half an hour, they would have to stand in military posture for more than 2 hours. Cheng Yaojin took a closer look and couldn't help but say, Isn't this just running? Why are you training them to run? Are you expecting them to be deserters in the future? It was originally a joke that Cheng Yaojin thought of, but he didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so serious. Uncle Cheng, there are many times that you can only make a comeback if you're alive. There's nothing wrong with letting them run faster than others. Besides, who said that we only run when we're running for our lives? When we're chasing the enemy, we'll naturally be able to catch up if we're faster than the enemy. Hey! You're full of nonsense. If Her Majesty hears about this, she'll give you a good beating. Anyway, Old Cheng, will never let my subordinates be deserters. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and teased. Then he looked at the students who were training under the scorching sun and said, "Second brother Qin must be tired these 2 days. Let him go home and rest. Next, I'll take over the military training of the students in the academy." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Okay. You should let Uncle Qin rest for 2 days. Then I'll leave the military training of the academy to Uncle Cheng for the next 2 days. Huh. No problem, you brat, you can rest assured. With me helping you train them, I'll definitely help you train a group of obedient students." Cheng Yaojin agreed readily, as if he was afraid that Li Zishuan wouldn't let him be the instructor if he was late. After hanging out with Cheng Chumo for a long time, Li Zishuan obviously knew what kind of character the father and son of the Cheng family were. He knew clearly in his heart, but in order to cooperate with old Cheng, he said, "Well, since that's the case, I'll gather everyone and announce that Uncle Cheng will be the temporary chief instructor." Chapter 740. Li Zishuan wanted to increase the amount of training for the students last night, but Cheng Yaojin came today. He had to admit that this old man came at the right time. After calling the students to gather under the rostrum, Li Zishuan announced that Cheng Yaojin would be the temporary chief instructor of the college. His authority was the same as Qin Xiong's, but Cheng Yaojin was only a part-time instructor. He would only be there when he was free, while Qin Xiong was there every day. Nearly a third of the students in Yanhuang College came from Chang'an or the farms around Chang'an. They had heard of Cheng Yaojin, the devil incarnate. Therefore, when Li Zishuan announced the appointment, there was a wave of cries. Clearly, many students knew that their days of hardship were coming. When Cheng Yaojin saw this, he revealed a proud smile on his face, which made him look particularly scary. "Okay, each class can rest for 15 minutes. All instructors, go to the college's conference room for a meeting. I will assign training tasks to each class." There was no such thing as an inauguration speech for Cheng Yaojin. The old man folded his hands behind his back, smiled, and instructed the students to disperse. "Damn it! Cheng Chumo, King screwed me over last night, and today you called your father over to screw me over. Are you done?" On the field, Li Tai stood on top of Cheng Chumo's head and said angrily. Cheng Chumo was now lying on the grass. "Qin, you're wrong. I didn't want my father to come, but he wanted to come himself. What can I do?" Speaking of this, Cheng Chumo was still depressed. He knew better than anyone else about his father's temperament. Once old Cheng arrived, little Cheng would be done for. This was because his father had personally said that he would take advantage of the military training period to raise his martial arts realm to the Qi transformation stage. The Qi transformation realm. It was not that Cheng Chumo had never thought about it, but he thought that he would be satisfied if he could reach the Qi transformation realm by the age of 30. Now it seemed that he would be the most miserable one in the academy in the following days. TSK. Who are you trying to fool? With your father here, your life will definitely be better, but the rest of us will be miserable. Li Tai, who did not know the inside story, curled his lips and sat down beside Cheng Chumo. Although Qin Xiong was strict, he was very methodical in his actions. However, Cheng Yaojin was different. To put it nicely, this old man had a big heart, was strict with his troops, and was not afraid of anything. To put it bluntly, this old man was heartless and had no sense of severity. When he trained people, it was as if he was playing with their lives. Cough cough, of course, he was playing with the lives of others. Ha! Qin, you'll know when the time comes. Cheng Chumo was too lazy to explain. He felt like he had nothing left to live for. Little Xian, can you help me prepare a batch of 6 feet tall wooden barrels? Cheng Yaojin asked on the way to the conference room. Li Zishuan looked at him strangely and asked curiously, 6 feet tall? Uncle Cheng, what do you need such a big wooden barrel for? 6 feet was close to 2 meters. Li Zishuan could not figure out what this old man was up to. Cheng Yaojin laughed and said softly, of course, it's for the students who don't listen to me. If anyone doesn't listen to me, I won't beat them with the military rod or make them run. I'll just put them in the barrel and close the lid for 3 days. I'll leave 2 small holes for them to breathe. I'll get someone to deliver food to them. Li Zishuan did not expect Cheng Yaojin to be so playful. He could not help but ask, isn't this just a small black room? Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips and thought for a while before saying, small black room? That's a good name. Whoever doesn't listen to me in the future will be locked in a small black room. Otherwise, if I beat them with the military rod, these soft and tender students will definitely not be able to take it. Hee. You really have a lot of ideas. These students will have to thank you properly in the future. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, you were the one who came up with this idea. Why are you putting the blame on me? All right. I'll send someone to get the craftsmen in the workshop to make a batch of large wooden barrels. Although old Cheng's idea was a little harmful, it was still a good idea. After all, the military rod was not suitable for the academy. However, where did old Cheng get such a rotten idea? In fact, this kind of punishment method of locking people in small black rooms had been circulating in the army for a long time. The specific origin was unknown. During the period of Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, Wu Meinyang introduced this method into the palace to deal with disobedient women in the palace. At that time, Li Ji's original empress, Empress Wang, had suffered such a punishment. Oh. By the way, Xiao Xian, I have another idea. Listen to it. Cheng Yaojin seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He had another idea. This old demon was eating people. He really began to mourn for these students in his heart. Uncle Cheng, please speak first. Ahem. This is just a preliminary idea of mine. Xiao Xian, you're smart. Help me perfect it. Cheng Yaojin coughed dryly and began to introduce his detailed plan. I want to select the students in the academy who have a foundation in martial arts. In addition to the usual military training with the other students, they also need to undergo additional weapons training. After all, they have a good foundation. Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched and he asked, weapons training? If they get hurt, it won't be a small matter. He did not object to Cheng Yaojin training the students who knew martial arts alone, but if they fought with real weapons, it was still very easy to get hurt. After all, weapons had no eyes. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand indifferently and said, what's a small injury to a martial artist? Xiao Xian, don't think too highly of these students. It's not good for them. Hearing old Cheng's words, Li Zishuan came to a realization. This was ancient times. In this era, students were usually willing to endure any hardship in order to learn knowledge and skills. They were not like the students in the modern era. If the teacher said a few harsh words, the children's parents would come to the school and fight the teacher to the death. Indeed, students should not be too delicate. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes. That's good. I agree with your plan. But in terms of weapons, I'll have to rely on Uncle Cheng to think of a way. Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, heh. This is a small matter. Zhuo Wei happens to have a batch of weapons that can't be cut and are about to be eliminated. I'll send someone to get some later. I'm looking for you because I have another problem. I'd like you to help me perfect it. Please speak. The old demon wanted to eat people. Li Zishuan thought for a while and decided to cooperate. Chapter 741. I'm thinking about how to pick out the students with kung fu background. If they know that I am going to give extra training to the students with kung fu background, they will definitely hide their kung fu. Cheng Yaojin's logic was quite clear. He had actually thought of this. This old man is really meticulous. About this? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and an idea came to his mind. He whispered, Uncle Cheng, I have an idea. Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up and said, Oh. What is it? Hurry up and tell this old man about it. It's like this, Uncle Cheng. In a while, 15 minutes later, all the instructors came out of the meeting room and returned to the field. All the students received a strange order almost at the same time. In order to teach students according to their aptitude, the academy has decided to select students with kung fu background and give them special treatment. They will be able to eat meat for every meal. Now, students with kung fu background can take the initiative to register and enjoy the special treatment after passing the assessment. When the students of each class heard this order, they all burst into an uproar. What? Those with kung fu background can eat meat for every meal? This is not fair. This is not fair. We are going to look for the Yamacho. Yes. This is not fair. Why can those with kung fu have meat for every meal while we can only eat vegetables? Among the students of the academy, only a small number of them knew kung fu. After all, they were scholars and there were not many people like Li Zishuan who knew both kung fu and kung fu at the same time. This is an order from the Yamacho. Those who are not convinced can go to the Yamacho's office after school. Now, listen to me obediently. With Li Zishuan supporting them from behind, the instructors were very confident. They all shouted at the students in their classes. As for Class 1, it was even simpler and more violent. What? Who is not convinced? Come out if you are not convinced. I will reason with you. Cheng Yaojin put his hands behind his back and smiled maliciously. The students in Class 1 shrunk their necks. Only idiots would be willing to stand out and fight with Cheng Yaojin. Good. Since no one had any objections, then from now on, those who had a foundation in kung fu should take the initiative to step forward and accept the award. I'm just testing you. If you pass, you'll be able to eat meat for every meal every day. Seeing that no one objected, Cheng Yaojin said. Hey. Me. Chief Instructor, do you think I can do it? Hearing that he could have meat for every meal, Sun Zifen immediately became excited. He had been eating vegetables for the past 2 days. Sun Zifen felt that even his feces had turned green. He wanted to eat meat. You are Sun Fujia's son, right? You stinking brat, you already know how to visit brothels at the age of 6. Do you think this old man doesn't know martial arts? If there's another person like him, I'll have to punish him for lying about military intelligence. Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and glared at Sun Zifen. Pfft. Sun Zifen, so you started visiting brothels when you were 6. Amazing. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Cheng Yaojin's words caused the students to burst into laughter. Sun Zifen's face turned red and he did not dare to speak anymore. Humph. How is it? What I said just now was right? Cho Nyo, your good days are here. Isn't this rule specially prepared for you? It's a pity that we can only eat vegetables for every meal. Li Tai nudged Cheng Chumo with his elbow and said angrily. Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and said, What? Qingke, you want to go? If you want to go, I'll exchange places with you. Li Tai said angrily, I've never practiced kung fu before. How can I go? I think you're purposely trying to piss me off. Sigh, there's no way to communicate. Cheng Chumo shook his head. If it was someone else who announced this order, he would definitely believe that it was a good thing. But now, no matter how stupid Cheng Chumo was, he knew that there was a conspiracy behind this. A conspiracy that would kill him without paying for it. In the short time that the two of them were whispering to each other, 4 or 5 students had already walked out from Class 1. At least 30 students from the other classes also stood out. Ching Chumo, you little bastard, why aren't you standing out? You brat, do you think I don't know if you have any kung fu foundation? Cheng Yaojin's angry roar came from the front of the line. This roar completely shattered Cheng Chumo's hopes and dreams. Oh, I'm coming, I'm coming. Cheng Chumo walked out unwillingly under the strange gazes of the surrounding students. Cheng Yaojin glared at his son fiercely but did not say anything else. Here, this is your identification. When you go to the cafeteria to eat, take this out. You can get meat dishes. You're not allowed to borrow it, or it will be confiscated forever. Cheng Yaojin gave each of them a small token and explained. Li Tai and Sun Zifen, the 2 gluttons behind, were about to drool. Alright, return to the team. Let's begin today's training. Before the training, this old man will say a few words to you. There are only 2 sentences, so listen to me clearly. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and attracted everyone's attention. Then, he raised a finger and said, first, listen to this old man and you can eat meat. Second, if you don't listen to this old man will let you suffer the harshest punishment in the world. The harshest punishment in the world? The students sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Brother Cheng, he was ruthless and didn't say much. Old Cheng was indeed much less talkative than Qin Xiong, but every word was bloody and ruthless. It made people's hearts turn cold when they heard it. Instructor, what's the harshest punishment in the world? Wang Meng scratched his head and asked. Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, you want to know? You'll know when you give it a try. No, no, no. Wang Meng hurriedly waved his hand. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to be the first person to eat crabs. Someone would die. All right. These 2 days, the main training is running and formation change. Within 2 days, you must be neat and tidy. Run 5 laps first. If your steps are not in sync, we'll continue to run. After Cheng Yaojin said that, he looked around with his eyes. Then, without giving the students any time to react, he directly shouted, attention. Look to the right. Look forward. Turn right. Start running. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Bang, 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 bang. Throughout the entire process, the students were like machines. Whatever instructions Cheng Yaojin gave, they would respond accordingly. Of course, in order to avoid running another 5 laps, everyone was concentrating to avoid making a mistake. Li Tai was especially serious. Right now, he could only run 5 laps at most. If he were to be punished, he wouldn't be able to run anymore even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 742. With Cheng Yaojin here, Qin Xiong was no longer in charge of the training. Li Zishuan had some matters to attend to, so Pang Feiji and the rest of the guards' training was handed over to Qin Xiong. Li Zishuan himself slipped away. He. Young master, you're here. Young master, come to my house for lunch. I just hunted a pheasant yesterday. The meat is very fresh. Young master, come to my house. I hunted 2 rabbits yesterday. Come to my house. I have fish. Tisk, fish is nothing. I bought 2 caddies of wild boar meat in Chang'an yesterday. Young master, why don't you try it? That's right. After Li Zishuan left the academy, he went straight to the Han family village. As soon as he entered the village, he was greeted by a group of villagers. It was less than an hour before noon, so the villagers warmly invited Li Zishuan to their houses for lunch. I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Today, I came to the manor to look for my father-in-law for some matters. I'll be having lunch there. Looking at the enthusiastic villagers, Li Zishuan smiled and rejected them one by one. Alright, alright. Disperse. With me, Han Tianhu, here, Xiao Xian will have nothing to eat in our village. Disperse. I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Unknowingly, Han Tianhu had also arrived at the entrance of the village. He smiled and persuaded the villagers around Li Zishuan. Ha! Since Han Lijing is here, let's disperse. We'll invite young master another day. Young master, you must do us the honor. My wife's cooking is very delicious. That's right. Young master, you must do us the honor. Seeing that Han Tianhu had arrived, the villagers knew that they would not be able to invite Li Zishuan today. They said a few words and dispersed. Li Zishuan agreed to their requests one by one. They were all a group of lovely and honest working people. Young master. Thank you so much for promoting my family. Everyone else left, except for Hu Hanyun. He bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and thanked him. Uncle Hu, what are you talking about? As expected, he was able to enter the academy because of his own ability. I didn't help him at all. Don't stand on ceremony. Li Zishuan quickly pulled Hu Hanyun up and said with a smile. Han Tianhu couldn't help but laugh. Little Xian, you don't know this, but Hu has really become the pride of the village. When the other villagers heard that the Hu family had a student from Yanhuang College, they were all envious. A few people have already come looking for me, asking me to quickly set up a school in the village. Now that the villagers are living better lives, they want their children to be able to study. Li Zishuan said happily, that's a good thing. Ha! It's time for our village to have a school for beginners. Taishan, hurry up and get it done. If you have any difficulties, you can find me at any time. I can also send a group of engineers from the academy to you. Han Tianhu waved his hands and said, no need, no need. The original school in the village can still be used after some slight renovations. There's no need to make it so luxurious. Hu Hanyun also said, yes, young master. We're used to living a hard life. We can't be fussy about that. To us villagers, it's already a blessing for our children to have a place to study. All right then. Li Zishuan saw that and didn't insist. He let them be. Hanyun, do you want to have a drink with little Xian in the afternoon? After talking about the school in the village, Hanli looked at Hu Hanyun and invited him. Hey! How can I do that? Hu Hanyun was quite tempted, but he refused. What's there to be embarrassed about? Let's go. Let's go. The sun is really hot. Han Tianhu said casually. Now that his son and daughter were no longer by his side, he was usually the only one at home. He was a proper, lonely old man. It was rare for Li Zishuan to visit him, so he was happy from the bottom of his heart to be able to gather a table for a feast. Hu Hanyun could see that Han Tianhu was sincerely inviting him and wasn't just being polite. He said, okay. You guys go first. I'll call my wife to help cook. Han Tianhu smiled and said, heh. That's great. Otherwise, my cooking skills won't be good. At noon, the Han family held a big banquet. Lu Yue also put in a lot of effort in cooking this meal. One had to know that Li Zishuan was not only the young master of the village, but also her son's Yamacho. She also wanted to do something to repay him. Come. Little Xian, Han Yun, let's drink. Han Tianhu raised a cup of wine and laughed heartily. Okay. Ha. To Li Zheng, to young master. The three of them raised their heads and drank the wine in their cups. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Father-in-law, I heard from Yushi that the village's harvest this year wasn't good. Recently, I've been busy with the academy. Today, I happened to have some time, so I came personally to see how the villagers are doing. Han Tianhu put down his cup and nodded solemnly. This year's harvest is indeed not good. Our village is better. First, little Xian, you've reduced the rent. Second, the villagers have other sources of income other than grain, such as the mountain fruit wine previously and eggs now. So, even if there's a decrease in grain production, it won't affect the villagers. However, the other villages aren't so lucky. Sigh, I think many poor people will starve to death in winter. The good atmosphere suddenly became a little gloomy after being said like that. Hu Hanyun comforted him and said, that can't be helped. How can young master take care of the world's citizens alone? This is something His Majesty should worry about. Besides, didn't the imperial court issue a tax reduction decree previously? The situation should be better. Sigh. Han Tianhu knew the inside story of the people. He shook his head and didn't explain further. He only sighed and poured himself a cup of wine. Li Zishuan said, His Majesty is a rare wise ruler. The lives of the world's citizens will definitely get better and better. Father-in-law, you don't have to be discouraged. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Eat, eat. Little Xian, eat more. Han Tianhu waved his hand and pointed at the dishes on the plate. Li Zishuan quickly agreed. Then, he realized that the dishes for lunch were a little strange. Scrambled eggs with cucumber, egg and tofu soup, fried eggs, stewed eggs, onions, which should be called onions at this time, scrambled eggs. The dishes on the table were most likely related to eggs. Li Zishuan wanted to ask, Father-in-law, can't you sell your eggs? Father-in-law, just make some vegetables. Why did you make so many eggs? Shouldn't you leave them for iron egg to nourish the body? Some words could be said in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the dishes on the plate and smiled bitterly at Han Tianhu. Chapter 743. Ahem. This. Han Tianhu's face turned red as he coughed dryly. Xiao Xian, don't worry about it. Eggs are the most abundant thing in the farmstead. Iron Egg has been eating a lot of eggs recently. Li Zishuan paused for a moment before asking, Father-in-law, the chickens in the village have grown up and started laying eggs, right? Generally speaking, it would only take 3 to 7 months for a hen to mature and lay eggs. Counting the days, the hundreds of thousands of chicks should have started laying eggs by now. That's right. They started laying eggs a month ago. Now, every household can get hundreds of eggs every day. Han Tianhu nodded. Li Zishuan thought for a moment before asking curiously, that's a good thing. The farmers can sell their eggs in Chang'an City. That way, they can subsidize their families. Generating income for his own farmstead was something Li Zishuan had always wanted to do. Hu Hanyun interrupted, young master, you don't know. Previously, eggs were selling quite well. At its most expensive, it could be sold for 6 copper coins each. But now, it's not easy to sell them for 2 copper coins each. The farmers are selling them for 1 copper coin each. Even so, there are still many that haven't been sold. Seeing these things spoil, everyone's heart aches. We couldn't bear to eat them before, but now, we can only eat them like vegetables. In this era, eggs were worth money to the farmers. They would sell them in the market. But now, with the Han family farmstead situation, they had to eat them even if they didn't want to. Because the eggs were stored for too long, the bacteria would invade the shell and cause it to spoil. Eggs stored at temperatures higher than 25 degrees had a higher chance of spoilage. In the summer, they could be stored at normal temperatures for 7 to 10 days. Below 15 degrees, they could be stored for 30 days. In this era, there were no refrigerators, so the eggs in the farmstead could only be stored for 7 days. Any longer and they would spoil. The price actually dropped so much? Li Zishuan opened his mouth in surprise. He had a lot of things to do all day long, so he definitely didn't have the time to understand these trivial matters of daily necessities. Therefore, he didn't know anything about the huge changes in egg prices in the past few months. Yes. Not only our village, but the neighboring plum village as well. Han Tianhu sighed. Sigh. How about this? Father-in-law, you can send a batch of eggs to the academy first. Anyway, the canteen over there consumes a lot of eggs every day. It's the same as buying other people's eggs. When the time comes, the canteen will buy them from you at the price of 2 copper coins per egg. Li Zishuan thought of an emergency plan and said. How can that be? Now, all the eggs in Chang'an City are sold at the price of 1.5 copper coins. Aren't you suffering a loss, Xiaoxian? Han Tianhu said anxiously. He knew that his son-in-law was rich, but he shouldn't spend it recklessly. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, It won't be a loss, it won't be a loss. The academy's cafeteria is not free, what loss is there? It's just that there are only 600 students in the academy at the moment. At most, we can consume 1,000 eggs a day. Hu Hanyun smiled and said, Young master, it's already good enough to sell 1,000 eggs a day. We will think of other ways. We can't let young master worry about everything, right? Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He knew that the farmers couldn't think of any good ideas. After all, they had a lot of foresight. After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan suddenly smiled excitedly and said, I have an idea. How about this, I'll send someone to get Steward Wang to arrange the purchase of eggs today. All the eggs in the farm can be sold to Steward Wang at 2 copper coins per egg. Everyone is willing to sell, if they want to. Han Tianhu was shocked and said, Xiaoxian, you can't do that. Where are you going to sell so many eggs at once? The markets around Chang'an City are all flooded with eggs. If you buy so many eggs, they will all go bad in your hands. That's right, young master. You've taken care of the farmers enough. We can't let you lose any more money. Don't say that I won't agree. Everyone in the farm would rather have all the eggs in their house go bad than agree to this. Hu Hanyun also agreed at this moment. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, you've misunderstood my intentions. I've never said that I would lose money to help the farmers. Previously, you all thought that I would lose money when I bought the mountain fruits. In the end, I made a lot of money because of the sale of the gentle village. It's the same now. Since I dared to buy so many eggs, I definitely have a better way to preserve them. When the time comes, I will definitely only make money and not lose money. Hu Hanyun was a little suspicious and said, Young master, are you serious? I, old Hu, have traveled extensively and can be considered quite knowledgeable. How come I've never heard of such a magical method? Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Uncle Hu, don't worry. You also know that I never do things that I'm not sure of. When the time comes and I make a lot of money from these eggs, the villagers won't say that I, Li Zishuan, purposely lowered the price of the eggs to make money. Hu Hanyun glared and said loudly, Let's see who dares. The chickens in our farmstead were all given to us by young master for free. These eggs were originally considered extra wealth. We should be thankful to be able to sell them for money. Young master, earning money through eggs is also your own ability. If you don't buy them, we won't be able to sell our eggs and won't be able to make a single copper coin. When the time comes, if anyone is not grateful and is jealous, I, old Hu, will be the first to fight them to the death and see if their hearts are black. Han Tianhu also stroked his beard and said, Old Hu is right. Little Xian, if you really have a way to preserve the eggs, that's also your own ability. If you rely on your own ability to earn money, no one can say anything. Moreover, we definitely don't have such a heartless and unscrupulous person in our farm who can't differentiate between right and wrong. Actually, Li Zishuan mentioned this mainly because he had seen too many similar news in his previous life. For example, someone helped the village find a good market for their farm products. The price was also higher than the price of the nearby farmer's market. Then, this person made a lot of money and built a big house in the village. In the end, many villagers said that this person was not kind and that he purposely lowered the price when he bought the farm products to make money. These people had completely forgotten that their own village gained extra income because of this person. And, that's fine. The Heavenly King's housekeeper will come tomorrow. Father-in-law, inform the people in our farm and the people in the neighboring plum village in advance. Hearing Old Hu's words, Li Zishuan also felt that he was overthinking. After all, the farmers in this era were still very simple and honest. Okay. In the afternoon, I'll go door to door and tell them to prepare the eggs tomorrow. Come, let's drink and eat, the dishes are getting cold. Chapter 744. After lunch, Li Zishuan chatted with his father-in-law under the shade of a tree in the courtyard for a while before leaving. There were still things waiting for him at the academy. He had recently discovered a strange thing. As a shut-in, he could no longer stay at home. If there was nothing going on, he would not be able to stay at home for long periods of time. This problem had troubled him for a while, but he could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He blamed it on the fact that there were no electronic products in this era, causing him to be unable to stay at home. Electronics and chemical engineering were the most important things for the academy in the future. His ultimate goal was to establish the basic science of Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan would be satisfied if he could play games on the little tyrant learning machine while he was still alive. As a successful transmigrator, Li Zishuan had money and power in this world. It might seem comfortable, but from a certain point of view, he could not even be compared to an ordinary person in the modern world. He did not even have a phone to play with. He could only blame himself for not bringing a phone with him when he transmigrated here. Hey! There's a huge grasshopper here. You guys are finished. Wow! Such a huge grasshopper. I don't want to compete with you anymore. I'm going back to the chicken farm to pick up eggs. When he reached the entrance of the village, Li Zishuan saw Dinyo and Ernyo playing with a group of children from the same village in the fields. From what they were talking about, it seemed like they were fighting grasshoppers. He smiled and walked over. The lifespan of a grasshopper was around 2 to 3 months. They could be divided into summer grasshoppers and autumn grasshoppers. The eggs of grasshoppers that survived the winter hatched into nymphs in April and May. They were called summer grasshoppers. The next generation of summer grasshoppers was called autumn grasshoppers. When autumn grasshoppers laid eggs, they were called winter grasshoppers. It was already the end of September. This group of naughty children must be playing with autumn grasshoppers. Dinyo, Ernyo, what are you guys doing? The few children were stunned. They quickly greeted Li Zishuan respectfully, "Greetings, young master." Then, Dinyo said in a muffled voice, "Young master, we were competing to see who could catch the biggest grasshopper." In the end, De Zhuang was shameless. Only now did Li Zishuan notice that there was a thick bamboo tube hanging from Dinyo's waist. He could faintly hear a dong 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 sound coming from inside. "Brat, why did you catch such a big basket of grasshoppers?" Even if it was a competition with De Zhuang, there was no need to catch so many. "It's such a hot day, aren't you afraid that something bad will happen to you?" He. Scratching his head, Dinyo awkwardly laughed, "Young master, we're not afraid of the heat. This grasshopper is for the chickens in my chicken farm to eat. My mother said that when a chicken is full, it can lay more eggs. If it lays more eggs, we can sell them for money. If we sell them for money, we can have new clothes to wear during the new year." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Dinyo thinking hard while counting his fingers. "Dinyo, why don't you let your chickens out of the chicken farm to eat the grasshopper?" Li Zishuan was too tall, so Dinyo could only raise his head and answer, "Young master, that won't do. If we let the chickens out, after they finish eating the grasshopper, they'll definitely go to the vegetable farm. Looks like there aren't many grasshoppers this year." Li Zishuan understood this information from Dinyo's words. Grasshopper, eggs, egg. There's something in here. Li Zishuan suddenly had an idea. He patted Dinyo's shoulder and said, Dinyo, don't let the chickens eat the grasshopper in the future. Tell the other children in the farmstead that if they catch grasshopper, they can send it to the Yanhuang College cafeteria. 1 caddy of grasshopper can be exchanged for 3 copper coins. Young master, you're telling the truth. Dinyo widened his eyes in disbelief. 3 copper coins for 1 caddy of grasshopper. To these children who had nothing to do all day, this was a way to make a fortune. As for the chickens in the chicken farm, even if they didn't eat the grasshopper, they would still lay eggs if they ate other insects, right? This was equivalent to earning twice the amount of money. No wonder Dinyo wasn't excited. The other children all looked at Li Zishuan expectantly, hoping to hear a definite answer from him. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can send some grasshopper to the college cafeteria today. When the time comes, we'll definitely exchange money with grasshopper. Li Zishuan said with a smile. That's right, he wanted to introduce grasshopper eating in the college in advance so that when the grasshopper plague came next year, there would be people who could fight side by side with him. Moreover, the grasshopper was rich in protein, which was also very beneficial to the human body. As for how to make the students willing to eat the grasshopper, he already had a plan in mind. Wow! Thank you, young master. The group of children cheered and immediately scattered. It seemed like they went back to call their friends to get tools to catch the grasshopper. Hey! Dinyo, come here. Li Zishuan quickly pressed on Dinyo's shoulder to prevent him from moving. Young master. Dinyo was confused. He didn't know why Li Zishuan called him. Here, I'll give you 5 copper coins. Give me your basket of grasshopper. Li Zishuan took out 5 copper coins from his pouch and handed it to Dinyo. He also didn't know why there were copper coins in his pouch. He guessed that Han Yushi put them there before he left in the morning. It's good to have a considerate wife. Dinyo looked at the bamboo basket in his hand and reacted. He quickly waved his hand and said, Young master, take the bamboo basket. I don't want your money. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Hey! This kid! Li Zishuan shook his head, then took the basket of grasshopper and walked towards Yanhuang College. Dahu, come here. In the kitchen of Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and shouted at a fat guy who was instructing people to wash vegetables. This person was the brother of Wang Eru, the head chef of Zuaxian restaurant. He was also the current head chef of Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Wang Dahu. In terms of talent in cooking, Wang Dahu was not as good as Wang Eru, but they weren't too far apart. Li Zishuan saw that this person was honest and sincere, so he called him over. Yamacho, why are you here? Hearing Li Zishuan's voice, Wang Dahu wiped his sweat and hurried over. Dahu, are you busy now? I have something for you. Li Zishuan nodded and asked softly. I'm not busy. Yamacho, if you have anything, just tell me. There were still more than 2 hours before the students' dinner time, so he wasn't very busy now. Okay, come with me. I'll teach you how to cook a dish. Li Zishuan squeezed the bamboo basket in his sleeve and said to Wang Dahu. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards a small cubicle on the side. A dish? Did Yamacho invent a new dish? Wang Dahu, who was behind him, thought to himself. Chapter 745. Dahu, go boil these locusts with boiling water. Once they're dead, wash them clean and soak them in the water. Sprinkle some salt and marinate them. Li Zishuan passed the bamboo tube to Wang Dahu and instructed him as he came to the small kitchen. Grasshopper? Yamacho, the new dish you're talking about is for me to cook grasshopper? Wang Dahu was about to reach for the bamboo tube when he suddenly realized something. He shuddered and said with a face full of fear. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said with annoyance, "That's right. This dish is deep-fried grasshopper. What's wrong? You're making a fuss over nothing." Wang Dahu was tongue-tied. He swallowed and mumbled, Yamacho, you can't eat grasshopper. You'll offend the locust god." In ancient times, due to the lack of knowledge about locusts, the probability of a locust plague was even higher. When faced with locusts that filled the sky, people said that they were formed from fish eggs. When they entered the water, they would turn into fish and shrimp. Furthermore, when the locusts covered the sky, due to fear, people called them the locust god. When a locust plague happened, the locusts would cause serious damage. Wherever they went, the trees, crops, and even the grass would be eaten clean. The farmers would not be able to harvest anything. This caused many poor people to lose their homes. They would starve to death on the streets and their corpses would be exposed in the wilderness. Even so, the people only knew how to worship the locusts. They did not dare to hunt the locusts. They allowed the locusts to eat the crops because they were afraid of the locust god's revenge. When he heard that Li Zishuan wanted to deep-fry locusts, Wang Dahu did not dare to accept Li Zishuan's order, not to mention whether these things could be eaten as a dish or not. Based on the people's reverence for the locust god, Wang Dahu did not dare to accept Li Zishuan's order. Locust god? Li Zishuan did not understand what a locust god was at first, but after some thought, he understood. He was angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. In his previous life, he heard about the story of Yao Chong, the wise prime minister, destroying the locust god. At the time, he was still grumbling about how could the ancient people be so stupid to treat locusts as gods. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he had to believe it. What kind of bullshit locust god is this? This is just a little grasshopper that will die if you step on it. Li Zishuan casually took out a grasshopper from the bamboo tube. With a pa-ji sound, the green grasshopper was immediately flattened, and yellow liquid flowed out of its body. Did you see that? If this thing was the locust god, how could it have been stomped to death by me? Have you ever seen such a weak god? Li Zishuan pointed at the crushed locusts on the ground and shouted. Wang Dahu was dumbfounded. He knew that many children liked to catch locusts for fun. Even if they died, no one would care. After all, they were children. The gods probably wouldn't blame them, but Li Zishuan wasn't a child. Seeing that Wang Dahu was still in a daze, Li Zishuan said earnestly, "Dahu, although you are not a student of Yanhuang College, you are considered half a student of Yanhuang College. As a student of Yanhuang College, you must understand that there is no god in this world. These locusts are a disaster to the crops, how can they be called gods? This is ridiculous. These things are only fit to be boiled in oil, do you understand?" Wang Dahu was stunned for a long time before he nodded and said, "I understand." Very good. Then go and do as I say." Li Zishuan could see that Wang Dahu had not completely changed his mind. He did not force him. After all, those old ideas were deeply ingrained in his heart. Without some time to digest them, he would not be able to completely abandon those old ideas. Yes. Yamacho. On the field, with Cheng Yaojin as the temporary chief instructor, the students of Yanhuang College had a particularly heavy training schedule. The students felt that today was several times more tiring than the first day of military training. Run. Run. 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-3-4. 1-2-3-4. The instructors of Yanhuang College were like shepherds with whips today, and the students were like a flock of sheep. Under the shepherds' whips, they had no choice but to run with all their might, even though they did not know when this kind of running would end. Clang 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 clang. When people were in pain, time would pass very slowly. However, no matter how slow it passed, the time that should pass would always pass. Just when everyone felt that a year had passed, the sound of the drums and gongs finally rang for the end of Yanhuang College. All the students could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They felt that if they were to train for a while longer, their entire lives would be gone. Beep beep. Gather. Cheng Yaojin whistled and roared with his strength in the Grandmaster realm. Speaking of which, this bamboo whistle was almost broken by him this afternoon. It had to be said that old Cheng's lung capacity was really big. After blowing the bamboo whistle for an entire afternoon, the students of Class 1 still felt that their eardrums were buzzing. In a dozen breaths of time, all 16 classes of Yanhuang College had gathered. This speed definitely would not have happened a few days ago. Okay, for most of the students, today's training is over, but, as soon as Cheng Yaojin said this, many students realized that something was wrong. What did he mean by most of the students? Didn't all the students' training end? Cheng Chumo's heart skipped a beat. It's coming, it's coming. The trap that the old man had set for everyone from the beginning was finally going to be revealed. The batch of students who have a foundation in martial arts that were selected in the morning, don't go eat first. Go eat after 2 hours of additional training. From now on, you will be called the special training class. In the morning, Cheng Yaojin had selected a total of 36 students who had a foundation in martial arts from more than 600 students. During lunch, these students did indeed enjoy meat that they had not eaten for a long time. Therefore, in the afternoon, except for Cheng Chumo, they were secretly glad that they had been selected by Cheng Yaojin in the morning. This way, they would be able to eat meat every meal in the future. It was really a blessing. But now, after Cheng Yaojin's words, they finally understood why there was a saying that there was no free lunch in the world. Tricks, it was all *King trick. The Academy's tricks are deep. We are going back to Chang'an City. There's actually additional training? Why? In the morning, High Duke Lu did not mention anything about additional training. Some students could not help but talk about it below. Pfft. Ha. Ugly ox, it seems that I have really wronged you. It turns out that High Duke Lu is not targeting me. Ha. The happiest person was none other than Li Tai. When the little fatty saw Cheng Chumo and Li Ku's bowls filled with meat in the afternoon, he was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But now, our Prince of Wei expressed that if he wanted to eat vegetables, then so be it. At least it was better than having to train for 2 hours. Chapter 746. Raise your hand. You can't hold the Mo sword like that. Use more strength. You're so soft. Can you chop someone to death? Think about it. What you see in front of you isn't a wooden stake, but the wolf cavalry of the north. If you don't chop them to death, they'll kill you. Look at how weak and listless you are right now. You're just like a Motherf * King Softy. You're a disgrace to our Tang Empire on the battlefield. On the sports field of Yanhuang College, most of the students had gone to eat. Only the 36 students of the special training class and Cheng Yaojin, the initiator of the special training, remained. You'll practice chopping for the next 2 days. When you can chop the wooden stake in front of you in one stroke, you can end the first phase of the special training in advance. Chop for 2 hours every day. You'll have to chop at least 500 times. Cheng Yaojin instructed the students while instructing them on how to hold the sword. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin looked at the thick wooden stake and the chipped and rusty Mo sword in their hands. They couldn't help but gulp. They suddenly felt that their future was bleak. Hey! What's wrong? Do you think that the task this old man assigned to you can't be done by ordinary people? Then watch carefully. Cheng Yaojin knew what the students were thinking when he saw the look in their eyes. Thus, he stepped forward and took the Mo sword from Cheng Chumo's hand. He twirled the Mo sword with one hand, and then the Mo sword slashed at the thick wooden stake with lightning speed. Bam! Under the stunned gazes of the students, the rusty Mo sword in Cheng Yaojin's hand was like a peerless divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It easily cut through the wooden stake from the middle. With a pang sound, the wooden stake that was cut off fell to the ground. The students could clearly see that the surface was as smooth as a mirror. This time, they were completely silent. They stole admiring gazes at Cheng Yaojin. People who practice martial arts have always worshipped the strong. In the past, they had heard of Cheng Yaojin's bravery on the battlefield. Today, they knew that Cheng Yaojin's martial arts were equally shocking. Cheng Chumo chuckled proudly because his father had shown his face in front of his classmates. As his son, he felt honored. Did you see it clearly? This old man doesn't expect you to be like me just now. You can use both hands to hold the saber. As long as you can chop the wooden stake in half, you pass. Then this old man will lead you to the next stage of training. As long as you work hard from now on, you will definitely become strong. After mingling in the imperial court for so many years, Cheng Yaojin still knew how to say a few words. In just a few words, he had made the group of youngsters in front of him agitated and their faces flushed red. I heard it. Instructor, we will definitely train well. Cheng Yaojin smiled with satisfaction and said, then let's start now. Practice chopping for 2 hours before you can go eat. Of course, the students obeyed. For a moment, the field was filled with the sound of blunt sabers colliding with wooden stakes. Cheng Yaojin held his hands behind his back and guided the students on how to hold the saber. Okay, today's special training is over. Let's go eat. Oh, right, put the saber aside. Don't take it with you. After 2 hours, the sky had gradually darkened. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly said to the students in the special training class. It was not that he did not want to train a little longer, but if he delayed any longer, the gates of Chang'an would be closed and he would not be able to go back. Oh. School is finally over. Phew. Let's eat, let's eat. The students let out cheers of relief. Cheng Chumo looked at Cheng Yaojin and said, Dad, do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat? The food here is delicious. It's not inferior to the Zuaitian restaurant. Although this guy was afraid of Cheng Yaojin, filial piety was not to be disobeyed. As a son, he still had to be filial. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and said, no need. I still have to go back. Cho Nyo, ask a few people to move these sabers into the building. I'll be leaving first. Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. He did not expect that instead of sucking up to his father, he would get himself into trouble. Damn it. Virgo, I'll help you move them. Hee hee. Yuchi Baolin laughed heartily. Ha. Good brother. Let's go. Let's go eat when we're done. Phew. Finally, we can eat. I wonder what's left. Please don't run out of meat. 15 minutes later, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin arrived at the cafeteria. Cheng Chumo rubbed his stomach and thought gloomily. At this time, the cafeteria was almost empty except for the students from the special training class who had just arrived. Sadly, they were the last two to arrive at the cafeteria. Yo! You're from the special training class. The waiter was about to get off work when he saw Cheng Chumo coming and saw the sign hanging on Cheng Chumo's body. He quickly greeted him with a smile. Hey, is there any more meat? I want 2 portions of braised pork, 1 portion of lion's head, and 2 portions of rice. Cheng Chumo nodded his head and said to the person who brought the food. There was enough meat and rice. This was Cheng Chumo's only consolation. Student, I don't have any more lion's head. I only have 2 portions of braised pork and dongpa meat left. The waiter said apologetically. Cheng Chumo's eyes widened. Sure enough, the thing that worried him the most had happened. In this situation, he could only eat 1 portion of braised pork and 1 portion of dongpa meat. He wanted 2 portions of each, but then what would Baolin eat? He could not do that. Then give me 1 portion of braised pork and... What's this dish? Why haven't I seen it before? Chengchumo began to order helplessly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a bowl of something golden near the window. He quickly asked. This is the new dish that our manager came up with today. It's called flying yellow, locusts, Tengda. This is not for sale yet. It's only a trial today. It will only be sold tomorrow. Hey, flying yellow, meteoric success, this is a good name. Give me 1 portion, quick. The locusts were wrapped in eggs and flour. They were fried until they were golden yellow and tender. They looked so delicious. The more Chengchumo looked at them, the more he wanted to eat them. But what? Do you see? I'm a student of the special training class. According to the rules, I can eat whatever I want in this cafeteria. Do you understand? Oh, right, what is this flying yellow, meteoric success, made of? It looks like it's fried with some kind of meat. Chengchumo glanced at the golden delicacy but could not figure out what it was. He could only ask. This is a secret. Our chef said not to tell anyone. Tisk. Why are you being so secretive? I don't want to know. Quick, give me my food. Chengchumo pursed his lips and said. Chapter 747. Oh. Delicious, so King delicious. In the Yanhuang College cafeteria, Chengchumo tried a taste. As soon as the crisp and soft, meteoric success entered his mouth was instantly filled with the aroma of eggs and meat, as well as a tinge of numbness. This was the effect of the Sichuan pepper. Chengchumo couldn't help but open his eyes wide and exclaim how delicious it was. He couldn't stop at all. The Sichuan pepper originated in the Midwest of China. It was originally used as incense to worship the gods. It was recorded in the Book of Songs, Chen Feng, Song of the East Gate. The Sichuan pepper was a custom in the Han Dynasty. During the Three Kingdoms period, the Sichuan pepper began to be used as a condiment. Gulp. Seeing how much Chengchumo enjoyed it, Baolin couldn't help but gulp and say, "Ugly ox, is this meteoric success really that delicious?" Yes, of course. I think this thing tastes better than gnawing chicken. Chengchumo stuffed his mouth with oil as he spoke. Then what does this meteoric success taste like? What's it made of? Ugly ox, have you tasted it yet? Baolin really wanted to eat it, but he was too embarrassed to ask. He could only ask Chengchumo to describe it so that he could enjoy it. Oh, salty, fried, numbness, and meaty. As for what kind of meat it is, I haven't tasted it yet. In any case, I've never eaten this kind of meat before. Nonsense, of course I've never eaten locusts before. TSK, I actually got such a good deal when it's so delicious. Looks like this is God's reward for helping me clean up the knives in class today. At the end, Chengchumo couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, only God knew if he would still laugh after he found out the truth. Although Chengchumo's language skills were not good, Baolin listened with great interest. His gaze toward the food in Chengchumo's bowl became more and more covetous. Ahem, do you want to eat, Baolin? Chengchumo was not stupid. At this time, he also realized that it was not good for him to eat alone, so he asked. Yes. Baolin nodded repeatedly, his saliva almost dripping all over the floor. Oh. Seeing that you are my brother, I will give you 5, 6, 7. Yes, I will give you 7. It's not that I'm stingy, but Baolin, look, I don't have much left either. In the end, Chengchumo split 7 locusts and gave them to Baolin. Of course, he did not know that they were locusts. Otherwise, he would have given them all to Yuchi Baolin. He. Enough, enough. Thank you, Cho Ox. Yuchi Baolin did not mind at all. He hurriedly picked up a locust from the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it in no time. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in admiration, delicious. Brother Chonyo didn't lie to me after all. This meteoric rise is really delicious. Huh. How is it? I, Cheng Chumo, treat my brother well, right? He, Qing Ke, Cheng Qian, Zifen, Huayu, let me tell you guys something. After returning to his dorm, Cheng Chumo did not even bother to take a shower. Instead, he told everyone in the dorm smugly. Li Tai saw that the corner of Cheng Chumo's mouth was still stained with golden food residue. He wrinkled his nose and asked, "What news? You just want to show off to us that you ate meat today, right?" At the mention of this, Li Tai's appetite was aroused. He really wanted to eat meat. For a fatty like him, not being able to eat meat was so cruel. Cheng Chumo said excitedly, He. No. Let me tell you guys, Baolin and I just ate a new dish in the cafeteria. I heard that it was made by the cafeteria's chef today. It was so *king delicious. It was charred and tender, fragrant and crispy. When you ate it, you felt numb in your mouth. TSK, it was such a memorable taste. *CK. Cheng Chumo's night poisoning instantly made Li Tai jump out of bed. He asked anxiously, "What dish is it? What's it called? I'll go and try it tomorrow." Yuchi Baolin answered with a smile, He. That dish is called Meteoric Success. It's delicious. Meteoric Success. Li Tai muttered it twice. He felt that this name was too domineering. He secretly decided that he must try this dish tomorrow. However, Cheng Chumo's next sentence immediately poured cold water on the little fatty. Qing Ke, don't even think about it. Meteoric Success is a meat dish. Only people in the special training class can eat it. Huh. *CK. This is so *king unfair. Li Tai was dumbfounded. Sun Zifen, who was beside him, was also disappointed. He. Baolin, come here. I have something to discuss with you. After a while, Li Tai rolled his eyes and pulled Yuchi Baolin out of the room. Yo, Lord Zhu, you're here. The next morning, Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the academy. He saw Chao Wendong waiting for him. There were 3 horse carriages behind him. He had no idea what was in them. Hey, Boss Chao. What are you doing here? Li Zishuan went up to greet him. He suddenly realized that Chao Wendong might have ordered the military training camouflage uniforms in the carriage. He. The 700 sets of uniforms that Lord Zhu asked me to make have all been completed. I'm here to deliver the goods today. Lord Zhu, please take a look. If there's anything wrong, feel free to tell me. I'll ask my subordinates to change it. Chao Wendong's smile was so wide that creases appeared on his face. He had received many envious looks from the academy. After all, Yanhuang College was in the limelight. If he could build a relationship with Yanhuang College, it meant that he had unlimited potential in the future. Let's talk inside. What's the point of standing here? Li Zishuan laughed and invited Chao Wendong into the academy. Chao Wendong's subordinates lifted the curtains of the horse carriages. Chao Wendong extended his hand and said, "Please take a look, Lord Zhu." Li Zishuan nodded and walked forward. A pile of green camouflage uniforms entered his eyes. They weren't made of cotton, but were made of silk. These things were more breathable and cooler on the body. He casually took out a piece of clothing, and suddenly a familiar feeling surfaced in his heart. He had also worn this kind of clothing in his previous life. Lord Zhu, what do you think? Are they okay? Chao Wendong saw that Li Zixuan was silent for a long time and thought that there were flaws in the clothes. He could not help but ask worriedly. Yes, yes. Not bad, not bad. The craftsmanship and quality are very good. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and praised. He then put down the clothes and said to Mo Zhong, get someone to move these clothes to the warehouse of Guanghua building. Then, let Mr. Yen gather the students to collect them. Yes, Yamacho. Li Zixuan then said to Chao Wendong, Mr. Chao, come with me. I have something to tell you. Chao Wendong was delighted and quickly nodded. Okay. After you, Lord Zhu. Chapter 748. Lord Zhu, do you have any instructions for me? In the principal's office in Guanghua building, Chao Wendong cupped his fists at Li Zixuan as he leaned against the sofa. I wouldn't dare to give you any instructions, but I have some small matters to discuss with you, Mr. Chao. Li Zixuan took a sip of water, then put down the teacup and smiled. Oh. Lord Zhu, you're being too serious. What's there to discuss? Feel free to tell me what you need. Chao Wendong stood up, flattered, and cupped his fists. Li Zixuan didn't bother with pleasantries and asked directly, what do you think of Plum Village and Yunshan, Mr. Chao? Chao Wendong was stunned. He didn't understand why Li Zixuan would bring this up out of the blue. He thought for a moment and answered. Plum Village is surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery of Cloud Mountain is unique and beautiful. It is a paradise. Yanhuang Academy is located on Cloud Mountain. In a few years, this place will definitely be a gathering place for talents. In addition, I heard that the Curious Pavilion has opened a branch in Plum Village. Soon, Plum Village will attract a large number of merchants to gather here. In other words, in a few years, this place will be filled with the world's culture and wealth. It's a land of treasures. Clap, clap, clap. Li Zixuan clapped and laughed. Mr. Chao, you have good taste. No wonder you can become the biggest cloth merchant in Beijing. With your foresight, I'm not surprised that you can achieve what you have today. Chao Wendong smiled like a Maitreya Buddha and waved his hands. You flatter me. To tell you the truth, Mr. Chao, what you just said is exactly my plan for the future of Plum Village and Cloud Mountain. I plan to rely on the powerful creative ability of Wonderful Taste Pavilion to turn Plum Village into a supermarket that is even bigger than Shi City. Then, with Yanhuang College's strong teaching staff, I'll turn Yunshan into a holy land of learning. Li Zixuan stood up and looked out the window, revealing his ambition. Although Chao Wendong had expected this, he still felt a ripple in his heart. He thought to himself, looks like I have to plan my plans for Plum Village in advance. Time waits for no one. Li Zixuan smiled and continued, perhaps Mr. Chao has doubts in his heart. What does what I said have to do with you? This matter is very important. The students of Yanhuang College mainly study engineering. In the future, there will be tens of thousands of students who will inherit my knowledge. At that time, with the top-notch academic ability of Yanhuang College and the strong creative ability of the Strange Taste Pavilion, there will be a huge market here. Boss Chao, you should be well aware of this. However, to build such a huge market, I alone will not be enough. I need many merchants to join in. Hence, I plan to set up a Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce in Plum Village. Only the members of the Chamber of Commerce will be able to sell the goods produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion. At the same time, they will also be able to enjoy the protection of the Chamber of Commerce. When Chao Wendong heard this, he immediately said excitedly, Lord Zhu, you are finally going to set up a Chamber of Commerce? 3 months ago, when Li Zixuan got married, Chao Wendong spent a lot of effort to prepare a congratulatory gift for Li Zixuan. It was all for the sake of leaving a good impression so that he could meet Li Zixuan. In the end, he did meet Li Zixuan. However, His suggestion to set up a chamber of commerce and raise the status of merchants was rejected by Li Zishuan without hesitation. Who would have thought that there would be such a pleasant surprise? Li Zishuan frowned and said in a low voice, "Mr. Chao, don't misunderstand. The main purpose of setting up a chamber of commerce is to develop Plum Village and provide a source of income for some merchants. As for raising the status of merchants, I will not and do not want to worry about it." Although there were many unfairness in the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, and businessmen, Li Zishuan was also one of the beneficiaries of this hierarchy. He had no responsibility and no obligation to help the merchants in their class struggle. You could say that he was selfish, but in this situation, he could only be selfish. Otherwise, his entire family would be implicated because of his audacity and willfulness. To Li Zishuan, no reputation was more important than his family. Chao Wendong choked for a moment and was immediately disappointed. However, he immediately thought about it. Even if Li Zishuan didn't help them raise their status, with Li Zishuan's Chamber of Commerce, at least they wouldn't be casually bullied by some unruly officials. This was a huge benefit. Lord Zhu is right. This old man has never thought of troubling Lord Zhu because of this matter. Forgive this old man for asking, but how can I become a member of the Chamber of Commerce? This was what Chao Wendong was most concerned about. Li Zishuan raised his teacup and smiled. It's very simple. To become a member of the Chamber of Commerce, you must first contribute to the development of the Chamber of Commerce. As for how to contribute, this is the reason why I invited Boss Chao here today. Chao Wendong's face was solemn and he looked like he was all ears. Boss Chao, you have already foreseen the future of Plum Village and Yunshan. This is very good. However, you did not see their current limitations. I would like to hear the details. Chao Wendong cupped his hands and said. Road. The main problem that Plum Village and Yunshan are facing now is the road. When I was traveling the world with my master, I once heard a county official say, if you want to be rich, you must first build the road. I think it is very reasonable. From the official road outside Chang'an City to Plum Village, the road is not only narrow but also bumpy. How can such a road carry the future of Plum Village and Yunshan? Therefore, the road from Chang'an City to Plum Village must be built. Li Zishuan said solemnly. Chao Wendong nodded and said, what Lord Zhu said is very reasonable. The road in Plum Village should indeed be repaired. However, it will only be paved with some green stone slabs. I don't think it will cost much, right? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, I did not say that I want to repair the road with green stone slabs. I want to repair the road with cement. Seeing the confusion on Chao Wendong's face, he explained, it's the road in Yanhuang Academy. Chao Wendong's mouth was wide open. He did not expect Li Zishuan to be so serious. To be honest, after coming to Yanhuang College a few times, he had always been envious of the road and architectural style here. However, envy was not enough. Even if he was rich, there was no place where he could buy cement and the architecture in Yanhuang College. Although he did not know the cost of cement, he thought that it would be more expensive than green stone slabs. May I ask how much does Lord Zhu need? Li Zishuan stretched out 2 fingers and said, about 200,000 strings of cash. The first batch of members to join the Chamber of Commerce will depend on the amount of money they donate to determine the weight of their words in the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 749. In 3 days, I will hold a bidding meeting at the Drunken Immortal Inn. All 200,000 strings of cash will be up for grabs. Of course, if the final number is less than 200,000 strings of cash, no matter how much it is, I will personally fill it up. The road in Plum Village must be repaired. In the office, Li Zishuan explained his plan. Chao Wendong rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, Lord Zhu, I wonder if this old man can buy all of the 200,000 strings of cash by himself. Taking out 200,000 strings of cash at once was a little painful for Chao Wendong, but he felt that it was completely worth it. It all depended on whether Li Zishuan was willing or not. Li Zishuan looked at Chao Wendong in surprise. He probably did not expect this ordinary-looking businessman to be so bold. But after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, "Boss Chao, doing business is about making money peacefully. It's not good to eat alone. Take the matter of repairing the road as an example. I can still take out a mere 200,000 strings of cash. But I didn't do that and left the opportunity to you, so. I understand. You are right, Lord Zhu. I'm just too narrow-minded," Chao Wendong said quickly. Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. I understand Boss Chao's intentions. But I don't intend to publicize the matter of the Chamber of Commerce. So, I'll have to trouble Boss Chao to inform some wealthy businessmen in Chang'an City to participate. In the end, I will choose 5 people to be the first batch of members. He was a founding baron and a rank 3 crown prince, Zhan Shi. Establishing a chamber of commerce was not a pleasant thing to say. If word got out and everyone knew about it, it would be quite troublesome. So, he did not think of using Datong Daily to publicize the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce from the start. 5 people? Chao Wendong calculated in his heart. When the time came, each person would have an average subscription quota of 40,000 strings of cash. But it was rare to see people willing to fork out so much money for repairing the road. In this way, he had an opportunity. Don't worry, Lord Zhu. In less than a day, all the wealthy businessmen in Chang'an City who are qualified to participate in this bidding will definitely know about it. Chao Wendong quickly promised. That's great. Then, I'll have to trouble Boss Chao." After sending Chao Wendong off, Li Zishuan came to the field and saw green military uniforms. Obviously, Yen Silu had already distributed the camouflage uniforms to the students. But why did it look so weird? Li Zishuan rubbed his eyes and took another look. He still felt that the students in the camouflage uniforms in front of him were very strange. Hey! Although it looks like a hooligan, it's really cool to wear. That's right. Moreover, this shirt doesn't have sleeves. It'll be much easier to move around like this. However, Mr. Yen only gave each of us 1 set of these clothes. Be content. I heard that these clothes were specially made for us by the Yamacho. They didn't even charge us for it. It's like giving it to us for free. But how can I change into only 1 set of clothes? Then I can only wash it every night and wear it the next day. Hey, this dress is quite comfortable, but the hair doesn't match the dress. It's in the way. Oh right, it's the hair. When Li Zishuan heard the students talking about his clothes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If the camouflage uniform and long hair does not look weird, then something must be wrong. Hey! Little Xian, after the students put on this kind of clothes, they all look quite spirited. If they train later, I guarantee that they will look better than before. You really have a lot of ideas. When Cheng Yaojin saw Li Zishuan coming over, he went up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Li Zishuan was speechless. What do you mean by ideas? Young master's idea was clearly a serious one, all right? Uncle Cheng, don't you think that these clothes and their hair don't match? Cheng Yaojin thought for a while and nodded. Indeed, they don't match. The style of your clothes is cool, but most of the students' hairstyles are the opposite of this style. Li Zishuan agreed. Uncle Cheng, you have a good eye. That is indeed the case. The only thing we can do now is to let the students tie up their hair and put it in a bun. Cheng Yaojin laughed. That's great. After the 2 of them finished their discussion, they arranged for the people below to get the hair tie. After a while, every student was given a hair tie. According to Li Zishuan's idea, everyone tied up their hair. Now, regardless of hairstyle or clothes, all the students looked neat and tidy. Although it's still a little weird, it looks much better overall. Li Zishuan thought in his heart. Huh. Not bad, not bad. Then I'll start the training. Cheng Yaojin squinted his eyes, looked around, and said. Okay. Li Zishuan nodded and then retreated to the rostrum. All instructors, listen up. Today's military training begins. All classes will train separately. As soon as he retreated, Cheng Yaojin's loud voice rang throughout the entire field. Li Zishuan was secretly surprised. Good heavens, he didn't even have to use the loudspeaker this way. Everyone in the first class, stand at attention. Look to the right. Look to the front. Turn to the right. Run. Bang, 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 bang. Under Cheng Yaojin's command, the students of Class 1 took the lead to start a new day of military training. With neat and powerful steps, the cadence of the whistles, coupled with the students' neatly dressed camouflage uniforms, today's team was very different from usual. Heh, this bunch of rascals. I haven't seen them for a few days, and they're actually so obedient. Indeed, there's always something to conquer something. Just as the students were running hard, a few uninvited guests arrived at the edge of the field. It was Li Er, who had brought Zhang Sun and Chang'e to Yanhuang College to visit the inmates. They were mainly there to check on Li Tai and Li Chengqian. They all knew that Li Ku was skilled in martial arts, so there was no need to worry about such a small military training. As soon as he arrived, Li Er saw such a group of uniformed students walking in neat steps. Moreover, there were also his two sons in the team, as well as some of the second-generation hedonists of Chang and City that he had seen before. This made him very surprised. Since when did those hedonists who only knew how to walk chickens and fight dogs become like a well-trained army? Imperial Father, look! That's Brother Qin Ke. He doesn't seem to be running very strenuously. Ah! Brother Qin Ke has become thinner, and he seems to have become darker. Chapter 750. Qin Ke. Chengqian. When Empress Zhangsun saw her two sons sweating profusely on the field, her heart instantly ached. After all, these two children were her flesh and blood. Don't worry, Guanyin. Li Er squeezed Empress Zhangsun's small hand and squinted his eyes. Guanyin, don't you see that Chengqian and Qin Ke have changed? Empress Zhangsun frowned and asked directly, what's different? Right now, she only cared about her two sons. How could she have the time to think about anything else? Li Er smiled, then pointed his other finger at Li Chengqian and Li Tai, who were running, and said indifferently, spirit, energy, spirit, they're all different. The most direct manifestation is, look at Chengqian and Qin Ke. Aren't their waists straighter? Aren't their legs more explosive? And they can even cooperate with others. Huh. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that in just a few days, Chengqian and Qin Ke have changed so much? Li Zishuan's military training is indeed something. Father, Brother Crown Prince and Brother Qin Ke are working so hard. Why does Brother Xiaoxian insist on making them run? Chang'e tugged at Li Er's wide sleeve and asked with her small face raised. The naive little girl found it hard to understand this kind of strange behavior of running in circles around the field. Li Er rubbed Chang'e's small head and smiled. This is military training. It trains people's physical strength, endurance, and ability to cooperate with team members. Although it's hard, it's still very necessary to mold young people's personalities. Chang'e nodded as if she understood. The little girl looked at the long green line on the field and smiled. Although Chang'e's heart aches for Brother Crown Prince and Brother Qin Ke, they're really pretty when they run. They're very imposing. Li Er laughed loudly. Huh. Father also thinks so. Then let them run 2 more laps later. This sentence was mostly a joke. After all, Li Er wouldn't trick his own children. However, Empress Zhangsun took it seriously. She hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please don't. The weather is so hot right now. What if? Li Er smiled and shook his head. I'm just joking with Chang'e. Guanyin, don't worry. Greetings, Your Majesty. At this moment, Li Zishuan walked over from the side and bowed. He had just stood on the rostrum and looked down at the overall situation. Not long after Li Er walked into the field. He saw them from above and came down to greet them. Rise. Li Er nodded and said, Did you make the green clothes that the students are wearing? Li Zishuan did not expect Li Er's first concern to be the clothes. He replied, Your Majesty, I mainly want the students to wear uniforms so that it is convenient for training. Secondly, this kind of clothing is cool and breathable. It can reduce the burden on the students. Li Zishuan frowned and remained silent. Seeing this, Li Zishuan continued, Your Majesty, I call this kind of clothing camouflage clothing. Actually, camouflage clothing has another advantage. When in the wild or in the jungle, camouflage clothing can hide the body better. Sure enough, as soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Er's eyes lit up. It was obvious that he had thought of the military use of the camouflage uniform. Then why did Li Zhanshi let Qingqian and Qin Ke run one round after another? Suddenly, Empress Jianghu's unfriendly voice came from the side. Li Zishuan was stunned. He did not understand why the usually gentle and kind empress suddenly became so difficult to talk to today. However, he thought about it and understood. He cupped his hands and said, I understand your love for your son. However, as the saying goes, jade cannot be made into useful without being carved. Qin Ke and the others will bear the heavy responsibility of developing engineering in the future. If they do not have a good body, how can they carry on until the end? Moreover, as far as I know, people like Qin Ke who are overly obese will easily have headaches, dizziness, tinnitus, and other symptoms once they reach middle age. It is very difficult to treat. In serious cases, it can be life-threatening. Therefore, I also plan to use this military training to help Qin Ke lose weight. I am doing this for his own good. Empress Jianghu's expression changed. She asked in a low voice, Is this true? Li Zishuan nodded solemnly and said, Absolutely true. Empress Jianghu's face was ghastly pale. Li Zishuan was rather famous in the field of medicine. This time, he spoke with such certainty. She had no choice but to believe him. Seeing this, Li Zishuan glared fiercely at Li Zishuan. Then, he comforted, Don't worry too much, Empress. Qin Ke is still young. I have plenty of time to invite all the famous doctors in the world to help him lose weight. Empress Jiangsun shook her head and did not say anything. Li Zishuan also realized that what he had said just now was a bit too much, so he spoke up. Cough, cough. What I said just now was only a certain probability of happening. I did not say that it would definitely happen. Moreover, as long as Qin Ke can persevere through the military training, there will naturally not be such problems in the future. Empress Jiangsun breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression and said, Then I will have to trouble Li Zishuan to take care of Qin Ke. After saying this, she felt that it was a bit absurd. She had sent her son to be tortured in the hands of others, and instead, she had to thank others. No matter how she thought about it, this matter was awkward. All right. Let's go somewhere else to have a look. Li Zishuan looked at the time and said. Come. Your Highness, try this. It's very good for your asthma. As noon approached, Zhang Sun wanted to see the cafeteria of Yanhuang College. After all, she was still worried that her son would not eat well here. After seeing that the environment of the cafeteria was not bad, Zhang Sun wanted to have lunch here. Li Zishuan naturally agreed. The family of three ordered 4 dishes. Li Zishuan walked over with a plate of golden yellow dishes and said, Let's go. Li Zishuan and Empress Jiangsun were both present. Of course, Li Zishuan would not directly call Li Lizzie as Sister Chang'e. Brother Xiaoxian, what is this dish? Li Zishuan had scruples, but Chang'e did not. The little girl looked at the golden food on the plate and asked doubtfully. Li Zishuan stared blankly. Staring at Li Zishuan, he asked in a deep voice, "You just said that this food can treat asthma. Is this true?" Li Zishuan felt that these words were very familiar. Previously, Zhang Sun had asked him similar questions. Was he here today to treat old Li's illness? Autumn locusts were high in protein and low in fat. In particular, the female locusts had many eggs, which were rich in lecithin. After being digested, the lecithin released choline. Not only could it improve one's memory, it could also stop coughing and relieve asthma, treat whooping cough, and bronchitis. Replying to your Imperial Majesty, this subject only said that there were benefits, but did not say that it could be cured. Princess Chang'e's illness still needs to be slowly nursed back to health. Chapter 751. Oh! It's delicious! Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, have a taste. Li Zishuan and Li Er were discussing Chang'e's condition, but the person in question went to taste the yellow delicacies. It seemed that she didn't care about her condition at all. It couldn't be said that she didn't care. Perhaps the little girl knew that her illness couldn't be cured by medicinal stones, so she didn't want to show that she cared very much, lest her father and mother worry. Zhang Sun picked up a locust and looked left and right, but couldn't see what it was, because it was wrapped in eggs and flour. She tentatively put it into her mouth, and with a light bite, her mouth was suddenly filled with a crisp fragrance. Well, this thing is really delicious, but I can't tell what it's made of. Empress Zhangsun praised sincerely. She felt that this thing was more delicious than Ken's chicken. Li Zishuan said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, this dish is called soaring success. As for what it's made of, forgive me for not being able to say." In fact, Empress Zhangsun also had qi disease, so eating more locusts was also very good for her body. But if Li Zishuan really said the ingredients of this dish, everyone present probably couldn't eat anymore. Oh! Soaring success. That's a good name. It's just that you're being so secretive. Could it be that you're afraid that this consort will steal your secret recipe? Empress Zhangsun smiled and said. Li Zishuan repeatedly said that he didn't dare, but this guy didn't say what the ingredients were. Li Er's curiosity was greatly aroused. He picked up a piece of soaring success into his bowl, and then quietly poked the egg on the surface with chopsticks. A cute locust head suddenly popped out, and Li Er's face suddenly became very interesting. Li Zishuan, come with me. Li Er quickly buried the locust under the rice, and then said to Li Zishuan opposite him. Empress Zhangsun and Chang'e looked at each other. Li Zishuan's heart thumped, and he felt that something was wrong. He braced himself and stood up, saying, "Yes, Your Majesty." Bastard! How dare you feed locusts to the Empress and Chang'e? I see that you are getting bolder and bolder. Walking to a nearby pillar, Li Er shouted in a low voice with a gloomy face. Li Zishuan did not expect Li Er to find out so quickly that soaring success was made from locusts. However, he was not unprepared. His Majesty is angry because he thinks locusts cannot be eaten by humans. In fact, not only could locusts be used as food, they could also be used to detoxify, stop coughing, and stop asthma. They had extremely high medicinal value. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, you can ask the doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau. Li Er was stunned when he heard that. This was the first time he had heard that locusts had so many effects. Your Majesty, as long as you don't think that it's a locust when you eat it, the taste is still very good. Moreover, who knew how many locusts there would be next year? When the time comes, if this method of eating locusts becomes popular, coupled with the many chickens raised by the people, there will be no need to worry about the locusts not being wiped out. Li Zishuan added. Li Er was greatly moved, but he still hesitated and said, "But there is a saying among the people that there is a locust god." What if you incur the wrath of the gods? Li Zishuan sneered and said, Your Majesty, not to mention that there are no gods in this world, even if there were, they would not be locusts. They nibble away at crops and harm the common people. They can only be considered evil spirits and are not fit to be gods. Li Er nodded and then unhappily said, No matter what, you cannot use the Empress and Chang'e as your experiment. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty is wise. This subject cannot bear the responsibility of this crime. In fact, before this, there were already people who tried this dish. This subject saw that the response was not bad. In addition, these locusts were indeed beneficial to the Empress and Princess Chang'e's illness. Therefore, this subject brought it out. Oh? Then who else? Li Er asked. Li Zishuan smiled and told Li Er about Cheng Chumo eating locusts yesterday. Li Er laughed and said, That's more like it. Today, we will give you some face and go taste that so-called soaring to the heavens. Looking at old Li's back, Li Zishuan silently cursed, TSK. Still giving me face? If it weren't for me, old Li, you would have to eat locusts raw next year. The history books recorded, in the second year of Zhengguan, there were locusts in the capital. Xin Mao entered the garden and saw locusts. He plucked several of them and said, The people live in the valley. If you eat them, you would rather eat my lungs and intestines. He raised his hand and was about to swallow them when he admonished, Evil things may become diseases. He said, We are suffering for the people. Why should we avoid diseases? Thus, he swallowed them. In this year, locusts are not a disaster. Compared to eating locusts raw, deep-fried locusts were obviously more delicious. Ha! Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, Chang'e? You're all here? When Li Zishuan and Li Er were talking, the gongs and drums of the academy had already sounded. Li Tai, who was always very enthusiastic about eating, was naturally the first to arrive at the cafeteria. After seeing the table of people inside, the little fatty was stunned, as if he had suddenly found his backbone. He hurriedly complained to Li Er and Empress Zhangsun, Imperial Father, Imperial Mother. Xiao Xian. Yamacho deliberately abuses people. He punishes students every day and doesn't let us eat meat. He only lets us eat vegetables. You see, in just a few days, I've lost weight. Li Zishuan widened his eyes and secretly thought that this little fatty was arrogant enough. He actually complained in front of him. It seemed that he would have to make things difficult for this fellow in the future. Li Er frowned. It was true that he doted on Li Tai, but Li Tai's behavior of complaining still made him a little unhappy. In his opinion, he was Li Shimon's son. If he was bullied outside, he should be bullied back. What was the difference between crying and complaining to him like this and a girl? Qingke, Li Zhanshi is also doing it for your own good. Although it's a little bitter, it's only for a month. Just bear with it and it'll be over. Li Tai was instantly dumbfounded. What was wrong with this scene? Why was Imperial Mother, who used to be obedient to him, speaking up for an outsider today? Also, why was his tried and tested method of complaining and acting pitiful not working today? What this fellow didn't know was that he had the method of complaining and acting pitiful, and Li Zishuan had the knack of public relations in advance. Now, Li Er and Empress Zhangsun had already been public relations by him. He. Brother Qingke is so embarrassing. You actually came to Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to complain about Brother Xiao Xian. Shame on you. Chang'e, who was eating happily at the side, raised her head at this moment and made a funny face at Li Tai and giggled. Actually, her words more or less had the intention of helping Li Zishuan out of the predicament. Just as Li Tai was about to quibble, he noticed the golden and dazzling delicacies on the plate. He quickly ran over and sat beside Chang'e, saying, Meteoric rise, this must be meteoric rise. Chang'e, you leave some for me, let me try it. Chapter 752. Qingke, have you forgotten the rules of the academy? Li Tai picked up a large locust and put it into his mouth, but Li Zishuan reminded him in a deep voice. Li Tai's action of putting the meat into his mouth immediately stopped, and his face showed both annoyance and reluctance. Your Majesty, the students have finished school. Let's go back to the palace. Empress Zhongsun looked outside through the glass door of the canteen, and then said to Li Er. Well, Chang'e, let's go back to the palace. Father will bring you here to play another day. Li Er looked at Chang'e and said in a gentle voice. Empress Zhongsun smiled at Li Zishuan at this moment and said, Li Zhanshi, His Majesty and I can't finish these things, so let Qingke do it for us so as not to waste it. What do you think? Li Tai immediately laughed, and at the same time, he gave his mother 32 thumbs up in his heart. Li Zishuan was speechless. Empress Zhongsun had always been wise, but she still had a heavy selfishness when it came to the problem of children. But this was just a small matter, and he didn't need to be unhappy with Empress Zhongsun because of it. Besides, the main ingredient of locust meat was protein, and Li Tai wouldn't gain weight even if he ate some. In this case, I respectfully send Your Majesty and Your Majesty off. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and bowed. Empress Zhongsun smiled and walked out of the door with Li Er and Chang'e. Before Chang'e left, she quietly turned around and waved goodbye to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and waved back. Hey! Fragrant. So fragrant. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. I came at the right time today. After old Li left, Li Tai greedily sniffed the 5 dishes on the table, and then laughed very proudly. Li Zishuan glared at him angrily, but the words he had just said to Empress Zhongsun were still in his ears, so he couldn't be too harsh. He could only say in a strange tone, Qingke, you brat, take it easy. Don't overeat and you won't be able to run in the afternoon. There was only meat in Li Tai's eyes right now. He didn't care about anything else. He just vaguely answered, okay. Then, he buried his head in the food. Wow! Qingke, where did you get this meat from? Didn't they say that students in the regular class can't eat meat? Right at this moment, Li Qingxian walked in from outside and was surprised to see the 5 plates of meat on the table. Damn, Dompa pork, braised pork, lion's head, these are all my favorite dishes. Qingke, save some for me. Sun Zifen followed closely behind Li Qingxian. However, this amusing idiot didn't pursue the source of the food. Instead, he went straight to the table and started snatching food. Li Tai panicked. Bah, 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 bah. This damn fatty was really ruthless. He directly spat on the 5 dishes on the table. Hey! It's all mine. Let's see who dares to snatch it from me, haha. Li Tai protected the food plates and laughed proudly at Sun Zifen, who rushed up to snatch food. Sun Zifen's face suddenly looked like he had been ked by a dog. He pointed at Li Tai with a trembling hand and said angrily, damn. Qingke, you're really king wasting natural resources recklessly. You can't finish all these dishes alone. What's wrong with sharing some with me? Li Tai rolled his eyes and started to say cheekily, I'm not giving it to you. I'm just asking you, are you angry? Are you angry? Hee. Are you angry? Sun Zifen was really furious at this moment. It was bad enough that he couldn't eat meat, but he was also ridiculed by others. How could he tolerate this kind of anger? Bah, 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 bah. This amusing idiot took advantage of Li Tai's unpreparedness and actually spat 5 mouthfuls of saliva on the food plates. Hee, if you don't let us eat, then don't eat. Now, I'm asking you, are you angry? Sun Zifen also started to act cheekily and said proudly. Sun Zifen, you. I'm going to fight it out with you. The food that was about to be in his mouth suddenly disappeared without a trace. This kind of feeling was worse than killing Li Tai. The little fatty slammed the table and stood up, wanting to fight Sun Zifen to the death. When Li Zishuan saw that these two idiots actually started to spit at each other over a few dishes, he couldn't help but roll his eyes speechlessly. He went forward and reprimanded them. Spitting filth at each other in public, what kind of etiquette is this? This is simply ruining Yanhuang College's image. Get the hell out of here and get your food. Oh. Seeing that Li Zishuan seemed to be really angry, Li Tai and Sun Zifen decisively admitted defeat, and the two amusing idiots went to get their food with their tails between their legs. However, when Li Tai left, he still looked back at the dishes on the table reluctantly. Noticing Li Tai's small movements, as the older brother, Li Qingxian couldn't help but cover his face, feeling a little flustered. Seeing that the farce was over, Li Zishuan turned around and left in a huff. Li Zishuan went to the kitchen from the back door of the cafeteria and taught Wang Dahu a new method of cooking locusts. After drying the locusts, grinding them into powder, then mixing them with flour and eggs, placing them in a pan of oil and frying them into cubes or meatballs. This way, no one would be able to recognize that this dish was made from locusts like Wang Dahu did. He remembered that in modern times, there were many factories that ground locusts into powder to make protein powder. This way, they could avoid the psychological barrier that many people had when eating locusts. Speaking of which, the cafeteria had received more than 100 caddies of locusts from the children of the two villages today. And according to the trend, they would receive more locusts in the next few days. Therefore, the academy would be eating locusts for a long period of time. If the students of the special training class couldn't finish it, they would leave it for the teachers of the academy. If they couldn't finish it, they would hand it over to shopkeeper Lu and sell it at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. After leaving the cafeteria, Li Zishuan went straight home and saw that the courtyard was already filled with baskets of eggs. The courtyard, which wasn't particularly big to begin with, suddenly became crowded. "Husband, we received more than 3,000 eggs in the morning. The farmers of the other villages heard the news and wanted to sell their eggs to us, but I saw that the Han village and Plum village had already sent over a lot of eggs, so I didn't take theirs." Han Yushi came up and said softly. She didn't look worried at all after receiving so many eggs. Obviously, she was very confident in her husband's methods. Li Zishuan nodded and said in agreement, "We should pay close attention to the farmers in our village. By the way, wife, have you prepared the ingredients that I asked you to prepare for me yesterday?" Han Yushi smiled and said, "Husband, they're all here. Do you want to start now?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Let's start now. The weather has been too hot recently, and the eggs aren't easy to preserve. It's better to do it early rather than late. Otherwise, many of the eggs will spoil. Didn't I ask housekeeper Wang to bring a group of servants over yesterday? Why don't I see them?" Han Yushi hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Madame Li walk out of the house and say, I didn't let them come. The century eggs you're going to make are our family's secret recipe. The fewer people who know about it, the better." Chapter 753. Yunshan, Courtyard Number 1. When Li Zishuan heard his mother's words, he couldn't help but be speechless. He really didn't expect his mother to have the awareness of protecting intellectual property. Her thinking was simply too advanced. "Mother, if we don't ask the servants to come and help us, how can we finish these thousands of eggs?" Li Zishuan looked at Madame Li and smiled bitterly. "Why is it impossible?" Madame Li looked at her son reproachfully and said, "There's me, your father, Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi here. There's a total of 5 of us. Teach us the method of making century eggs later, and you can go do your own things. The 5 of us will use half a day to finish all these eggs in the courtyard." Father Li looked up at the sky and was speechless. It seemed like Madame Li didn't discuss this decision with him in advance. He was represented again. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. "Mother. Compared to the Drunken Immortal and Fairy Mirror, these century eggs are just a small amount of money. why should we trouble you and my father? Moreover, the farmers will send thousands of eggs in the future. How can you handle it? Madame Li frowned. I know that the money earned from these century eggs can't be compared to the drunken immortal and fairy mirror, but it's easier to imitate. If we don't pay attention, the recipe will be easily leaked. By then, there will be century eggs everywhere in the East and West markets. Won't we suffer a huge loss if we receive so many eggs? This is the secret recipe that you got from your master. You can't let others take advantage of it. Li Zishuan was a little helpless when he met such a protective mother. He sighed and said, Mother, the servants in our residence are all loyal. They won't spread the secret recipe. Moreover, the method of making century eggs is very simple. Even if we don't spread the secret recipe, others can imitate it in less than half a year. You don't have to do everything yourself. Madam Xian is right. The servants in our residence can withstand the test. You don't have to worry. Look, if you're exhausted, Xian will be worried, right? Seeing this, Li Jingma hurriedly said. He had been living a carefree life in Cloud Mountain recently. He didn't expect to be used as a coolie by his wife today, so he was naturally unhappy. At this moment, the situation took a turn, and Li Jingma didn't hesitate to assist. Madame Li glared at her husband and said after a while, Since Xian says so, then we'll do as you say. Teach us the steps first, and tomorrow we will call the servants over to help. Li Zishuan smiled and replied, All right, mother, come with me. In fact, the method of cooking the century egg was very simple. First, the surface of the egg was covered with lime that had been stirred with water. It had to be uniform. Then, the outside was covered with a layer of grass ash or wheat husk. It was ready to be left for about a month. When the time comes, the raw eggs will turn into crystal clear cooked eggs. Together with tofu and vinegar, it will be a different kind of delicacy. Han Yushi asked curiously, Husband, how did this raw egg suddenly become a ripe egg? Li Zishuan explained with a smile, Dear, this is because quicklime is mixed with water. Xiaodong, did you sell your eggs to young master today? In the Han family manner, a woman in green clothes stood outside the courtyard and shouted at Han Xiaodong, who was enjoying the cool air inside. It's Aunt Luo. Yes, we sold more than 100 eggs to young master today. What's wrong? Han Xiaodong came to the front of the courtyard and asked doubtfully. So young master really accepted them. Aunt Luo opened her mouth in surprise and said, Then Xiaodong, do you know if young master will lose money by buying so many eggs? Han Xiaodong smiled and said, Young master will never lose money. Young master has never done anything that he is not confident of. Since he dared to accept them, it means that he will not lose money. Aunt Luo smiled and said, if that's the case, then I will send the eggs at home to young master in a while. I will also send the eggs from the child's uncle's house. Han Xiaodong hurriedly said, Aunt Luo, wait. Young master will only accept eggs from our manor now. I'm afraid he won't accept eggs from other manors. There's such a thing? Master Luo asked in disbelief. Yes, I don't think young master will be able to accept so many eggs at once. Han Xiaodong guessed. Then I'll go back and send the eggs from my house to young master first. Your Majesty, Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin from the Imperial Physician Department are here. In Ganlu Palace, Li Er was bent over the table and reading memorials. Today was the official day off, but as the emperor, it was not easy for him to have half a day off in the morning. Therefore, after leaving Yanhuang College, he was full of thoughts about official business again. At this time, an attendant from the yellow door came in from the outside and bowed in a low voice. Announce. Li Er did not even raise his head and said lightly. After a while, two middle-aged men carrying medicine boxes walked in from outside. They were the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department who had followed Dugu Xian when he led the army to attack Snake Spirit Mountain, Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin. "Your subject greets your majesty." The two doctors bowed to Li Er in unison. "No need for formalities," Li Er said lightly, then raised his head and looked at the two doctors. "My two beloved officials, I have invited you here today because I have something to ask you." Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The two of them quickly stepped forward and cupped their hands. "We dare not ask, Your Majesty. If there is anything you need, please let us know." Li Er stood up and walked to Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin. He thought for a while and asked, "My two beloved officials, your medical skills are superb. I would like to ask if you know that locusts can be used as medicine to treat asthma?" Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin frowned. After a while, Dr. Qin cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, forgive me for my shallow knowledge, but I have never heard of locusts being used to treat asthma." Dr. Wang also bowed. "I have also never heard of locusts being used to treat illnesses. Perhaps it exists in ancient books, and I have never seen it." Dr. Wang saw that Li Er's expression was not very good, so he added on. Li Er stood on the spot, his expression uncertain. One could not tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or happy just by looking at his face. "All right, I understand. My two beloved officials, you may go about your business." After a long while, Li Er waved his hand and said, "Your subject will take his leave." Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin bowed and left the palace. Chapter 754. Phew. Chonyo, your father is finally leaving. I only just realized how good Duke Yi is. As night fell, most of the students returned to their dormitory after eating dinner and bathing. Li Tai was wearing a white silk undergarment and lying on the bed. He sighed contentedly with Cheng Chumo, who was diagonally opposite him. Although Li Tai's words more or less had the intention of making up stories about his father, Cheng Chumo didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he nodded in agreement. I also don't want my father to be the chief instructor of the academy. Not only are you tired, but our special training class is even more tired. Our hands are sore from practicing the Modeo for the past 2 days. Uncle Qin's training is still easier for us. Sigh. I hope your father won't come in the future. Your hands are sore from practicing the Modeo, but our legs are about to break from running these past 2 days. Li Tai rubbed his knees. The little fatty clearly still had a lingering fear from what he had experienced in the past 2 days. He felt that the distance he had run in the past 2 days was almost equal to the distance he had run in the past 10 years. Hehe, Qin Ke, you don't have to run. You're a prince, and Duke Lu won't eat you. Sun Zifen chuckled eccentrically. Li Tai said in annoyance, F*ck, Sun Zifen, you make it sound so easy. Why don't you go and try it? Duke Lu made that little black room. Once you go in, you can't come out for 3 days. You have to eat, drink, go to the toilet, and sleep in there. I can't stand it. There's an unlucky guy in class 10. What's his name again? Yes, he's called Chen Yi. I remember that his father is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. This unlucky guy was found slacking off by Duke Lu when he was patrolling this morning, so he was directly thrown into the little black room. I went to take a look during dinner and found that this guy was almost dead. He was crying for his father and mother inside. Furthermore, I can smell the stench from far away. To be honest, the small dark room was indeed very relaxing. He didn't have to train under the hot sun every day, and there was even someone to deliver meals to him. However, for someone like Li Tai who was a serious germaphobe, he couldn't stand it no matter what. This was also one of the reasons why even though Cheng Yaojin gave him an unusually large amount of training, Li Tai still gritted his teeth and persevered. Now that the 2 days of high-intensity training were over, Li Tai felt that it was a little unbelievable when he thought about it. He didn't expect that he could complete so much training. If a person didn't have the pressure of external factors, they would never know where their limits were. Wow! Is that little dark room so exaggerated? Sun Zifen sighed in shock. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you give it a try?" That won't do either, because with your size, that bucket probably won't be able to fit you. After staying with Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifen for so long, Li Tai had also learned a new skill, taunting. Sun Zifen was so angry that he stomped his feet. Damn! You're making it sound like you can fit inside. Qingke, don't you know your own size? Seeing that the two fatties were actually arguing with each other, Cheng Chumo grinned and laughed loudly. If it were up to me, the two of you should stop arguing. You definitely won't be able to fit inside. I'll ask my dad to specially make a large wooden bucket for you later. Damn! Cheng Chumo, you're courting death. In an instant, the two little fatties formed a united front, turned their spearhead, and rushed forward to suppress Cheng Chumo. Goo goo. At 4:00 in the morning, Yanhuang College's dormitory 001 not only echoed with snoring, but also with the sound of a stomach growling. It was Li Tai. At this time, the little fatty was actually still awake. Instead, he kept tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. It was not for anything else but because he was hungry. Was there no hunger in this era? If you were hungry in the middle of the night, you could only hold your stomach and roll around in bed. In fact, to be precise, the little fatty was not hungry, but gluttonous. During the day in the cafeteria, because of Li Er and Zhang Sun, he was able to eat 2 mouthfuls of meat with great difficulty. At that time, he felt that he was going to die of happiness, but good things did not last long. In the end, Sun Zifen's arrival made his delicious lunch go up in smoke. In the first half of the night, he had a dream. He dreamed that he was back in the prince's mansion, and the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food, fish, and meat. Just as he was about to bite into the twice-cooked pork with his chopsticks, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was dreaming, and the twice-cooked pork in his dream was his arm. After that, the little fatty could no longer fall asleep. Thinking back to the 2 mouthfuls of delicious food he had eaten at noon, and the table of fish and meat in his dream, Li Tai's mouth was full of sour water. There had never been such a moment that made him want to eat meat so badly. Now, as long as someone could give him a plate of meat to eat, Li Tai was even willing to exchange thousands of coins, or even tens of thousands of coins of wealth. In the end, Li Tai could not stand it anymore. He could only get out of bed and planned to go outside the dormitory to get some fresh air. At this time, the instructors were all asleep, so no one would check on the dormitory. Therefore, Li Tai was not worried at all. Yanhuang College's dormitory was actually a building complex. The rooms were neatly arranged in a very large courtyard. Since there was a courtyard, there was naturally a courtyard gate. Li Tai stood in front of the iron fence gate of the courtyard, enjoying the cool summer night breeze. Looking at the neat rows of trees outside the courtyard and their reflections under the moonlight, his agitated heart calmed down a little. Sha. At this moment, Li Tai suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him. Little Fatty was startled and turned around to look. He saw that there was indeed a white-clothed figure with long hair behind him. The figure was about the same size as him. Li Tai thought that he had seen a ghost, so he was shocked at first. When he saw the face of the person in front of him, he was so angry that he immediately scolded, "Fuck. Sun Zifen, you didn't sleep well in the middle of the night and specifically came out to scare people. Are you crazy?" That's right, the person who came was Sun Zifen. Sun Zifen crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Hey. Qingke, didn't you also not sleep in the middle of the night? You still have the nerve to talk about me?" Li Tai reacted and quickly explained, I felt that the room was too hot, so I came out to get some fresh air. What does it have to do with you? Sun Zifen raised his head and thought for a while, then said, Then I saw you come out alone, Qing Ke. I was worried about your safety, so I came out to take a look. What's wrong? Fuck, you're bullshitting. You're worried about me? Ah Pui, no, this king needs you to worry about me? Li Tai glared and scolded angrily. Humph. Believe it or not. Sun Zifen sat on the stone bench next to the courtyard gate and snorted indifferently. Chapter 755. Forget it, I'll tell you the truth. Beside the door of the dormitory, Li Tai saw that Sun Zifen didn't believe him and decided to tell the truth. I woke up hungry. I want to eat meat. Although it was night time, one could still see that Sun Zifen's eyes lit up. This little joker quickly nodded and said, Yes, 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 I also woke up hungry. Qing Ke, your meat dishes at noon were too fragrant. I couldn't help but think of that smell when I lay in bed. It was too tempting. Sigh, it's just that I didn't get to eat it at noon. What a pity. Damn. Sun Zifen, you still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, I would have had a big meal at noon and wouldn't be foolishly accompanying you to watch the moon. It would have been fine if Sun Zifen didn't say anything. Once he said it, Li Tai, this powder keg, directly ignited. The little fatty rushed to Sun Zifen's side and kicked the ladder twice. Then, he suddenly raised his voice. Hey, hey, hey. Qing Ke, lower your voice. If you alarm the instructors, we'll all have to go to the small dark room. Sun Zifen jumped up from the sudden attack. However, he didn't immediately retaliate. Instead, he put a finger to his mouth and whispered to Li Tai. The little fatty immediately cowered. He glanced at the instructor's dormitory not far away. Seeing that there were no lights on there, Li Tai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Humph. No matter what, it's because you spoiled my dishes at noon that I didn't get to eat a big meal. Let's settle this grudge. Sun Zifen, just you wait. See how I'll deal with you in the future when I have the chance. Li Tai said hatefully, but his voice was much softer than before. It had to be said that his words, you spoiled my dishes, were used in the right place. Damn, you can't blame me for this. If you didn't spit into the dishes first, I wouldn't have spat too. Besides, if you're willing to share 2 pieces of meat with me, I won't spoil your dishes, right? It was not a good thing to be remembered by Li Tai. Moreover, he had gone overboard in the afternoon. Therefore, Sun Zifen thought for a while and added, Qing Ke, there's no point in talking about this. Both of us want to eat meat so much that we can't sleep. How about this, I'll take you out to eat meat tonight, and we'll forget about what happened at noon. Li Tai pursed his lips and said in disbelief, Where can we go to eat meat this late at night? Who are you trying to fool? Sun Zifen said confidently, Hey. Qing Ke, if you don't believe me, tell me if you agree or not. Seeing this, Li Tai nodded without hesitation and said, Okay. As long as you don't bring me to eat meat tonight, I'll write off everything that happened before. To him, as long as he could eat meat, he would be willing to give any amount of money, let alone such an insignificant promise. He. Then, Qing Ke, wait for a while. I'll go back to the dormitory to get something. Sun Zifen licked his lips and laughed proudly before sneaking back to the dormitory. Li Tai didn't have time to ask, so he could only sit on the stone bench beside the courtyard door and wait for Sun Zifen to return. After about half a cup of tea's time, Sun Zifen finally returned. However, there were 4 people behind him, Cheng Chumo, Qin Huayu, Yuqi Jingda, and Li Chengqian. Hey! You 2 want to go out to get something good to eat, and you didn't call me? Luckily, I'm alert. Otherwise, wouldn't I have suffered a huge loss? Cheng Chumo pointed at Sun Zifen and Li Tai as he laughed wantonly. Although this fellow's martial arts skills were at a half-baked level, his martial arts realm was still the highest among the 6 people in Dormitory 001. Previously, when Li Tai left the dormitory, Cheng Chumo had already sensed it, but he was too lazy to move in bed, so he didn't care. When Sun Zifen returned, he jumped down to catch him and interrogate him about what he was up to. With this commotion, the few people in the dormitory woke up. When they heard that Sun Zifen was preparing to bring Li Tai out to get some meat, they all couldn't help but swallow their saliva and request to go together. Although Li Qingxian was the country's heir and couldn't do such a shameful thing, he was worried that Li Tai's group would be caught if they went out, so he came along. Tisk. Chou Nyo, you and Bao Lin have been eating meat for the past 2 days. Why are you joining in the fun now? With the help of the two experts, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, it would be easier for them to go out to get food. However, Li Tai's mouth was full of jealousy. TSK, we can't have enough meat. Alright, let's not talk nonsense here. Let's get out of the dormitory first. Otherwise, we'll be discovered by the instructors later. Cheng Chumo glanced to the side and suggested. The few of them felt that it made sense and agreed. Come, Baolin. Lend me some strength. If they wanted to climb over the door, of course, they would need someone to support them from below. However, when it was Li Tai's turn, Cheng Chumo felt a little diffident and said to Yuchi Baolin, who had just sent Qin Huayu to heaven. Hey! Coming! Yuchi Baolin responded and hurried over. With the combined strength of the two, they finally sent Li Tai to the top of the door. Now, all that was left was for the little fatty to hold onto the metal fence and slide down. Not long after, the 6 people from Dormitory 001 all climbed out of the dormitory door. And then? Sun Zifen, didn't you say you could bring me to eat meat? Where are we going next? Li Tai clapped his hands and looked at Sun Zifen. Climbing over the door of the academy dormitory was the first time Li Tai had done something so unorthodox. It was like a modern university student skipping class for the first time. While he was nervous, he also felt a little excited. Hey! Follow me, I'll bring you guys to eat chicken. I know a place with a lot of chickens. Sun Zifen rubbed his hands and chuckled. It was also his first time doing something so exciting. His heart was still thumping. When everyone saw Sun Zifen's confident look, they followed him and walked forward. Of course, they couldn't walk through the door of the academy. There were still guards there even at night. The few of them climbed over the wall at a corner in the west. Then, using the moonlight, they followed Sun Zifen all the way to a forest halfway up the mountain to the west of the academy. Hee. It's right here. Sun Zifen pointed at the reed wall not far ahead and said with a smile, this is the chicken farm that Plum Village built at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Let's go catch 2 and find a place to roast them. Wouldn't that be perfect? Li Qingxian was shocked. He hurriedly dissuaded them. Zifen, you can't. The chickens in Plum Village were personally handed over to the farmers by the Yamacho. If we catch 2 and are discovered, we'll definitely end up in trouble. There are tens of thousands of chickens in here. No one will find out if we lose 1 or 2. Sun Zifen patted his chest and said. Yes. We'll only catch 2, no, 3. The farmers will definitely not find out. Li Tai swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said with his eyes staring straight ahead. Chapter 756. In the end, under Li Tai's insistence, this group of chicken thieves caught 6 chickens from the chicken farm at the side. The main reason was that Li Tai felt that the chickens inside were too small and not enough to eat, so he caught 3 more. Yes, 6 people, 1 chicken each, just right. The flock of chickens that had been chasing and playing in the forest for an entire day would never have thought that an evil person would break into the chicken farm and steal them on what was supposed to be a quiet and peaceful night. Qing K, Zifen, it's not easy for the farmers to raise these chickens. It's not good for us to steal them like this, right? The dignified crown prince of the country was actually holding a chicken fearfully at this moment. However, when it came to this, Li Chengqian was a little hesitant. He turned back to look at the chicken farm and said with some pity. "Hey! We've already prepared for this, Your Highness, don't worry." Sun Zifen chuckled, then took out 2 strings of copper coins and threw them into the chicken farm. He then said with a smile, "There's no problem now, right? 6 chickens, 2 strings of copper coins, I'm sure the farmers won't suffer a loss." Everyone looked at Sun Zifen curiously. They probably didn't expect this joker to have a time when he considered things so thoroughly. "Hey! Good! You're good. In this way, even if the farmers find out that 6 chickens are missing, I'm sure they won't make a fuss. Let's find a place to roast these chickens and eat." Li Tai praised Sun Zifen with satisfaction and then said, "Hey, come with me, I know a place suitable for roasting chickens." Sun Zifan took the initiative to volunteer. The few of them had no objections. They followed Sun Zifen to the top of the Cloud Mountain, to an open space in the east of the academy. There was a clear spring beside them, reflecting the moonlight. It was a quiet and empty valley with the moon shining between the pines and the clear spring flowing over the rocks. "Chou Nyo, Bao Lin, you kill the chickens. Your Highness, Qin Ke, the 3 of us will go find firewood. Huayu, you help move the stones and build a stove. How about that?" After finding such an excellent spot for a picnic, Sun Zifen began to assign tasks to everyone. "I'm fine with it." "I'm fine with it too." Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others agreed and began their respective tasks. It had to be said that Sun Zifen's division of labor was rather reasonable. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, the 2 daring fools, were not careless in the slightest when it came to slaughtering the chickens. In no time at all, the 6 chickens that had been born for less than half a year ended their short lives. If Li Chengqian and Li Tai were to do this job, they probably wouldn't be able to achieve this result even after fiddling for half a day. 15 minutes later, a bonfire lit up in the empty space beside the spring. Sun Zifen, Li Tai, Li Chengqian, Yuchi Baolin, Qin Huayu, and Cheng Chumo sat around the bonfire. Each of them held a bamboo stick, and at the tip of the bamboo stick was a slaughtered and cleaned chicken. They extended the stick into the fire and continuously spun it. Yes, there's already the fragrance of meat." Li Tai took 2 deep breaths and smelled the charred aroma of the chicken being roasted. The little fatty couldn't help but lick his lips, and his appetite was greatly aroused. "It's still lacking a bit. Qin Ke, you just need to spin it a few more times and you'll be able to sprinkle salt." Sun Zifen glanced at the meat that Li Tai was roasting and said, "Sprinkle salt? Oh right, we didn't bring any salt. How the hell are we going to sprinkle salt?" Cheng Chumo slapped his thigh and shouted regretfully. Li Tai's face revealed a trace of regret, but the little fatty still said unyieldingly, "If there's no salt, then there's no salt. As long as there's meat to eat." Cheng Chumo said disdainfully, "Hee, Qin Ke, you're really desperate now. You can even eat meat without salt." "Hee, who said there's no salt?" At this moment, Sun Zifen took out a small bag from his arms and said proudly to everyone, "The salt is here. Everyone can have some later." Li Tai opened his eyes wide and said incredulously, "Damn, Zifen, why are you so awesome today? You brought everything out. Copper coins, fire rolls, and refined salt. What else do you have in your arms now?" The others also looked at Sun Zifen in surprise. Sun Zifen touched his nose and said with a smile, in fact, I've long wanted to catch 2 chickens to have a sumptuous meal. I've prepared these 2 days ago. Yamacho is too deceitful and doesn't give us any meat. You little bastards, instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you actually came here to make a barbecue. How dare you?" At this moment, a cold voice came from the horizon, which gave them a fright. They followed the voice and saw a man in white coming from Dongfang Takshu. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and his sleeves were fluttering, like an immortal banished from the moon. Damn it! It's over, it's Yamacho. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, when Li Zishuan took a fairy lamp for a night tour of Chang, and with a beauty, Sun Zifan had seen him like this before. So, he was the first one among the group to recognize Li Zishuan. Hearing what he said, the rest of the group suddenly panicked. They put out the fire and hid the chickens in a hurry. Okay, don't put it out, and don't hide it. I saw it all. In the blink of an eye, Li Zishuan had landed near them. Seeing them in a hurry, Li Zishuan couldn't help but say, Yamacho, this is all a misunderstanding. We were all sleepwalking just now. Chonyo, Qing Ke, why are we all here? Weren't we all sleeping in the dormitory just now? Oh. We must be sleepwalking. Yes, we must be sleepwalking. Sun Zifan looked at Li Zishuan awkwardly. This funny guy racked his brains to come up with all kinds of excuses, but in the end, he could only blame sleepwalking. Li Zishuan didn't believe him at all. He wasn't stupid. At this moment, he sneered, pointed at the half-cooked chickens on the ground, and said, "Haha. Sleepwalking? Putting aside the fact that the 6 of you sleepwalked together and sleepwalked to the same location, each of you managed to catch a chicken while sleepwalking? I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to sleepwalk like this again? You left the academy without permission and dared to steal chickens raised by the farmers. This is a serious violation of the academy's rules. Do you have any respect for me? Do you have any respect for the academy? Do you still deserve to be Yanhuang College's students?" Li Zishuan's harsh words made Sun Zifan sweat profusely. The others were also silent. In the end, Li Qingxian could only step forward and plead. Xiao Xian, Yamacho, Qing Ke and Zifan were just greedy for food. They didn't deliberately violate the academy's rules. Can you spare them this time? Qing Chumo, Sun Zifan, and Li Tai all looked at Li Zishuan anxiously. After all, today's matter could be serious or small. If it was serious, Li Zishuan could expel them because of this. Chapter 757. Xiao Xian, Yamacho, this is indeed our fault. Don't lower yourself to our level. It's best if you just let us go. Seeing Li Zishuan's serious expression, Qing Chumo could only shamelessly laugh. Li Zishuan had inadvertently caught a glimpse of a fire when he woke up at night. At that time, he thought that there was a fire here. He didn't even bother to change his clothes and hurriedly used his qinggong to fly over. But when he arrived, the bonfire, chicken feathers, and chicken meat on the ground all told him what had happened on the mountain tonight. Someone had the guts to steal chickens from a farmer while it was dark. The farmers worked hard to raise chickens to reduce their taxes. In the end, you guys ate their chickens because of a momentary lust. Tell me, aren't you guys wicked? Where's your conscience? Li Qingxian cupped his hands and said, Xiao Xian, when we caught the chickens, we already left a few strings of money for the farmer. I think it should be enough to make up for the farmer's losses. Li Zishuan's expression became slightly better. Seeing this, Li Qingxian continued, moreover, these chickens are already dead. They definitely can't be returned. Xiao Xian, don't be too angry. You guys really want to eat meat that much? Li Zishuan asked. Yes. Other than Li Qingxian and Qin Huayu, everyone else nodded. Yes, seeing that you guys left money for the farmer, I won't pursue your responsibility for now. Li Zishuan looked at the chicken feathers all over the ground and knew that Li Qingxian was telling the truth. Chickens couldn't be brought back to life. Now that what was done, there was no point in saying anything more. Of course, he could only choose to forgive them. You two, move aside. Li Zishuan kicked Sun Zifan and Qing Chumo's legs twice. Oh. Hearing that Li Zishuan was letting them go, Qing Chumo and Sun Zifan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then they were inexplicably kicked again. The two of them were immediately depressed and looked at Li Zishuan in confusion. You two, go and catch me another chicken. Wash it clean while you're at it. Don't forget to leave money for the farmer to buy the chicken. Li Zishuan looked at the two and said lightly. Catch another chicken? This time, not only Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifan were dumbfounded, but the rest of the people were also in a state of confusion. Li Zishuan's words were not light. What? Hurry up. If you don't go, I'll lock you all in the little black room tomorrow. Li Zishuan glared and said. Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifan immediately shivered and hurriedly ran away. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, There's meat but no wine. It's always a bit lacking. You guys continue to roast it here. I'll go back and get a jug of wine. Tonight, I'll accompany you guys and have a good chat. Li Tai's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but give Li Zishuan 32 likes. This move was really too damn considerate. The distance between here and the first courtyard was only 700 to 800 meters. Li Zishuan directly used Qinggong to rush over. In a flash, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Hee. Luckily, Yamacho still remembers our old friendship. Otherwise, we're all finished. Li Tai forgot the direction Li Zishuan disappeared in and said with lingering fear. Qingke, we really were too rash tonight. We can't do this again in the future. Otherwise, little Xian will definitely not let us go again. Li Qingxian sincerely said to Li Tai. The reason why Li Zishuan easily let go of tonight's matter was not only because Sun Zifan stole the chicken but also because Li Zishuan was giving face to Li Qingxian. After all, among the 6 people, Li Qingxian wasn't a student of Yanhuang College. He was a country's heir who was experiencing life at Yanhuang College in the name of a supervisor. If Li Zishuan didn't give face to him, it would make Li Qingxian's face very ugly. Hee, I know. I definitely won't. Besides, tomorrow is the holiday. After returning to the prince's residence, I can eat as much meat as I want. I definitely won't steal chicken with Sun Zifan again. Li Tai sat back in his seat and continued to roast the chicken while responding to Li Qingxian's words. During the time when the two people were talking, Li Zishuan actually came back so quickly. The speed of his Qinggong could be seen at a glance. Where are Sun Zifan and Cheng Chumo? Haven't they come back yet? Li Zishuan said as he swept his gaze over the surroundings while carrying a bag. Li Tai was speechless and said, They probably haven't reached the chicken farm yet. How could they come back so quickly? Mountain leader, your Qinggong is really convenient for you to travel. TSK, if I had this ability, I would directly fly back. As he spoke, Li Tai almost spilled the beans. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Directly flew back to your prince's residence to eat meat, right? Li Zishuan helped the little fatty to say the words that he didn't say. Then he said unhappily, with your personality that can even throw away your life for food, it's already difficult to lose weight. You still want to practice Qinggong? Even if you have my Qinggong, it's a fool's dream for you to fly back to the prince's residence. It would be strange if the guards of Chang'an City didn't shoot you into a sieve. After insulting the little fatty, Li Zishuan picked up a half-roasted chicken. It was unknown whether it was Cheng Chumo's or Sun Zifan's, and continued to roast it. Since these two people haven't come back yet, then I'll roast it first. It's been a long time since I roasted a chicken myself. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was a child from the countryside, so his survival skills were naturally not bad. In this life, he had followed spiritual master Ling Su in the mountains to learn from him and traveled around. He had a lot of experience surviving in the wild. Therefore, compared to Li Tai and the others, his roasting skills were naturally outstanding. After a while, the chicken in his hand emitted a rich aroma. Li Zishuan opened the package and began to sprinkle salt, pepper powder, cumin, and other spices on the chicken. Then he roasted the chicken in the fire. Suddenly, the aroma became even stronger. Goo goo. Li Tai greedily breathed in the aroma, and his stomach couldn't help but growl. He looked at the golden and fragrant chicken in Li Zishuan's hand, and then looked at the slightly black chicken in his hand. He thought gloomily in his heart, we're both roasting chickens, why is the difference so big? What the heck? Who roasted this chicken? Why is it so fragrant? It smells better than the roasted chicken in the restaurant. At this time, Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifen also came back with a chicken. They smelled a mouth-watering aroma from afar. Cheng Chumo cried out strangely. This is my chicken. Waha, Yamacho, you're so good to me. You actually roasted the chicken for me. Thank you so much. When Sun Zifen saw the chicken in Li Zishuan's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly said with a bashful face. Get lost. Your chicken is still in Cheng Chumo's hands. Go and kill it yourself. Li Zishuan slapped the silly guy's head and said angrily. He had worked so hard to roast it for so long, how could he just give it up? This guy was really thinking too much. Chapter 758. Bright moon, clear spring, roast chicken, fine wine, and teachers and students. Tonight, the wasteland was supposed to be as ordinary as usual, but because of the arrival of Li Zishuan, Cheng Chumo, and Sun Zifen, the place became very lively. Little Xian, come, let me give you a toast. I know you've put in a lot of effort for Yanhuang College, but we've always been talking about you in secret. We brothers haven't had a drink together like this in a long time. Cheng Chumo's expression changed slightly. He raised a bamboo tube of fine wine and gave a toast to Li Zishuan from afar. Li Zishuan was speechless. After a while, he sighed and said, all right. Tonight, there are only friends and brothers here, no teachers and students. I'll accompany you for a drink or two. Ever since Li Zishuan entered the Imperial College, his relationship with Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, Li Chengqian, and the others had more or less changed. The relationship between friends and brothers had become mixed with the relationship between teachers and students, and there was a sense of distance between them for no reason. Cheng Chumo's words just now made him feel a lot of emotions. Although he was a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, if he always acted like a Yamacho, it would be easy to neglect the relationship between brothers and friends. He didn't need to be like Kong Ingda, who always maintained the attitude of an old pedant to maintain his prestige among the students. He was him. He was only 15 years old. Only others could imitate him. He didn't need to imitate anyone. Good. To be honest, although I'm not a student of Yanhuang College, I always felt suppressed when I talked to you before. I only feel that kind of feeling when I talk to my father. It's rare to be able to drink and chat with you as a friend today. It's really delightful. Li Chengqian was one of the earliest people Li Zishuan knew. Feeling the subtle change in the atmosphere, Li Chengqian said with a joyful expression. Hee, Gao Ming, you're wrong. We're not just friends and brothers today. We'll be friends for life. It was just that sometimes, due to their different standpoints, they had no choice but to do business as usual. Come, let's drink. Li Zishuan opened the wine jug and poured a cup of wine into his bamboo tube. The others did the same. After all, the drunken immortal's degree of intoxication was too high. If this group of people drank too much, there was an 80% chance that they wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow morning. At that time, they would definitely be punished. Hee. Little Xian, since we are good brothers, why don't we exchange chickens? Look, my cock is bigger than yours. Do you want to trade? Everyone couldn't help but cry out in joy as the cool wine entered their stomachs. Li Tai, the clever kid, had his eyes on the tantalizing roast chicken in front of Li Zishuan. He couldn't help but lick his lips and chuckle. How can good wine not be matched with good meat? Li Zishuan was infuriated when he heard this. The little fatty's words were too king ambiguous. What did he mean by, "My chicken is bigger than yours"? He was obviously trying to stir up trouble. Scram. I'm not trading. My cock is 10 times bigger than yours. If you want to eat good food, you can do it yourself. Do it yourself, and you'll have plenty to eat and wear. Li Zishuan looked at little Fatty and said angrily. Li Tai didn't understand why Li Zishuan was angry, but he also knew that it was impossible to trade chickens. He could only ask for the next best thing. Little Xian, can you share some of the seasonings you brought with you? As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. At first, Li Tai thought that his roast chicken was pretty good. However, when Li Zishuan came, he instantly felt that the chicken in his hands was a little hard to swallow. Li Zishuan nodded and threw the bag of seasonings over. Everyone scrambled for it. After a quarter of an hour, with the help of various seasonings, the chicken in everyone's hands emitted waves of fragrance. Compared to before, the taste had obviously improved by more than a level. Woo-woo. Fragrant. So fragrant. I haven't eaten such fragrant roast chicken in a long time. There was no need for Li Zishuan to say anything. Li Tai had already started eating without a care for his image. Sun Zifan, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others followed closely behind. Looking at the group of people in front of him who were like reincarnated hungry ghosts, Li Zishuan shook his head and slowly tore off a piece of chicken drumstick and began to slowly taste it. The saltiness was just right, and the heat was just right. However, without the chili, it felt a little wrong. However, because cumin was added during the roast process, the overall taste was still very good. After all, there was a saying in modern times, a skewer of roast meat without chili, a skewer of roast meat without taste. A skewer of roast meat without cumin, a skewer of roast meat without a soul. From this, it could be seen how magical cumin was as a seasoning. Woo! I didn't expect that adding some benzoin fennel on the chicken and roasting it in the fire would actually be so delicious. Xiao Xian, how did you think of it? Li Tai lightly bit a piece of chicken drumstick. His eyes lit up, and he immediately praised it. The benzoin fennel in his mouth was cumin. Cumin was native to North Africa and West Asia. According to the archaeological findings in Syria, the use of cumin seeds could be traced back to 2000 BC. The ancient Egyptians used cumin as a spice. When the pharaohs were buried, the ancient Egyptians needed to make mummies. Cumin also became a component of the mummy's preservative. Benzoin fennel was an ancient name for cumin in China. From the word benzoin, one could see where and when cumin was introduced to China. Sima Qian recorded in the Records of the Grand Historian, in the beginning, the Han envoy came to Rest. The king of Rest ordered 20,000 cavalry to the east border. The east border was thousands of miles away from the capital. Compared to the journey, there were dozens of cities, and there were many people. Dewan, Xia, and Anxi are all big countries. They have many strange things and indigenous people. They are quite similar to China, but their soldiers are weak. Therefore, it could be said that cumin was introduced to China from the Silk Road of the Han Dynasty. Yes, I only found out today that adding cumin to the meat can make it so fragrant. Xiao Xian, you are really too talented. As he was in the special training class, Cheng Chumo had eaten a lot of meat in the past 2 days, so he was not as hungry as Li Tai. However, after tasting the meat he had personally roasted, Cheng Chumo could not help but be surprised. Actually, there is still a kind of seasoning missing. If there is it, this chicken will definitely be more than twice as delicious. Li Zishuan smiled faintly. Li Qingxian's eyes lit up and he said, "What seasoning? I will send someone to search for it later." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Our Tang Empire does not have this kind of thing. If you want to get it, you can only go to the far west to find it. There are tens of thousands of miles of sea in between. I hope I can still eat it in my lifetime." The few of them knew that Li Zishuan had a fortuitous encounter when he was young, so they did not ask him how he knew about the seasoning. Cheng Chumo rubbed his chin and smiled. "Ha! What are you afraid of? Our Tang Empire's fleet can now go to the small countries in Nanyang. In the future, we will definitely be able to go to the far west. Xiao Xian, you will definitely be able to eat that kind of seasoning again." Chapter 759. By the way, speaking of the fleet heading south, they should be back soon, right? Qin Huayu suddenly asked beside the bonfire. "I heard from my father that the fleet should be back in half a month." Li Chengqian replied. Li Zishuan frowned as he thought of the dream that Meng Wenhao had described. He was a little worried, so he sighed and said, "I hope so. This fleet has a lot to do with it." Sigh. What a pity. It's a pity that I didn't go south with the army this time. It's better to use the tens of thousands of troops to show off in Nanyang than to stay in the academy. On the side, Cheng Chumo said regretfully with a face full of unwillingness. Li Zishuan sneered, "Come on. Ugly ox, you're a landlubber. You won't be able to stand staying on the ship for 2 days. You still want to show off in other countries? I'm afraid you won't be able to." Cheng Chumo tore a piece of chicken with his mouth and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine. He then said unhappily, "Ha. That's not necessarily true. I'm an expert who's about to break through to the Qi transformation realm. Why would I be afraid of a small ship? Maybe I can even make some military achievements this time." Sun Zifen laughed strangely. "Chumo, wake up. Stop dreaming. Go away. The adults are talking. You little brat, go away." Cheng Chumo angrily scolded, and then suddenly looked at Li Zishuan seriously and said, "Little Xian, you also know that I am not the type to study. In the previous entrance exam, I spent a lot of effort to get in. But I can't always stay in the academy. In terms of grades, I can't compare with Qin Ke and Wenhao. So, when the imperial court sends troops to the Turks, I plan to go to the north to make a name for myself. Otherwise, my life will be boring." This guy was usually carefree. Who would have thought that he would be so clear-headed? Maybe he was drunk today, so he said these things that were buried in his heart. Yes. Yanhuang College didn't intend to nurture bookworms in the first place. The academy only nurtured people who were useful to the Tang Empire. No matter what, as long as they had a positive effect, it was fine. Cho Ox, if you want to go to the front line to protect your country and build your career, the teachers in the academy and your classmates will support you. You will always be a student of Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan knew Cheng Chumo's character better than anyone else. Cheng Chumo's plan was within Li Zishuan's expectations. Li Zishuan thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Ha. Thank you. I've long seen through it. Xiao Xian, the Yanhuang College you've made is very different from the Imperial College and the Hongwen School. It's my honor to be classmates with Qin Ke and Bao Lin for a few years." Cheng Chumo laughed and poured himself another jar of wine. "There's not much wine left in the jar, so I'll drink as much as I can. It'd be a waste not to drink." "Yes, yes. Brother Cho Ox, I'll go with you when the time comes. I can protect you." Yuchi Bao Lin hurriedly said with a simple and honest smile. Cheng Chumo's face darkened. Yuchi Bao Lin had reached Qi transformation realm half a year ago. There was nothing wrong with him saying that he could protect him. However, Cheng Chumo had received 10,000 points of critical damage. "Ha! All right. Chumo, you can go to the front line without worry. My classmates and I will help you research and build more advanced and powerful weapons. We can guarantee that you'll win every battle without worrying about your life. You'll also be able to build countless military achievements." Li Tai's goals were clearly different from Cheng Chumo's. Of course, the main reason was that his physique and physical fitness limited him from going to the front line. That's right. Chumo, will support you from behind. Although Qin Huayu was the eldest son of Qin Xiong and the second generation of the empire's military family, he was a scholar who didn't know anything about weapons. Therefore, he was the same type of person as Li Tai. All right. I believe in you, and I believe in Xiaoshuan's skills. Cheng Chumo raised a bamboo jar of wine and offered a toast from afar. He was toasting with his hands, but he wasn't urging them to drink. Then, he laughed loudly. Li Qingxian shook his head. Cheng Chumo and the others could have their own dreams and could do whatever they wanted. However, as the empire's heir apparent, he could only obediently follow the emperor and hide under his father's incomparably tall figure to learn about politics and how to govern the country. In the past, when Li Tai competed with him for favor, this was the life he wanted to live. However, now that Li Tai was engrossed in his skills and no longer competed with him for favor, he realized that the position of heir apparent was just so. Now, he was actually a little envious of Li Tai's life. All right. Then, since you all have things to do, what should I do? Seeing that everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Sun Zifan was a little depressed. Compared to the others, this little joker was a typical example of someone who was neither proficient in academics nor martial arts. At present, he didn't seem to have anything that he could show off. He. Sun Zifan, it's not that I, old Cheng, want to criticize you, but you really embarrassed your father. You only scored 5 points more than me in the entrance exam. Cheng Chumo immediately mocked him. F***ck. Isn't 5 points more a lot? You have to know that just because of these 5 points, I'm dozens of places ahead of you. Sun Zifan immediately said stubbornly. Fine. Only you can do it. But I, old Cheng, am better than you. At least I have something that I can show off. Cheng Chumo was obviously the type of person who had a cheap mouth. If he didn't attack others, he would feel bad. This blockhead winked at Sun Zifan and said sarcastically. Sun Zifan wanted to refute but found that he couldn't. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and even the roast chicken in his hand became tasteless. Li Zishuan saw this and smiled meaningfully. He. It's still too early for you to say all this. After all, the academy hasn't started classes yet. In the future, you will have to learn all kinds of courses. You have never heard of many of them, let alone seen them. So, by then, you will really understand what you are good at. No matter what kind of knowledge you are good at, the academy will do its best to give you the space to show off your strengths. Everyone lowered their heads with a thoughtful look on their faces. My talents are born to be useful. Everyone who comes to this world has their own meaning and value. Everyone's potential is unlimited. When the day comes when you have done everything you can do, you will be surprised by yourself. Yanhuang College is a small world that I have created for you. I hope that you can find your own ideals and values in this small world. Before that, don't blindly deny yourself, understand? Li Zishuan said earnestly to everyone. Understood. Thank you, Yamacho. After a long time, Sun Zifan solemnly saluted Li Zishuan and said. All right. Hurry up and finish your food and drink, then go back. Otherwise, don't blame me if you can't get up tomorrow and get punished. Li Zishuan stood up and said with a smile. Then, he floated away, leaving the 6 thoughtful young men behind. Chapter 760. Drip, drip, drip. At 5:00 in the morning, when everyone was still asleep, sporadic raindrops began to fall from the sky and hit the roof, making a slight drip, drip, drip sound. At first, the raindrops were very sparse, and the sound of the rain was also very soft. However, as time passed, the raindrops began to become heavier and denser. A torrential rain poured down, and the loud pitter-patter of raindrops woke many people from their dreams. It's raining? It's really raining? Does that mean we don't have to undergo military training today? Huh. That's great. At this time, it was less than a quarter of an hour before the Academy's daily morning exercise time. After so many days of military training, many students had already formed a biological clock, and they would automatically wake up at this time every day. At this moment, they looked out of the window in the direction of the sound and found that it was pouring outside. One by one, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. This sentence of, "We don't have to undergo military training today," could be said to be a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. More and more people joined in the celebration, and soon, the student dormitory began to become restless. Huh? Why is it so noisy outside? Did the instructor blow the assembly call? In dormitory 001, Sun Zifen drank the least last night. It wasn't that he didn't like to drink, but that he wasn't as cunning as Cheng Chumo and the others. When he wanted to drink, there was no wine left. Therefore, he was the first to wake up in the dormitory this morning. The silly little guy rubbed his sleepy eyes and muttered in a low voice. After a moment, he was a little more awake, and he could clearly hear the cheers outside. F***CK. It's raining? We don't have to undergo military training? Ha ha ha. That's great. We finally don't have to undergo military training today. Sun Zifen opened the dormitory door and saw that it was pouring outside. This fellow immediately started to make a fuss. Oh, Sun Zifen, what the F***CK are you yelling about so early in the morning? Cheng Chumo, who drank a little too much last night, turned over in bed and muttered in extreme dissatisfaction. Yamacho. In front of the gate of Yanhuang College, Mo Zhong saw Li Zishuan coming out of the rain with an oil paper umbrella. He hurriedly ran out of the security guard post and bowed. It's already past 5, right? Why don't I see the students coming out for their morning run? Li Zishuan said with a frown as he glanced at the western field. Mo Zhong was stunned. Huh? Yamacho, it's raining so heavy today, everyone's is what? Li Zishuan's expression was somewhat displeased. Do you all think that there's no need for military training because it's raining? Who said that? Does the Academy's the enemy? Mo Zhong was speechless. Li Zishuan asked, where is Duke Yi? General Qin still hasn't come today. It's probably because of the rain. Li Zishuan paused and ordered, inform Pang Feiji, let him gather the students, today's militaries, as usual. It's not winter now, a little rain will only make people feel cool. Generally speaking, people won't catch a cold. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong cupped his hands and accepted the order. Beep beep beep. In the student dormitory, just as all the students were cheering for today's rain, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded from outside the dormitory. In an instant, the noisy dormitory immediately quieted down. The students looked at each other in dismay, all of them thinking that they had misheard. However, the continuous whistling that followed brought them back to reality. Does that mean there's still military training today? Oh my God, are you kidding me? It's raining so heavily, do we still have to go out for military training? Hurry up and wash up. If we're late, we'll probably be punished again. In dormitory 001, Cheng Chumo, who was catching up on his sleep, heard the whistle and was instantly filled with grief and indignation. F***CK, do they have to do this? Military training in this kind of weather, it's simply unreasonable. I was planning to sleep in, looks like that's not going to happen. Li Tai said regretfully. After eating a sumptuous supper last night, he wasn't hungry at all, he just wanted to sleep. F***CK, it's raining so heavily, I'll definitely get my clothes wet if I go out. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have washed them last night. What AF** king waste. Sun Zifen's focus was different from the others. He felt that going out for military training in this kind of weather was equivalent to washing last night's clothes for nothing. Li Zishuan stipulated that the students had to dress neatly during military training. They had to wear camouflage uniforms, but each person only had one set of camouflage uniforms. This directly led to the students having to wash their clothes before going to bed at night, or else they would only be wearing smelly clothes the next day. "Alright, hurry up and get up, don't laze around in bed," Li Qingqian said with a frown. Not long after, the open space in front of the dormitory was filled with students. The bean-sized raindrops soaked the students' clothes instantly, but they didn't have the time to care about that at this moment. Beep, beep. Instructors of each class, do a head count. Since Qin Xiong wasn't around, Pang Feiji became the head instructor. He blew his bamboo whistle and shouted loudly. Yes. Not long after, a continuous stream of reports sounded in the field. Everyone from Class 1 is here. Everyone from Class 2 is here. 2 people from Class 3 are missing. 1 person from Class 4 is missing. You, go and call out the students who are late. In a while, lead them to run 10 laps alone. The rest of the students will start their morning run according to class order. Pang Feiji randomly pointed at a subordinate and instructed. Yes. Students from Class 1, start running. Bang, bang, bang. In the heavy rain, the students were like dragons in the sea, meandering toward the field. The sound of footsteps and chanting was endless, as if it was going to disperse the dark clouds in the sky. A day of military training began just like that. Chang'e is here too? Imperial Palace West Court, Lijiang Hall. Li Er, who had just finished the morning court, came here to visit. He entered the door and smiled in surprise. Greetings, Father. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chang'e and Zhangsun bowed one after another. Yes, you may rise. Li Er laughed, walked closer, and asked, Guanyin maid, what are you doing? It's not even noon yet. Empress Zhangsun smiled and said, Your Majesty, I heard from Li Xiannan at the academy yesterday that meteoric success can treat asthma, so I asked him to send some into the palace every day. This was just sent over, so I called Chang'e over and planned to have lunch together. Then, Empress Zhangsun opened the food box. There was a plate of golden dishes inside. It was the crushed version of meteoric success. Li Er's expression changed when he saw that, and he said, Don't eat this. Don't be fooled by that brat. Chapter 761. What does Your Imperial Majesty mean by this? Seeing Li Er's reaction, Empress Zhangsun asked curiously. At this moment, Princess Chang'e's attention was also focused on Li Er. This was because she could sense that her imperial father was angry. Humph. Do you know what kind of material is used to make this so-called meteoric success? Thinking of this, Li Er became somewhat angry. He felt that he had been toyed with by Li Zishuan. This servant does not know. Empress Zhangsun shook her head and replied. She had wanted to investigate the materials used to make soaring to glory. However, when she used her chopsticks to take a look, she discovered that the inside was a flour-like substance. She could not tell what it was. The soaring to glory that the Academy made today was made with crushed locusts mixed with flour and eggs. It was not strange that Zhangsun could not tell the ingredients. Locusts. Soaring to glory was made with locusts. Li Zishuan, this stinking brat, actually dared to deceive us. We must properly deal with him. Li Er sat at the head of the table and angrily slapped it. Ugh! Hearing that they had been eating locusts, Zhangsun and Chang'e's faces turned deathly pale. Their stomachs churned, and they nearly vomited. Imperial Father, please do not blame Brother Xiaoxian. Brother Xiaoxian definitely would not harm Chang'e. There must be something hidden here. Chang'e recovered her wits and promptly pleaded with Li Er. That's right. Your Imperial Majesty. Xiaoxian has always been a loyal and righteous child. He does not seem to be someone who does not know the gravity of the situation. Perhaps these locusts really are effective against asthma? Empress Zhongsun glanced at her eldest daughter and then spoke in support. Li Er coldly snorted and said, "Humph. There is no need for you to speak for that brat. Yesterday, we already asked the 2 doctors of the Imperial Physician Bureau. They have never heard of locusts being able to treat asthma." From this, it can be seen that Li Zishuan's words are nothing but nonsense. As we see it, this stinking brat is definitely itching for a beating. Seeing that Li Er only spoke fiercely but did not have any intention of punishing him, how could Empress Zhongsun, who had been with Li Er for over 10 years, not understand what he was thinking? She could not help but inwardly breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps this child remembered wrongly. It can be assumed that he does not have any ill intentions. Your Imperial Majesty, please do not blame him. Humph. I will settle the score with him in the afternoon. Take these things away and don't eat them in the future. Li Er pointed at the meteoric success in the food box and said with a straight face. Yes. Empress Zhongsun responded. Chang'e, who was next to her, rolled her black eyes as if she was thinking of something. The rain came quickly and left quickly. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, the raindrops had obviously lessened. By noon, 11 o'clock in the morning, the sky had cleared up, the dark clouds had dispersed, and the sun was about to come out. Leader, a lady sent a note to you, saying that it's for you. When it was almost noon, Mo Zhong came to the principal's office and bowed to Li Zishuan. Oh? Did you ask about that woman's identity? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. That woman said, Yamacho, once you read the note, you will know who wrote the letter. Give it to me. Li Zishuan ordered. Mo Zhong stepped forward and handed over the note, then tactfully retreated. Li Zishuan opened it and looked at it. His expression changed slightly, and he said with some exasperation, F***ck. This is really good intentions doing a bad thing. Old Li is really narrow-minded. You don't know anything, and you still have the nerve to blame others? If Li Er heard this, he might go into battle and beat Li Zishuan up. Sigh, speaking of which, don't the doctors at this time realize the medicinal value of locusts? It shouldn't be. Now that old man's son is not in Chang'an, what should I do? Yamacho, someone from the palace is here. He said that he wants you to prepare to enter the palace to meet the emperor. In the afternoon, Mo Zhong came to the principal's office again, but this time, Li Zishuan had already changed into a purple official's robe, as if he was already prepared to enter the palace. Okay, I got it. You go down first, I will come later. Li Zishuan responded and said. That's right, he was indeed prepared. The note in the morning was a letter that Chang'e asked a palace maid to send over. In the letter, he completely explained Li Er's plan and attitude to him, so that he could be mentally prepared in advance. Yes. After a while, Li Zishuan rode a carriage out of the academy, followed by the palace attendant from the palace, and headed in the direction of the palace. It had just rained heavily, and the mountain roads were extremely difficult to travel on, so this trip took more than an hour before they arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, Li Xianxia is already here. At the Sweet Dew Hall, a small yellow door entered the hall and bowed carefully. Announce, Li Xianxia for an audience. Hearing the eunuch's shout, Li Zishuan took small steps and entered the hall seriously. He then bowed to Li Er and said, Your subject greets your Majesty. Humph. Li Zishuan, you maliciously deceived me and tricked the Empress and Princess into eating locusts. How should you be punished? Li Er didn't let Li Zishuan get up. Instead, he directly pressured him coldly. Your subject is terrified. Your subject doesn't know when I have deceived your Majesty. Your Majesty, please enlighten me. Although he knew what Li Er meant, Li Zishuan still pretended to be ignorant and asked. After all, Chang'e had kindly informed him of Gao's news. He couldn't betray an ally at a critical moment. Humph. Do you need me to remind you of what you did? What did you tell me yesterday? Didn't you say that locusts could cure Changle's asthma? But why did I ask all the imperial physicians in the palace, but none of them knew that locusts had this function? And you still say that you are not deceiving me? Li Er glared and said angrily. Li Zishuan was already mentally prepared for this. He began to put on an act and said with a surprised expression, "How is this possible? Your Majesty is wise. Locusts do indeed have extremely high medicinal value. What I told your Majesty yesterday was only the tip of the iceberg. These things were all said by my master himself. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can ask Priest's son when he returns to Chang'an. What I said is absolutely not false. In fact, locusts could not only stop coughing and asthma, detoxify, penetrate rashes, treat whooping cough, bronchial asthma, infantile convulsions, sore throats, obstructed rashes, bronchitis, stop cramps, and so on. They could also reduce blood pressure, lose weight, lower cholesterol, nourish the body, and nourish the stomach and spleen. If eaten for a long time, they could prevent cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. When used externally, they could treat otitis media. Frosted locusts could treat dysentery, enteritis, and so on. Whether it was Changle or Li Tai, locusts were very beneficial to their bodies. It was just that many doctors had yet to realize the value of locusts. Chapter 762. In the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er, who was originally full of doubts, couldn't help but become hesitant after hearing Li Zishuan's solemn explanation. However, he didn't give in easily. "Brat, you're using your master as a scapegoat again. Why did spiritual master Lingxiu accept such a wicked disciple?" Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, "Wasn't I forced by you? If you were slightly more cultured, would I have to fight like this? Your Majesty, I was originally pure and kind. However, I entered the big vat of corruption that is the imperial court. However, I absolutely have a pure and innocent heart towards your Majesty and my master." Li Zishuan played a slick trick and said. This time, it was Li Er's turn to vomit blood. "Brat, what do you mean? Don't tell me that my court has polluted you." Cough cough. "I definitely didn't mean that." Li Zishuan shook his head and cupped his hands. He flatly denied, "I only meant to say that surviving in the imperial court is far more complicated than what I learned in the mountains. I still have many things to learn." Li Er glanced at Li Zishuan and said unhappily, "You're so glib-tongued at such a young age. You've ruined the integrity of a loyal official." Li Zishuan didn't care. He never wanted to be a loyal official. It was too tiring. He also didn't want to be a sycophantic official. It was too smelly. He only wanted to live happily and freely. "Your Majesty is right. I will definitely remember it in my heart." Looking up and seeing Li Er's face of disbelief, Li Zishuan could only change the topic. He said, "Your Majesty's previous concern, other than the effect of locusts, was that locusts couldn't be eaten by ordinary people. If this meteoric success was made from flour, even if it couldn't cure the illness, your Majesty wouldn't blame me." In fact, it was true. Li Er knew clearly that his family's disease, Qi disease, could not be cured. After knowing that his meteoric rise was caused by locusts and that it could not help Changle's illness, Li Er was furious. But what he was really angry about was that his daughter had suffered so much. She ate locusts but could not be cured. If meteoric rise was made by something slightly more normal, Li Er might not be so angry. As for the effects of the locusts, my master came across it by chance during his medical practice. He didn't leave behind any medical books or notes. Moreover, Priest's son isn't in Chang'an right now, so I can't immediately prove the effects of the locusts to your Majesty. However, I can guarantee that the locusts are not disgusting insects. Their meat is very delicious and has high nutritional value. It is comparable to black chicken and bird's nest. Words have no proof. I just happened to bring some of the soaring meteoric success that the Academy made this afternoon. Speaking of this, Li Zishuan took out an oil paper package from his arms and opened it, revealing the golden soaring meteoric success inside. Li Er stared and said, "Why do you bring these things with you?" Li Zishuan replied, "Your Majesty, since I invented the way to eat locusts, I usually bring some with me. When I am hungry, I can eat it as a snack. It is very delicious. Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. Seeing such delicious food, I can't hold back." After saying this, Li Zishuan apologized to Li Er. Then, he couldn't wait to grab a piece of soaring meteoric success and put it into his mouth. He deliberately chewed it until it was crispy, causing the palace maids and eunuchs outside to blush with shame. "Oh! It's really delicious. Your Majesty, do you want to try it?" Li Er was frowning when Li Zishuan handed over a piece of soaring meteoric success and asked. Scram! Even though Li Zishuan looked like he was eating very happily, Li Er couldn't help but feel nauseous when he thought that this thing was made by locusts. He then angrily said, "I will take my leave." When Li Zishuan heard this, not only did he not feel ashamed, but he also felt like he had been pardoned. He immediately took the opportunity to take his leave. Li Er waved his hand in annoyance and didn't want to bother with Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan bowed and slowly left the hall. Wretch, wretch! Li Zishuan quickly walked out of the imperial city and immediately scurried to a corner and retched. The heavens took pity on him. This was the first time he had eaten such disgusting things like locusts in his previous life. Although he knew that locusts had many benefits for the human body, although he had made a solemn vow in front of Li Er just now and acted beautifully, when he actually ate locusts himself, he still couldn't help but feel disgusted. Cough, cough. His performance in front of Li Er just now was just an act. What about bringing soaring meteoric success with him every day as a snack? These were all lies. The reason he brought a bag of soaring meteoric success today was because Chang'e had secretly informed him in the morning and he had prepared it in advance to deal with Li Er. Therefore, the cause of these twists and turns was Chang'e, but the person who helped him through these difficulties was still Chang'e. Sigh, I've finally gotten rid of old Li. But in the end, it's still because there are too few medical books in this era that specifically introduce medicinal herbs. This led to the imperial physicians of the Imperial Medical Department not to recognize the magical effects of locusts. It seems that when Old Sun returns to Chang'an, it's necessary to ask him to compile a medical book similar to the Compendium of Materia Medica. After calming down his tumbling stomach, Li Zishuan thought silently in his heart. In fact, there were many medical books that could be used in the Tang Empire, such as Shennong's Materia Medica, Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, Treatise on Typhoid and Miscellaneous Diseases, Synopsis of the Golden Chamber, and the 1,000 gold prescription that Sun Simiao might have started writing. These medical books could be said to have built a more complete medical system, but there were still certain limitations. Because the starting point of these medical books was to prescribe medicine for diseases. Overall, their contents were mainly prescriptions for various diseases. But there were millions of diseases in the world, how could they cover all of them? Therefore, at this time, a medical book was needed to find another way to improve the current medical system. The Compendium of Materia Medica was a peerless book that was compiled in the style of categorizing categories. It was different from the previous medical books in that it introduced prescriptions by categorizing the herbs in the world into categories. Li Shizhen used about 27 years, and after 3 rewrites, it was finally completed in the 6th year of the Wanli era. There were more than 1.9 million words in the book, containing 1,892 types of medicine, 11,092 medical prescriptions, and 1,160 beautifully drawn illustrations. It was divided into 16 parts and 60 categories. It was a comprehensive collection of traditional Chinese medicine from the Han Dynasty in ancient China. It was a systematic summary of Chinese medicine before the 16th century. It was known as the Magnum Canon of Oriental medicine, and had a great impact on modern science. In his previous life, although Li Zixuan did not read the Compendium of Materia Medica, he had read part of it. The medical effects of locusts were what he read in the Compendium of Materia Medica in his previous life. Now that he had abnormal mental strength, if he seriously recalled, he could still recall some of the contents. Chapter 763. After leaving the palace safely, Li Zixuan went straight back to the academy. From afar, he could hear the deafening cheers from the field. The students were especially enthusiastic about their training this afternoon. As for the reason, of course, it was because today was a holiday. According to the academy calendar that Li Zixuan set, today was Friday. After the afternoon training, the students would welcome a 2-day holiday. For the students who had been tortured for such a long time, this was undoubtedly great news. No wonder they were not excited. When Li Zixuan was in the military training in the university in his previous life, he spent his weekends and days in the military camp. In comparison, this group of students was considered very lucky. Shaking his head, Li Zixuan walked towards his office. The field was in full swing and extremely noisy, but the Guanghua building was unusually quiet. This was because the teachers of the academy were racing against time to study the courses that they were going to teach this semester. How is it? Can you see it? How far can you see? When Li Zixuan walked to the 9th floor, he suddenly heard Yan Xiaoning's voice from the corridor. He could not help but stop and turn around to walk there. In the corridor, Mo Lingwei was holding a black cylindrical object. One end was placed on her left eye socket and the other end was facing the foot of the mountain in front of the academy. Yan Xiaoning was extremely anxious at the side. He was very eager to know the result. However, Mo Lingwei did not care about him at all. She was still focused on looking at the scenery. Hey. Wei, tell me quickly. Did you succeed this time? Can you see the scenery from afar? Yan Xiaoning was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. If he was not afraid of the girl in front of him, he would have already snatched it. It was worth mentioning that before, he called Mo Lingwei an ink girl. Now, he directly called her Wei. It seemed that their recent progress was quite good. What's the rush? Little Ning, let me finish looking at it first. Mo Lingwei waved her fists and pretended to chase Yan Xiaoning away. No, Wei, you've been looking at it for almost half an hour. Are you not done yet? How long are you going to look at it? At this moment, Yan Xiaoning felt that women were really troublesome. They were not cute at all. It's only been half an hour. You've lost your patience after half an hour? Little Ning, you're a man. Why are you nagging like an old woman? Are you still a man? Hearing the urging, Mo Lingwei immediately, Yan Xiao Shui, Yan. You. Yan Xiaoning was so angry that he was trembling. You for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. Suddenly, he had an idea. He moved his feet and came to the front of Mo Lingwei. Then, he used his right eye to look at the other end of the cylindrical object in Mo Lingwei's hand. Then, the image froze there. Ah! Little Ning, you're courting death. After about 3 breaths of silence, Mo Lingwei suddenly screamed and took a few steps back. She looked at Yan Xiaoning with dissatisfaction and said angrily. God knows how she would feel when a huge eye appeared in her field of vision. Anyway, the person involved, Mo Lingwei, didn't want to experience this kind of experience again. Li Zixuan, who had just witnessed this scene, suddenly couldn't help but think of a song from his previous life. After confirming with my eyes, I met the right person, I waved my sword and turned around, and blood like red lips, in the memory of the previous dynasty. It's not the blade that hurts people. It's your reincarnated soul. After confirming with my eyes, I met the right person, I spurred my horse to battle. The sound of the horse's hooves is like running tears, the moonlight on the bluestone floor shines into the mountain city. I followed you all the way to reincarnate, I have deep feelings for you, the old tree roots beside Luoyang City. This song was pretty King fitting here. Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei just looked at each other after confirming with their eyes. What are you shouting for? I just asked you to show it to me. If you don't want to, I can go and see it myself. Do you have to have such a big reaction? Yan Xiaoning's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. Taking advantage of Mo Lingwei's panic, he snatched the cylindrical object from her hand and then looked at it himself happily. What the *CK? Xiao Xian. When did you come over? You didn't even make a sound when you walked, are you trying to scare me to death in broad daylight? Yan Xiaoning adjusted the direction of his gaze and saw Li Zishuan's huge figure in his field of vision. He was so scared that he almost threw the thing in his hand away. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong in the day, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. Xiaoning, you're so flustered, could it be that you have a guilty conscience? Li Zishuan stared into Yan Xiaoning's eyes and said meaningfully. Damn. You're so weird. I think you're the one with a guilty conscience. Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said in annoyance. As a straight man who was destined to be alone for the rest of his life, how could he have a guilty conscience? This was called being calm, okay? Yamacho, you're here. Just in time, come and take a look at the clairvoyance that we just made. Xiao Ning, quickly take out the clairvoyance. Mo Lingwei couldn't help but feel a little angry when she saw Yan Xiaoning acting like a block of wood. But when she thought of the results of the past few days of hard work, she couldn't help but come forward and say excitedly to Li Zishuan. Oh. Yan Xiaoning responded dully and then handed the clairvoyance in his hand to Li Zishuan. The outer shell was made of wood. Li Zishuan judged the material of the clairvoyance's outer shell as soon as he held it in his hand. It was made of high-quality Feibijian wood, complemented by peerless carving skills. It was very classy and impressive. This was obviously the masterpiece of Strange Pavilion's heavenly knife Lu. 2 lenses were embedded at both ends of the wooden tube, one big and one small. Li Zishuan put the clairvoyance close to his eye socket and then looked into the distance. He realized that the flowers, grass, and trees at the gate of the academy were all reflected in his eyes, and even the texture was unusually clear. Cough cough, although with Li Zishuan's current eyesight, he could still see things that were so far away even without the clairvoyance, but with the clairvoyance, he still felt that things were bigger and clearer. Not bad. You've already adjusted the distance between these 2 lenses very well, and it can meet the requirements of the clairvoyance. Ink Girl, Xiaoning, you've done very well, and the progress is also quite fast. I'm very satisfied. Li Zishuan looked at the 2 of them and sincerely praised them. Oh. It's rare that you're satisfied with Yamacho, it's really